morning, everyone, and welcome to our Taos County Board of Commissioners regular meeting for today, February 4th, 2014. It is 9:07 a.m. At this time, I'd like to ask Mr. Larry Martinez, who's in the audience, to lead us with the Pledge of Allegiance. Roll call, I'm sorry. Let's do the roll call first. Sorry, I'm jumping ahead. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Bruni.
Present.
Commissioner Sanchez. Present. Commissioner Romero.
Yes.
Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Present.
Present.
Commissioner Duda.
Present.
That's just a little bit of an exercise there. Okay, Mr. Martinez, go ahead.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. If we could remain standing, would like for a moment of silence in honor of, I don't know what his, I guess his name was David Salazar. They used to call him, nickname was Huevo. So he passed away yesterday. So, you know, he was a very important part of our town, and so was the rest of his family. So let's pause for a moment to honor his soul. Thank you. Commissioners, we'll move on to the approval of the agenda. Is there any amendments to the agenda as prepared?
Mr. Chairman, there's some people in my district here that have concerns about the agriculture.
Okay.
And Darlene Hill, our assessor, is at the radio station right now, but I would like to move her up as soon as she walks in.
Okay. Thank you very much, Commissioner. And that item right now is
She's an item
7A.
7A. Okay, very good. And
move her up as soon as.
very good.
Commissioners, also under the Commissioner's report, item, I believe it's 14A, if we could move that up right after the approval of the minutes, if we could, so that we have an idea of the process that's going on that Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Also, we have Mr. Rick Chavez, who has the agenda today. Unfortunately, he is on jury duty and has to report back by 11:30. So if we could hear him shortly after the citizens' concerns, it would be good so that we could get him back over to jury duty.
Okay, and this one,
It's item
or 10?
10, B, and C.
So what we'll do is we'll hear items 14A after citizens' concerns, and then items 10, B and C with Mr. Chavez right after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, any other amendments to the agenda as prepared? If not, do I hear a motion?
So move to approve as amended.
Motion made by Commissioner Baroni, seconded by Commissioner Dudon. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Yes.
Vice Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Duda.
Yes.
Commissioner Bruni.
Yes.
Chairman Romero.
Yes. Okay. At this time, I would like to call for anyone who is wanting to speak under citizens' concerns. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to talk? Mr. Corwell, go ahead and come forward.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. My name is Arsenio Cordova. I'm a citizen of El Prado, New Mexico. I noticed on the agenda that you have an item being presented by the town of Taos today. I've attended the meetings regarding the El Prado situation, both at the county level and at the council level. Last week, I was very disappointed that the town decided to go forth with an appeal regarding the decision made by Judge McElroy. The mayor is probably here today to do grandstanding about how great, he is about protecting the hospital, fixing roads and whatever. But, it's I'm sorry to say it's a damn lie, because when they're there alone at the city council level, you are the victims of slander and everything else. What he has done now in an effort to get reelected is to put forth his attack dogs on his radio stations, Nancy Stapp and his brother Daniel, to attack the people that are running against him. The contract that all of you have in front of you, I requested from the town under the Freedom of Information Act. It's a contract with the appellate attorney that they hired. At the same meeting last week, the adult literacy people were presenting there, asking for $24,000 from the town so that they could continue at the University of New Mexico, a wonderful program. What happened is instead they decided to use $27,000 to appeal the annexation of El Prado. As citizens of El Prado, we are right now living in fear, but we are not silent. I am representing those individuals there, and we will continue to fight it. And I hope that the county will continue to support us through this appeal process. Mrs. Adame blasted the county on E911 and different issues last week, and I feel that it's a different chamber today. That you'll hear from the mayor about this wonderful collaboration and everything else from you. But when it really comes down to it, when he's in his turf, he totally finds a way to blast the county for whatever reason, and to blast the commissioners, and especially Commissioner Baroni, because he's running against him for mayor this time. The town of Taos, they have a great budget. They don't have any material findings in their audit, but I look at this as a waste of money to appeal this decision. And we will stand by you throughout the appeal process. And both at Prado Water and Sanitation District. It was really interesting. I was talking to one of the councilmen, Mr. Gonzalez, before the meeting, and he said that the reason he had voted to annex El Prado was payback because he got into a fight with the water and sanitation people years ago. So if that's a kind of a councilman that he is, we definitely have a problem in our leadership in the community. So I would ask you to be very careful as to what is presented here. I think probably people that view this on television will see the mayor do a wonderful political speech today. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Go ahead and say your name for the records.
Stevens Hall, Buenos Dias, North. The Commission's agenda today includes discussion, consideration, and decisions regarding under item 7, decision and direction on Holy Cross Hospital E911. Communal Medio is presented by Darren Cordova, and under item 13, the Indigent Fund and E911 JPA matters. Anyone, any individual, anything in whatever form, real or functional, approaching a local government body anywhere for assistance, subsistence, or help in any form should approach the local commonwealth of the community hat in hand, only if they come with all the necessary financial and audit information needed and required by the community to make a well-considered and well-reasoned decision. The community decides what information is required, plain and simple. Be prepared to be open without question when asking of the community's commonwealth. If Mr. Cordova comes hat in hand to bark and shill for Holy Cross Hospital, then I ask that he come armed with any and all appropriate financial and audit information required by are asked for by the community you represent, all in the interest of honesty, openness, and transparency, all of which add up to moral integrity. Mr. Cordova is fond of declaring in Taos Town Council sessions and in radio interviews how available, open, and transparent he is, and how willing he is to make available all the documents and information related to a given matter. Claims he has made with respect, for example, to the Homeland Security Center on Gustav Road. As he says in council and in interviews, just give him a call on his mobile telephone if you have a question. I say to Mr. Cordova, this is where the questions need to be asked and answered, in commission and council sessions, not in private mobile telephone conversations. I would not trade one moment of the opportunity to stand here or in town council to publicly assert standing in my community, to state my expectations, my questions, and my understanding of any given matter facing the community I care about, and to be afforded the recognition of appeal. And I'm slowly learning not to hesitate. No mobile telephone conversation, private or otherwise, and in all its many, no mobile telephone conversation, private or otherwise, can ever replace the importance, necessity, and significance of declaring in public what should be public, nor should it ever be allowed to. But maybe it's done differently in Mr. Cordova's corporate world of fiction, a derivative world in all its many derivations, corporate and otherwise, and in all its many derivative actions, all its bets and deals in which a mobile telephone is your quick connection to nanosecond supercomputer trading, to the next best thing, or possibly to the most recently traded bit of insider information. But I don't want this community to participate in that derivative economy, to make those kinds of bets and those kinds of deals based on ever more derivative, ever more hollow, ever more insubstantial, ever more dishonest rhetoric and action. I expect of and for my community sound decisions based on local first-hand knowledge, not derivative global knowledge, local knowledge of substance grounded in unfettered, honest, open inquiry, and grounded in this place, this community, this watershed. This community knows better than to bet with its commonwealth. Its future lies elsewhere. So if Mr. Cordova is here to bark and shill on behalf of Holy Cross Hospital, or even to plead, I hope the commission says be prepared to open up fully on behalf of the community you represent. If this community is relying on absentee corporate hospital management to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars, not to mention the hundreds of thousands of dollars paid to the managers at Holy Cross Hospital, before it even begins to question actual practitioner salaries, then I say this community can do better. But it doesn't have to rely on such an avaricious corporate model, that it can create on its own the only moral standard for health care, universal and open access to all with a single payer, a locally established and cooperatively delivered model of health care. I believe this community has the ability and capacity to create and deliver a cooperative model of community health care, not a corporate model that addresses first and foremost the needs of children, the elderly, and the indigent. Everyone in between the children, the elderly, and the indigent can and should be expected to do and give more, and those who can easily give the most should be asked to do so. Surely there are examples and models in this nation and in other nations of locally delivered cooperative health care. Finding, exploring, and discussing those examples and models should be the first step, the first task in this community's effort to design, create, and deliver health care that cares. Surely this community can create a model of cooperative health care managed by the community, not an absentee corporate manager, a model of cooperative health care so highly regarded that those practitioners who truly love what they do, providing care to those in need, would come not for money, but for the opportunity to practice what they love in a cooperative health care effort and in a loving community. Money be damned. As to the claim it's a marketplace and we have to compete, the claim itself renders asunder the mere notion, much less the idea, of delivering truly affectionate, truly loving, truly caring health care. It's a marketplace and we have to respond. The marketplace be damned, and so too the notion that this community has to respond and participate in such an avaricious derivative marketplace. I say there are people in this world who want to do what they love out of money, not merely for money. Mr. Chairman, I also have some comments about the dispatch, but could I do that later when it's discussed? Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, if not, we'll go ahead and move on to items 14A. And This is Commissioner report and matters, discussion, consideration, decisions regarding the following. Item A is a report from Holy Cross Hospital. We have Commissioner Tom Blankenhorn and Mr. Leandro Cordova, our Finance Director. Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Thank you.
Well, I guess I'll start, and Leandro can help me out whenever I mess up. So this committee was set up by both the town and the county, and it includes the union, 2 members of the Holy Cross Hospital Board, and a few concerned and knowledgeable citizens. I think there was a lot of skepticism about the committee when it was first designed, but after maybe half a dozen meetings, I think there's quite a bit of enthusiasm about the possibility for the committee to come up with a good report for the community that will really help us understand what the hospital has gone through, where it stands now, and where it looks like it's going in the future. And I'm glad to be part of it. It's been very useful having Leandro there also. So, you know, the problem began several years ago when the formula for paying indigent care was changed. And it wasn't just here in Taos, but it was throughout a number of communities in the state of New Mexico. And the result of that was the Holy Cross suddenly went from a $9 million a year indigent care payment down to 5 and then down to 2. That's a pretty big chunk for any business to absorb. Last year, of course, this Board of County Commissioners put everything that we had from our gross receipts tax indigent fund and gave it to the hospital for the 3-to-1 match. That, in coordination with certain cuts that the hospital has made and certain revenue enhancers, has actually stopped the bleeding, so that the cash flow, the negative cash flows that they experienced from the change in the formula has now stopped, best as we can determine, and they're back on an even keel. However, it did take their cash balances from somewhere around $6 million to close to $1 million. And so their cash reserves are still not healthy, but their operations are on an even keel. And so the emergency situation has been stemmed. There's still some concerns, of course. Currently, the New Mexico Association of Counties has introduced a bill in front of the legislature which takes into account the fact that the federal government has eliminated the sole community hospital formula altogether. And the effect of that is that the state has created I believe they call it a safety net pool. And that pool will be funded, if the legislation is passed, that pool will be funded from a 1/16th contribution from each county into that pool. The state will match certain funds, and then it will be apportioned to various hospitals throughout the state according to their claims for indigent care. And then it will be matched 3-to-1 by the federal government, which of course is the key. You know, the state of New Mexico has to come up with some legislation that keeps that 3-to-1 match in place, or else there'll be about a dozen hospitals in serious trouble. So I'm confident that they will be able to pass some legislation that will keep that 3-to-1 match in place. It also looks to me from the formula that Taos will benefit from this bill, because Taos Holy Cross Hospital actually has a higher percentage of indigent claims than most hospitals. And so the estimates that we've received is that if Taos County contributes a 16th and the matches are all in place, that Holy Cross would actually receive $6 million in the coming year for indigent care, which would be very helpful to them, and which I believe would keep their operations on an even keel. Going forward, we're going to find out more about their current cash flows and more about their plans for the future before we come out with the official report from the committee that will be distributed to the community and also brought back to the local governments. One other key point, I think, is that the legislation that is proposed recognizes that it does not take into account the Affordable Care Act. The Affordable Care Act, of course, is supposed to make sure that nearly everyone has some medical coverage, which will have a big effect on the whole indigent care problem. And so included in that legislation is a one-year period. The legislation includes the formation of a committee that after 6 months will begin to consider as many of the effects of the Affordable Care Act as they can and work that into the formula, recognizing that we're going to need a full year to see how that plays out before we can move on and either extend this legislation or change it. So I know there's been talk of additional legislation to give Taos County the authority to increase gross receipts tax, but I think that that is absolutely premature at this point. Taos County has already enacted the 1/8 indigent care and the 1/16 Medicare gross receipts tax, which we can use both for our own needs and for Holy Cross Hospital under this legislation to receive the match. I think that the finance department and administration will be looking closely at all of our costs and making sure that we can contribute the maximum amount from that gross receipt so that it gets the 3-to-1 match and helps out Holy Cross Hospital. But for now, that's as far as we've gotten. We're looking forward to our next meeting on Wednesday and subsequent meetings wherein the Holy Cross Hospital has brought their finance department in and opened up and been very good about answering all of our questions. And given the makeup of the committee, there's been good questions, and I think we're all excited about moving forward. So that's my report. Leandro, if you have some anything to add to that, I'm available for questions.
Commissioners, I'd just like to say that being on the board has been very educational. Being in this committee with all the different people that are involved in it has really opened up my eyes. And bottom line, I think, is that the healthcare industry is a tough business to be in. It's a really tough business. They're full of unknowns, full of I don't knows, but it does seem like the board at the hospital is working towards getting solutions and answers. And I think, as I agree with the Commissioner Blankenhorn on the tax may be a little premature. We have, as you know, hired a financial advisor to help us look at all the different options we have in the future and maybe sunsetting things to open up opportunities for other places. So I think as a more comprehensive plan, it'd be good to look at all our options in the future and see when the hospital gets back on their solid cash reserves, how we can help them maybe expand into the profit areas that they're looking to expand into, because they have identified where they make money, where they're losing money. The areas that they lose money, some of it, those services can't be given up. You've got to provide those services for the people, so you kind of have to offset one with the other. And they also seem to be aware of all of the changes from an inpatient to an outpatient model, and they're working towards going in that future direction. So,
Mr. Cordova, what was the total amount of money given by Taos County taxpayers last year?
we pledged 1.5 million.
1.5.
We're still paying that out as the claims come in, but yeah, we pledged that 1.5 million.
Okay. Commissioner Sanchez and then Mr. Archuleta. Okay, Mr. Archuleta, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I just, for the record, want to clarify that Taos County does have those GRT taxes currently in place. Last year we did pledge $750,000 from that GRT, but the Commission also basically mandated staff to cut services, and we got another $750,000 from our general fund last year. That's how we were able to pledge $1.5 million. This year, what's on the table is that there's a 1/8 intercept that the state already gets, $750,000 of local GRT tax here in Taos County. And then Taos County is willing to give up an additional 1/16 of that to bring it up to I think it's 1,300,000 is what the effect of that would be in order to try to help the hospital in that process. So I just want to clarify for the record that not only have we been giving up the gross receipts tax, we've also been giving up from the general fund that the commission has approved to move forward in order to help the hospital meet their financial goals.
And the portion that will be matched then by the state, correct, represents what number?
It's a 3-to-1 match that the state would get. Part of the concerns that the New Mexico Association of Counties and the resolution that this commission passed was that any money given up by the constituents of Taos County and the tax from Taos County would come back to the county. Initially, the state of New Mexico had basically said that they couldn't guarantee that, and that that would work according to the formula. Commissioner Blankenhorn is correct in the aspect of that formula works close to about $6 million for the Taos Hospital, which is a great formula. It really benefits the Taos Hospital. But what the New Mexico Association of Counties has done now is we've introduced Senate Bill 268. It's already passed 2 committees this last week, and it's going to go to its 3rd committee at the end of this week on that. And that's where the counties are again coming back and saying, we will put up another 1/16 from the county's aspect in order to help this process through. The counties are going back to the state though and asking the hospital, or asking the state to put up $29 million of what they need to match so that we can get that federal match from the federal government at that level. There's about $76 million at the federal level that we're trying to leverage by doing that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Archuleta. Commissioner Sanchez, do you have something else?
No, Chairman, Commissioners, also I'd just like to thank Commissioner Blankenhorn and Leandro for taking charge in this. I think it's very important for our constituents to have somebody on board and helping us also the county. Thank you so much.
Okay, Commissioner Duda? No, Commissioner Browning.
Mr. Cordova, Mr. Blankenhorn, is there anybody else in the community that contributes out of their general fund to this? And if they did, would they then be able to receive the match also?
I can answer that. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, in Senate Bill 268, under that legislation, basically what it's saying is that under Senate Bill 268, counties will dedicate the equivalent of 1/16th increment of gross receipt tax to the state safety net care pool fund to be used to obtain federal matching funds and designated hospitals. Taos County or funds are payable from source determined solely by the respective Board of County Commissioners. Counties have the option to make additional payments for a federal match for that hospital. So under this bill, if this gets passed, basically the commission, municipalities, anybody can dedicate funds that would go to a 3-to-1 match above that, and it would come directly back to the hospital, and that's what's being proposed in Senate Bill 268.
So I guess the other portion of my question, is there anybody else in the community?
No, Taos County is the only one that's been paid into this fund and getting the 3-to-1 match for the hospital.
Thank you.
And the traditional methods of doing that have been through county, either GRT revenues or county mill levy. So typically it is the county that does put out the money.
Any other discussion with regards to item 14A? Thank you very much, Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, we'll move on then to item 10B, and this is department matters, discussion, consideration, decisions regarding the following. Item B, Public Works. Mr. Rick Chavez, welcome. Petition presented for consideration of adopting Reynolds Road as a Taos County maintained road.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I believe in your information you have a petition for folks on Reynolds Road. If you're not familiar with that, if you pass what used to be the blinking light intersection on Mixo 522, 150, and US 64. It's on 522. You go back north towards Perry Supply, and it's a little further north. There's like some apartments or condominiums, 2 or 3 story high. natural road. It goes perpendicular to 522 and it kind of swings back to the southwest for a while, and folks are petitioning for adoption.
So the process, Chairman, would be to recommend that the road reviewers visit this road and bring back a recommendation.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
So move to make that recommendation.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Yes.
Vice Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Duran.
Yes.
Commissioner Brennan.
Yes.
Chairman Romero.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Move on to item C. This is your item as well. This is the fiscal year 14-15 local government road fund project. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, the local government road fund program is those funds that are designated as co-op, CAP, and school bus route. We go through this process every year. We again have been sent a letter from the New Mexico DOT, and they want our information by the 25th of March. Included in the information is the location of proposed projects, route designation, termini, scope for work to be performed, estimates for the improvements, justification for project construction, and certification that this work is part of a public highway, and also a letter of intent from the governing body. Before we can prepare all these for your approval, we need to know what projects we're going to present or send forth for improvement. So in preparation or to help assist you in that determination, I've included roads that to me are more or less prioritized per district. They are also identified because they may already have some improvements like base course. One of the critical things is there is drainage along these roads. Some may be there that have no drainage, but the conditions of the pavements on those roads are such that something has to be done. An example is Milson Rogers, which has already been identified by you all, but also Vallejo Road is past its useful life. So having said that, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, I'd like to go district by district and identify roads that kind of make sense to continue to improve. One is New Mexico 570, which we have been for 3 years in a row. 2 districts participating in that improvement. We have gone almost to Los Cordobas Road, which it makes sense to at least get it to there or past Los Cordobas, which is a busy intersection. And all these projects that I identified, they have relatively high traffic volumes compared to those that obviously don't. So that's the first recommendation. Los Cordobas Road, of course, part of Los Cordobas is paved. It would make sense to continue that pavement from near the waste treatment, wastewater treatment, further as far as the funds could go. Also, that road has had base course on it, which is kind of a leg up on that. I'm sure we'd have to take some more in to make sure that the improvement is solid. Las Tusas Road is also a road that has base course on it. It's got excellent drainage, although the entirety of Las Tusas should not be paved because it constricts at a certain point and it's very windy and no drainage. So that, in addition to that, is Camino del Medio. That's already been identified, and I'm sure there's going to be some discussion today about that. But also, there's relatively high volumes on Camino del Medio, and it would be a road that would need to be addressed in the near future. If you allow me, I'll go to District 2. Old San Cristobal State Road 3 also is paved. It's a kind of a loop. If you go from north to south, it goes from the intersection for D.H. Lawrence all the way around San Cristobal back to 522. That would make sense to continue paving. Vallejo Road, which has been worked on already, it's identified for the next cycle, but then this would make sense to continue the double penetration that we have done there and will do with this funding that's still in place. So this cycle, which I'm talking about, will then improve that further. Buena Vista Road, this road is paved. It's come to a point where it makes sense to chip seal the road, to preserve it, to not let it continue to deteriorate. There are some potholes that could be repaired, and then the chip seal would cover that and would get 3 to 7 more years of useful life. Sunshine Valley, I'm sorry, Sunshine Valley Road, we had started base course placement on that a couple of years ago. Then we diverted that funding to Abregadero. But again, it makes sense to continue the base course in this. It also is a school bus route. In Garcia Road in Costilla, that has pavement. It goes to a school and a church, and of course up in Garcia, Colorado. But a chip seal would also help to preserve that existing pavement.
Mr. Chavez, before we go on to District 3, I believe Commissioner Sanchez wanted to say.
Go ahead and finish. I do have some other questions on the roads on my district too. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Old New Mexico 53, again, it's listed there because Districts 1 and 3 have New Mexico 570 for the same reasons as were listed or explained earlier. Again, Los Cordelos Road, very little of the unpaved portion of Los Cordelos in District 1. Castillo Arroyo, just south of the treatment plant, is in District 3, so it's included because of that. Vista del Valle Hill Road, that has had base course, has good drainage, relatively high traffic volumes, so that would be recommended for pavement. Valeria Road, this one is one that does not have very good drainage. It's very narrow, but the existing pavement has really deteriorated such that we need to do something, either through the LGRF or other funding, or milled and turned back into a gravel roadway.
Mr. Chavez, I appreciate the fact that you included some of these roads from District 3. With regards to Valerio Road, I would suggest that you talk with Valle de los Ranchos to make sure that there's no new sewer lines are going to go through that area anytime soon, so that we don't throw money at it and then it gets dug up again.
Yes, sir, I will follow up on that. Rancho School Road, this road, of course, goes to Rancho School. It's paved. It's got sidewalk, I believe, on one side. As you get close to the school, you also have curb and gutter. Some of that curb and gutter, in the approach to the school, especially on the left-hand side, is kind of buckled by trees that have grown there. That would have to be repaired to improve that drainage. Part of the problem with the deterioration of that pavement is that the trees along the south side of the road shade that portion of the road, so you get freeze thaw and you retain ice, snow, and doesn't melt off as quickly or as easily, and it causes some of that deterioration. Obviously, during peak hours, volumes on that road are very high. Of course, it's a school bus route, and that's recommended for consideration. Chamisa Road, it makes sense to continue the pavement. UNM-Taos is paved up to their boundary. The remainder of that, which is in our boundary, has had base course on it, and it also has good drainage, so that is also a good candidate. SAS Place, similarly, the UNM-Taos, before it was annexed there, paved SAS Road. Of course, SAS veers to the north and continues on to the east, but SAS Place then continues directly east of SAS. It has had base course, so again, that would make sense to pave that as well. And the volumes are again relatively high. District 4, Lower Hondo Road, we've been working on that road for a couple of years. Again, it would make sense to continue the pavement at least to the bridge over the Rio Hondo, that's the name of the drainage. That portion that hasn't been paved has been milled, and it's in that condition now. We treat that periodically when we need to regrade that, but I would say that the condition of that portion of the road is better than it was before we milled it. So again, that makes a good candidate for improvement. Los Rios Road, part of Los Rios Road is paved up to Mesa C, where Mesa C intersects with it. There's high volumes there as well. It is one of the routes to the National Monument and to other attractions down in the gorge and the hot springs. So that would require a base course, and then also either base course initially and pavement, or use the funds to do both, but that would severely reduce the length of improvement that you we get. And if you'll allow me, I'll go back to say that $290,000 is probably what we'll get around that amount this year, similar to last year's. So that equates to about $58,000 per district. 58,000 won't get you too far. Just to give you an example of what we're dealing with, base course, assuming a typical 18-foot roadway, like with 4 inches of base course, would get you, a mile would cost $19,800. With $58,000, you would get about 3 miles, less than 3 miles. When you consider pavement, on the other hand, $58,000 would get you less than 4.4 miles. And that's just pavement, that's not putting base course down before that. That's more like an overlay. So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I will continue Gaina Canyon Road. This is a high traffic volume, very poor drainage on that road. There, of course, it's the base of foothills or mountains, which causes part of the problems. However, it could be improved somewhat, particularly close to the intersection with New Mexico 230. There are some legal issues there that exist, so that's something to consider, for you to consider as you regard or consider these roads. Wilson Rogers Road, again, has been talked about before. Relatively high traffic volumes. The pavement is severely distressed. I would recommend the process placing compact of the existing pavement and then to overlay. And again, doing process placing and compacting would diminish what you can do as far as overlay with the money available.
There are problems with easements on that road?
Not that I'm aware, Mr. Chairman, but I am aware that it borders Taos Pueblo property, and I'm sure that there need to be some consultation with that government to proceed with any improvements. I'll continue then with District 5, Santa Barbara Road. That's an existing paved road. It's good drainage on one side because, again, it's at the edge of a hill. Poor drainage on the hillside. However, this road has been paved in an effort to preserve that and to continue its useful life. It would be recommended to chip seal that road. Brianna Road, we have applied base course to that in the past, in the last couple of years. It was recommended to pave some of that, especially from where New Mexico 73 stops their jurisdiction, which is paved, of course, then it's dirt or gravel, and then it splits out the lower and Apriano. It would be a likely place to start and go right through the intersection then in Apriano. Cuchilla Road pavement, that was paved last year up to the river on Cuchilla Road, from the river towards the New Mexico 75. The pavement is severely deteriorated. There's poor drainage, however, but it would be a candidate for consideration. Casitas Road is a road that goes to the county housing now, I believe, but it's got relatively high volumes because of the folks who live in that development, and it would be recommended for pavement. It does have base course. So Mr. Chairman, I don't know if it's easy for you to make determinations now, but as I said, we have till March 25th to submit all the paperwork. So
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chavez, on the Santa Barbara Road to chip seal, how far will we get? Because the seal only goes what?
About a half inch.
So we could probably get maybe like 5 miles, 6 miles?
Oh no, I don't believe we need that much. Let's consider the double penetration that we had in Obregón. Again, with $58,000, we got a little more than half a mile, but that's double pen, which means twice the process.
Let me ask this question: when you say chip seal, is like the seal that the highway department does, or the seal that we did up in Obregón?
It's the same process.
Same
it's
process.
The same thing, except in Obregón it's done twice, one over the other, and that is done on base course. That's why it's double penetration. So you have So you have to have a good base, the base course, and then you do a chip seal. Typically, you'll use a larger chip on the first application and then a smaller one on the top to kind of embed it into the other. As we went forth with Averado, we used the same size chip.
And let me ask you, Upper Road, we need to consider pavement there where 73 ends, right there, if you make a left turn, if you have a hard winter, all that snow falls off the roof, and nobody removes it, what I mean? So, right there would be, I'm just throwing money away, now we haven't had a hard winter, it's been okay, but if you do have a hard winter, right there on Mr. Mascarena lives, all that snow just stays there, spring, so I don't know. Let me ask you this question, we're gonna do this year 213, 214, remember I had suggested that that's what I was suggesting, that we do base course and Upper Llano and Lower Llano, but see how we get 3 miles out of it. Have you changed that?
We haven't gotten approval from the DOT, but we've already put base course on both those roads, so I don't know why we want to put some more.
Very nice, late there anymore.
Well, there are some areas where spot loads would be necessary, but I think for the most part.
Most of it already done.
Okay. Well, that's again a consideration for y'all. Whatever you decide.
Let me ask this question. Forest Service was here. Well, you weren't here, yeah. I was going to let that. But the Forest Service was here 2 years ago or 3 years ago and never came back. And they were proposing to see if I could get some money for Elvira Road, which is Forest Service Road. But we maintained it, and I never heard back from them.
That, Mr. Chairman, you'll have to talk to the Deputy County Manager because what is that, SRT, what's that plan?
Mr. Chairman, we can follow up on that and see if we can get the Forest Service back for the meeting and a follow-up meeting with that.
They never came back and let us know.
We'll do that.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Duran. Commissioner Blankenhorn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, that's the trouble with base course, right, Rick? I mean, it's $20,000 a mile. You put down base course a year later. It's pretty hard to tell that you put down base course. It's really not a permanent capital improvement. If you bring in pit run and actually build it up and create your drainage, that's kind of a permanent capital improvement, just as double penetration and paving are. So I thank you for this list from each district. It's a good list, and it's good to set forth our priorities. Obviously, there's millions and millions of dollars here. It could be a list that would prove useful in case we move on with our financial advisor and make an attempt at selling some bonds. But I had thought that we had already made this decision. This commission has kind of advocated last year that instead of going 58 grand for each district, we would pool some resources. Last year, I believe we pooled them on Cajon Road and did a nice job of that 3-inch overlay. I use it most days. I'm very happy with that. And this year I thought that we had made an agreement to put at least 3 of those into Millicent Rogers for a similar type improvement. That would be a permanent capital improvement, 3-inch overlay, fence to fence, not worry about easements or the Pueblo, just make that highly traveled road much safer and long lasting. So I'm really a little confused about.
Mr. Chairman, let me offer some clarification. First of all, Cajon was not LGRA, okay, that was $399. So that's money that you all have available to you to apportion as you see fit. Millicent Rogers has been adopted by the 3 of you, and that is on the 1314. That has not been built yet, or that money is available. We're ready for weather, whatever. So before the fiscal year is out, conceivably we could spend that money for sure, we can spend it after that. We have till December 31st of this year to spend 13, 14. 14, 15 is what we're talking about now.
Okay. And so, you're going to want us to pick how many roads to divvy up the 290?
If you all, one recommendation, realizing that you have pulled 3 districts for Mills and Rogers, is to do that again, because your 3 shares will not get you all of Mills and Rogers. That would, again, that's logical, makes sense to try to to get that whole road improved.
And then there's also CDBG funding that, depending on how those hearings go, what we decide, I guess we're hoping to utilize that for Camino del Medio.
That's my understanding, sir, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I just wanted to clarify CDBG and also capital outlay. But again, the Commission doesn't need to make a decision today. What we wanted to do was basically present the Commission with some options, possibilities, and then at the next Commission meeting, we can actually come back and make some determinations and decisions on 14, 15.
And I appreciate Mr. Chavez's careful thoughts on this list. Pretty much all of the roads that you listed in my district, District 3, mirror what I get the most complaints on from my constituents, and so.
And this allows me also, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Blankenhorn, to assume that you're going to pool that money and then to see how much that'll get us on those roads. Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Sanchez.
Chairman, Commissioners, Rick, Conrad, could you flip that back to District 2? Okay, Rick, on that one, on San Cristobal, you guys did a great job on the removal of the speed humps. One of the bus drivers was wanting that done. Going to Abrahadero Road, that one, that double penetration really worked good. I'd like to continue to stay on top of that one. It's got a call from the folks that live in that area that they're happy with what that half mile that you guys did. So I think we've got, what is it, like a mile or?
Well, it'll get you another half mile if it's
Yeah.
58,000.
Half a mile on that one for it.
And the length of that road is 1.9 miles.
1 point, yeah. And all, when then going to Buena Vista Road, if I could bring this to your attention, is we've got some gravel pits there. And what happens there when we have rain, we haven't in the past, we need some culverts in the entrance to the gravel pits. What happens is sometimes the bar ditch, the water just runs back upon the road, so we lose it, you know.
And Mr. Chairman, that's a responsibility of the people accessing.
People, oh, okay, all right, then, I'll have my foreman check into that and maybe contact the owners of the property so we can get that taken care of, so we're not spending that much money on fixing it after.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Sanchez, again, to clarify things, that road is already identified for another half mile at 1314. So what we're talking about is, do you want to continue with the 1415 to get you 1.5 miles?
I'd like to finish that off, yes, thank you, Rick.
And Mr. Chavez, Mr. Chuleta, maybe what would be really of benefit, so that we know exactly what's getting funded, is if you develop a chart or something, a list of roads that are on the list.
We have already
to get
identified
funded.
and what we're considering.
Exactly.
Sure.
Commissioner Brony?
Thank you, Chairman. And Rick, thank you for putting Camino del Medio. It's a very important road in our community. It's a road that, you know, kind of relieves some of the traffic on Paseo area, and I think that's something that I think all the commission has agreed that we need to move forward on. And you know, I believe it's on the CDBG grant funding process, and I think if we need additional monies, maybe we can find that for the engineering of that particular road. I think that's been something that's been in the back of your mind and everybody's mind, so thank you for.
Welcome, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Barone. Also, I'll throw another thing for your consideration. You know, just because it exists and you can do this, you can use LGR funds to purchase auction equipment. So, you know, I've been told, that's how come we don't go, I don't have money to go get anything, even if we had a waiver. But that can also be applied towards My feeling with auction equipment is that for the most part, it's being auctioned is because it's outlived its useful life and it costs more to maintain than it does to buy.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. And Mr. Chavez, with regards to Camino del Medio, I echo the sentiments of the majority of the commission. I do see Camino del Medio as if once it's repaired, reconstructed, rebuilt with sidewalks and walking lanes, all that good stuff, bike lanes even possibly, I see it as a possibility combined with Tom Holder Road and improvements to that intersection of State Road 240 as an alternative route into town from those areas in the southern part of the county. So definitely I really feel as well that we need to invest on this sooner versus later.
And Camino is a pseudo bypass as is low sent to a certain extent, so there are higher volumes than other roads.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, just one more. So then, what I'm asking for, and I can see if I can get clarification on this, Abregadero Road, I would still like for that to continue, so that would be for next year's funding, correct?
14-15, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner, Chairman, I seen our assessor walked in, and I know we have a number of people in the audience, and I know that was one of the requests by the commissioners is the minute she was able to break free from the radio that she would come and talk to us and let us know about the ag exemptions and stuff.
Okay.
So, Commissioner, if we could.
Do you want to amend the agenda?
I think it was already amended to that, but I would like to hear from her now.
Okay.
If we need a motion, I make that in form of a motion.
What we had done was we had moved, actually, yeah, you're right. We'll go ahead and move on then to Ms. Arlene Hill, our county assessor. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Certainly welcome to everyone here. And we just came from the radio station, and we really thank the radio station for giving us, EMC for giving us an opportunity to certainly get some information, correct some misinformation that's out there, and basically let everyone know what we are really doing in the assessor's office. So with that being said, certainly I can, yes.
Let me ask this question.
Yes.
This all came down from the governor's office, right? Just
Well, this is a statute, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Duran, this is a statute, and it's an existing statute. It is what we do in the assessor's office, reappraisal. Reappraisal is a statute that's been in the law. It's the purpose for the assessor. So to answer your question, yes, it is a statute as far as reviewing all classifications. When we go through an evaluation from PTD, Property Tax Department, they certainly review all aspects, and they certainly come forward and tell us, don't forget, you need to do this. And certainly it's been years that you guys have hit the ground. You've got to get on the ground to pick up anything that's missed. And yes, we do have something we can share with you, letters from from property tax on these evaluations, which are forwarded over to the county manager and every year when they do these. And there's going to be some writings in there that you can see clearly they were addressing ag, tax exempt properties, as well as the reappraisal plan all in all.
And Chairman and Darlene, and I guess there's just a misconception in there that the commission passed this, and this is not something that the commission passed. I know it's...
That is correct. This is some of the information that's misinformed, that is out there that is incorrect, I should say. And there's this belief that commissioners are driving this, and that is absolutely incorrect. As I'm the only individual or person that holds an office, the office that has a value and authority. I'm the one to blame. And basically it's reappraisal. That's what we're doing. Some other information that's out there that is absolutely incorrect is that this is a money driving scheme or a quest for additional monies. And that is absolutely incorrect, as this does not bring in additional revenues, and I'm talking about agriculture in general. It does not in any way allow us to receive additional monies. What this does is it allows us to apply the law equitably, and that individuals will pay their fair share. DFA has a formula in place that basically, when we increase the taxable value, the tax base, due to maintenance valuation, the tax rate will drop. And so in essence, people will see a decrease. And that's basically the way the system is set up. And so, not a money-making scheme by no means.
And I can certainly appreciate the fact that you're doing your work. And I spoke to Mr. J.R. Logan, who's a writer for the Taos News, and I can certainly appreciate the article that came out in the Taos News a couple of weeks ago, because it did bring this to light.
Certainly.
And it was good because I had well over 60 phone calls that came in with residents complaining about what was going on. And so it's kind of, unfortunately, a rude awakening, and something that, I know that you're doing your job, but on the other end, we also need to protect
You're right.
People who still have agricultural lands and may not be able to afford to pay the taxes all in one lump sum. And so I'm glad that this is on the agenda. We can discuss it more.
Certainly.
And, certainly we can welcome suggestions as to how to deal with it. I believe the legislature, Representative Gonzalez and Senator Cisneros, know our concerns. And they're addressing it, I understand, through the legislature.
That is correct. And before we continue on, I'd like to go ahead and have Nick pass some information to all of you, which also includes those Senate bills or those bills that are being proposed. And we'll certainly give you some feedback as to whether we agree or disagree. Oh, he's already done that. Okay. And so, so thank you. I appreciate your comments and that we're doing our job, and that's exactly what we're doing. And months back, J.R. Logan and I had talked about this, and I did express to him that in doing the reappraisal, we were seeing that many individuals were going to be hit hard because we were identifying that they no longer qualify for agricultural classification. In many cases, people probably never did. Honestly, there are those that are just true agricultural individuals, and they never attempt. But there are some that were using or abusing the system, and so we knew this was going to come out eventually, and he came in the other day and asked, can we do that article, which I thought was perfect timing because we had just sent out our ag letters, livestock, asking individuals to report the accurate number of livestock. And I know JR, he's always been very helpful in assisting us to get the information out. I think what happened there was certainly, he could have probably used the entire space in the newspaper and to get all the information out, So it was lack of information, and I know that he is attempting to remedy that. But I believe also the emphasis on the elderly was because we did emphasize that was where we saw, and it was most disturbing to see those individuals that have truly been ag in all these years are now going to lose them. So we were certainly wanting to bring this forward. That's why we were willing to give them all the information, so it's public information as well. But we were in hopes that we could come up with that we would have people from the community step forward and say, okay, what do we need to do here? And we know that the statute doesn't address long-term drought, and I believe that's what we're trying to come up with resolutions at the Roundhouse right now. And there are 2 bills out there, that is correct. I would say the first bill, and I don't know the number, maybe Nick, 248, basically I would disagree with, and I respectfully disagree. I have sent Senator Cisneros as well as Representative Gonzalez my thoughts on that. Nick has analyzed that bill, and I don't believe it's a good fix, simply because it would allow those that are not using the property agriculturally to continue to receive the benefits or the special method evaluation and the tax relief. And once again, it's not a good fix. The second one that's being proposed out there mirrors what is already in the statute. It talks about ag lands. The only thing that's new in it is that it would, it tells assessors that you need to give a letter within a month once you've identified that the property is no longer agricultural. We're doing that. We've been doing that as a courtesy. Also, it says that you would not remove that ag until the following year. We're doing that just as well. So we don't feel that is a hurtful bill. I think it just memorializes what we're already doing. So going back to what's the big issue, the drought. You know, how do we address that?
Commissioner Lincoln?
Thank you. Sorry I didn't make that meeting last night after I promised to be there, but
It's okay.
so my understanding is that, you know, the purpose of the state law is to give the agricultural exemption for those properties that are producing sufficient amounts for consumption, basically, either for sale or for the family. And it's a law that's been in place for a long time. However, what's not been in place for a long time is a fair and even enforcement of that by Taos County. And I do so appreciate the assessor's office and all of the work that you've done to make that fair across the board. And as you say, it does actually lower tax rates for everybody when that exemption is properly enforced. At the same time, I am concerned with the situation where a property that actually deserved or qualified for the agricultural exemption no longer does because of the drought. And I would hope that there could be some legislation that would address that narrow issue, because really there's nothing more that we can address. I mean, you know, the actual agricultural exemption by state law is fairly constructed with all kinds of formulas for you guys to use, and so I don't really know that there's any change, and no one is actually proposing changing that. So I'm hoping that there'll be some solutions for that narrow band of properties.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Blankenhorn, you know, I believe that particular law on agriculture is a good law. It really is. And I think you said it very well. There's just a certain area that does not address our current situation. And you are right. We are, you know, attempting here, and it's quite the challenge to go out and review all properties. We have 70,000 records. We've got 9 people out there on the ground, and you know, we in our attempts to treat like properties like, we went ahead and set up some teams within the office to go out and specifically, you know, work particular areas and particular subjects. For example, condos. 2 people on condos, 2 people on res, 2 people, you know, we strategize that way, because if you just send everyone on the ground, you're going to hit one area and it's going to be hit and miss. And so it's basically, you know, we're attempting here to treat like properties like. And you are correct in that it is our attempts to apply the law equitably, which is very important. That is why I was elected, to make sure that I would follow those laws. And those laws are designed to treat everyone equally. Now, certainly we have special laws like the 65 and older valuation limitation. It's meant to assist those individuals that qualify and that fall within that criteria. So, you know, this is nothing new. I will tell you, for those, and I think many of you know, I've been in the assessor's office for over 30 years. And I do remember way back when that lack of budget, lack of manpower, forced us to, you know, we had these individuals coming in signing affidavits stating my property is ag. Now, we didn't have the opportunity to go out there and confirm. So, you know, granted, we all know back then too, there was a lot of agricultural happening. But I'm sure that there was individuals, you know, like in all things, that actually benefited from something that they probably didn't qualify for. And
currently there's a list of about 400 properties, and JR shared it with me. I guess he downloaded it from your
Yes, he
files.
requested the information.
And so I spent the weekend, looking at some of these properties to see exactly where they were at and what they consisted of. And was kind of wondering, are there going to be additional properties above those 400 more or less, or?
Oh, there is definitely, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. What you saw there was what has been reviewed thus far. And there is strategy to what areas we go to. A lot of it is driven by the maps that we have available to send the appraisers out on the ground, because obviously if you don't have a good map, you get them out there, they don't know what's what. So GIS is certainly working their side to provide these maps, and then we hit this one area. And so to answer your question, yes, there will be many more. We have over 6,500 agricultural classified properties in the assessor's office. And of the 700 that we have reviewed, we are seeing about 58% of them have been removed. Now, I will say that we, hit the town area. That was one of the first areas. Maps are clean and cleaned up, and we're able to really go through it real quick. And of those 50-some properties, we removed, I think only maybe 9 or 10 remained. So, there are many more to come. Many more reviews, and I'm sure we'll be removing more. Any other questions?
As far as ranking in the state, as far as property taxes are concerned, where is Taos County?
That is a good question, and I don't have the information in front of me, but I can tell you by looking at what's put out there by Larry Thorpe from Property Tax. Taos County actually has one of the lowest tax rates and taxes in New Mexico. And so, in comparison to, if you look at Albuquerque, Bernalillo, any of those, they're extremely high. And so we do rank fairly low.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, also, Darlene, being up at the conference here last week, we met with the senator representative in this issue. One of the calls that I'm getting a lot of up north is the livestock. They're going through a hardship, and you said earlier that the Taos News had something out there that was not true. So what can we do? I know you've done this in the past. Can you take your personnel and go to Amalia Costilla, Cuesta, San Cristobal, and touch bases with my constituents and get this kind of leveled out or silenced out to where they can understand what's going on? Read something, and I can't blame them. Nobody wants taxes. We're already paying enough taxes. We just want to make sure that we take care of our constituents. There's some out there that are on fixed incomes, and there's others that have a lot of property, but they're up in years, and they can't really run the property like they used to. So, what can be done? Can you take your personnel out there
Certainly. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Sanchez, we can certainly hold a community meeting out there. Matter of fact, I believe there are several individuals throughout the community that are trying to put together a large meeting at the Ag Building, and I believe they're trying to bring in Senator Cisneros as well as Representative Gonzalez and Taos Water Conservation, many individuals that play a big part in this whole issue. And so our hopes is that we can host this community meeting and more so come up with possibly some ideas on how we can address the drought issue, which seems to be the biggest concern. And more than happy to go to your area and host another community meeting. I think Mary Mascareñas has asked that we go to Peñasco. So we're certainly available to go throughout Taos and answer questions. But matter of fact, I think last night at the Kit Carson meeting, we had several individuals that basically came up with this idea of putting a committee together so that we can look for some long-term solutions on this drought issue. And so, I hope that will help you, Commissioner, because I can only imagine all the calls you're getting. Trust me, I can't even email out sometimes because I've used all my space allotted and the phone calls are coming in. But certainly we are always happy to help and to answer questions.
And Darlene, may I add on that committee that you're looking to in place, would that be something that consider is have 5, one from each district, and that way we have a representative up in my area. I know Commissioner Duran would also probably like to go for that, because we do live out in the rural. Sometimes we get forgotten. I don't know. It's something that we need to look at. This is serious. You know, I've got to take care of my business more. As Commissioner Duran does too. You know, but let me know what we need to do.
Commissioner Barone, hold on a second, sir, and then.
Chairman, and that's what I wanted to ask you, if we can give an opportunity. I know there's a number of people in the audience that would like some questions answered, and if we can give that opportunity to them, if we could.
Most definitely. Thank you, Commissioner Barone. Sir, you want to go ahead and come up? Thank you, Ms. Field.
Yes.
We're trying to arrange a meeting in Peñasco. Mary Mascareña has not called me, and Nason Sanchez, I called him and I told him we would like to have this meeting Sunday to come and say what Mr. Sanchez said, address the people there, what's happening, because they're thinking the same thing. What about all the animals they're going to have, or what do we have to do? Nobody knows, and they're all scared. And we're thinking of having this meeting on Sunday, February 9th at 2 o'clock. If this can happen, I would like you people to tell them. So you can come down?
Yes.
Okay.
You let me know the time.
2 o'clock Sunday, February 9th.
Okay.
Peñasco Community Center. Thank you.
If we can pause here for a moment, and if you don't mind, I think we might be able to clear some questions. If we can explain to you what type of classifications, agricultural classifications, the minimum acreage allowed, and just a little bit of information that might even just clear up many of the questions that are out there. Nick, I'm going to turn it over to Nick.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, good morning. There are basically 3 classifications for agriculture. The most common and most recognized, besides grazing, is the irrigated land. There's a qualifying factor of 1 acre or more. Has to be not just being irrigated, it has to actually have been cultivated, sowed, and then harvested and produced an agricultural product. Again, 1 acre or more. There is a second classification which is called dryland farming, and according, I read in the Department of Agriculture, the U.S. Department of Agriculture said that northern New Mexico really wouldn't fit that category because there isn't enough rainfall. Since it is without any supplemental irrigation, that the entire crop will be produced just by rainfall, and northern New Mexico is an arid desert, so we don't really have enough for that. The third category is grazing, and the assessor's office, and this has been historical, it's not anything new, has allowed the most lenient carrying capacity allowable for Taos County at 80 acres to qualify for grazing. There are 2 other classifications in our county. One of them is 120 acres and 160 acres. And back in the day, I don't know who or when, as far as I know, it's always been this, that they went with the most lenient category so that more people would qualify for grazing. And what that means is that you need to have 80 acres for 1 animal unit. That the property will sustain 1 animal unit. The only...
Excuse me, what do you mean by 1 unit per animal?
1 animal unit is 1 cow with a calf that is not weaned, 5 sheep, 5 goats. And it's determined by how much forage 1 animal unit takes in 1 day, which is 26 pounds of dry forage. And it's the same calculation that is used by the BLM for range permits. It's the same that is used by the National Forest for range permits, 26 pounds of dry forage per animal unit.
Let me ask this question since you're up here now. Okay, horses do not qualify, right?
If horses are in a breeding program, they can qualify. There was a court case, I believe it was in the 90s, in the late 90s, where the the Court of Appeals determined that horses were not allowed for agriculture, to be considered for agriculture, because the predominant use of horses in New Mexico is for hobby horses. And they consider that hobby horses is not agriculture.
But how are you gonna classify whether you do have a breeding permit or whatever? You gotta bring that forward?
Yes, that is correct. You provide information.
And then, okay, well, it does qualify if you have cattle, right?
It does qualify for cattle.
And then for goats.
Yes, but one animal unit, again, is 5 goats.
And sheep?
5 sheep.
How many roosters?
Page 18. If you go to page 18, there's a list of livestock. Page 18.
On page 18 of that report. Yes.
Oh, okay. All right.
And I do, before we go on, I guess I want to finish with the other classifications. There are only 3 classifications that are considered agriculture with less than 1 acre of property. That is an orchard, and it has to be a defined orchard. And people are always asking, well, how many trees? Well, it's difficult to say how many trees. Anyone that is, I have an orchard, my dad and I have an orchard. When you plant different kinds of trees, there are different setback requirements for a tree can be closer than to another tree by 12 feet or 12 yards, whatever the case may be for the different types of trees. And so if you have your trees in rows at those specified distances, you know, it's considered. But if you have, and there's case law in there, also in the packets that we gave you, Court of Appeals, where it gives a breakdown of the different kinds of people who have been had their agriculture removed or did not qualify for agriculture in the first place, because if you have just landscaping with fruit trees, it's not considered an orchard. If you have, there are people that will line their driveways with trees, but if you line them with fruit trees, it's not considered an orchard, but it's all in that case law that we gave you. I do want to express that well, I'm going to finish this first, I'm sorry, I'm going to move back. The other classification for agriculture that is less than an acre is if you had a fish farm or if you had a poultry farm. So a chicken coop in the backyard does not qualify for the poultry classification.
Or doesn't accord.
I'm sorry? Nor does it accord. Yes. And the last 3 pages of the packet that we gave you, there is, prior to those last 3 pages, is the first statute that was presented, and our analysis are those last 3 pages. The things that are not considered in the legislative proposal, the bill, yes. And then on the last page, there's 2 main concerns that we see coming into our office from agricultural people and from people in general in the community, and that is our elders and the drought. And if you look at the last page, we came up with some solutions that we're willing to meet with this committee that we convened, or that we put together last night. There are several people that signed up to be on the committee. We will be on the committee, and we will also go down with this committee as a community collectively to work together to come up with solutions. And 2 of the solutions that we've come up with is on our elderly. There's already a provision in statute for 65 and older that are within a low income, and it is defined in statute what that income is. This year it's $32,000. Our elders are usually on a fixed income, and my dad is 80 years old, and he doesn't even make $22,000 a year, for example. So we have an idea, which is on that last page, that we can go down and speak to the legislators. There's already a statute that protects 65 and over. Why can't we extend that to include farmers and ranchers in our communities? You were just speaking of Mr. Sanchez, of the people in the community that are already getting up in age. They're not getting any assistance from their children, or this was a lot of the information that came out last night. Is the younger generation has had to move out because of no jobs here. They're not helping out with the farming community. And so our elders are now, it can happen to them. But we've come up with this solution, at least to bring forward to our senators and to all of our legislators include that for something in the 65 and over that would include them and give them, let them continue the benefit even if they can't work it, because this is pastoral land that has always been under agricultural use, and it shouldn't be they shouldn't lose that. Now the second largest concern is the drought. Now on both, on grazing and on irrigated land or farmland in general, there is a 3-year provision. And in the 3-year provision, for example, for irrigated land, if you've used it in one of the past 3 years, and you haven't used it for 2 years, obviously because of drought, it still does maintain its agricultural classification. But that's a short-term fix. We are now in a long-term drought where it does not speak to the long-term drought. And in that last page, we've also come up with a suggestion that we go forward and have a provision put in for a long-term drought. In grazing, there's a provision that if if there is a long-term, or there is a drought, that they will change the carrying capacities so that you can maintain agriculture. But it doesn't address long-term drought again. So we would like to move forward with that.
Okay, did the assessor's affiliate pass any of this?
You're talking about the
through the
proposed
legislative
bills?
conference
It
that
was
we just
not even at that time presented. I did want to, I believe Nick certainly gave all the explanation, but dry land agricultural is valued at $150 per acre. Irrigated is at $491 per acre, and grazing is at $3.99 per acre. So think about this: you remove an 80-acre parcel from agricultural, from grazing agricultural, and you're now taking that property, that per acre value, from $3.99 to potentially, and it varies because it depends on the area. Let's say, for example, $35,000 an acre. Now you're going to see a big jump, and that's where these individuals that were featured in the newspaper. There is reality to that. That is happening. That $35 tax bill is now going to be the $1,000, and that's always been our concern in the assessor's office. But at the end of the day, it is once again my job to make sure that we apply the law equitably. And in areas such as what we're dealing with today, then we go down and we try to change those things. I did also want to say that whatever solutions come forward, we always have to remember that anytime you give some sort of tax relief, you're always going to shift that burden onto someone else. And I know we talk about the elderly, and I will tell you, they have a special place in my heart. I know they're the treasure of our community. But I also see the youth coming in, and they're trying to make a go of things. This is the other side. And they're having to pick up all that extra because we've given relief on this other side. And they have a hard time getting started because they're going to be hit with a higher tax rate. They come in at full value. They don't get any of these tax reliefs that are allowed. And so, I always say that, and as assessor, and knowing that the tax system and the way it's supposed to work, if you apply it equitably, you always have to look at what is it going to do to another group of people, because then you're going to have that group coming forward, and we can affect on the other side as well. So I would welcome any suggestions, but I would say always keep in mind there is a bigger picture.
I have a question. I don't know which one of you can answer it, but I think most of the people are concerned. Say you have 5 acres of land and you irrigate it and you produce 40 bales of hay. Is that considered agriculture or not?
That's irrigated land, yes.
As long as you're producing something, you're okay.
That is correct. And of course, as Nick stated, there is that 3 period, in which maybe you didn't produce 1 year, and so you're within that limits of the statute that allows for you to rest it. Because we all know that that's important just as well.
Chairman, Commissioners, Darlene, also on the last page of the handout, that number 1, removal of special method of valuation for older taxpayers to force them to sell the land. That's what I was just previously touching on. You know, I'd hate to see that, you know, this is their livelihood, you know, you don't wanna put them in a predicament where they have to sell. And then maybe come up with an idea, like you just said, mentioned there earlier, is the youth. You've got their sons that are willing to take over, let's help them out so they can get a fresh start and not be taxed to death, where they, the little money they have, get into the farming, whatever. And also on that, 3-year, maybe on that long-term drought, work on that, because it doesn't seem like it's getting any better. You see it out there. I mean, we're not getting the snows, we're not getting the rains, so it's something that we gotta start working with our constituents on this. Thank you guys.
That is correct. And once again, I'm sure I've said this, but I think it's very important that whatever solutions, we do not want to in a way, allow for those that are receiving ag and shouldn't be receiving agricultural classification, a way for them to continue if they're not. So we got to make sure that in the process of coming up with a solution, we don't somehow allow that to continue.
Commissioner Baroni, and I'm going to move on to the audience to see if there's anybody else that wants to speak to this issue today.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Darlene, for the presentation. It was great. Do have a question. Is there, are you, we're trying to move forward with, I guess, possibilities. Is there any thing that we're going to the legislature with? I know it's a short session. Is there anything that we can help with to mitigate some of these?
Because it is a short session, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Baroni, it does make it very difficult. As anyone knows, if you've been around the process at the legislature, it's very difficult to get some of these things to go through in such limited time. I don't know of any quick fix. We certainly want to eliminate the knee-jerk reaction, because often we don't take other individuals into consideration when we do something like that. And so I really don't know of a quick fix here. I really believe that this is something that we're going to have to take forward in the next session. I will say that those that we are removing ag, certainly they have an opportunity to protest if they disagree with us. If they, we send out this letter in hopes that these individuals will come forward with maybe possibly some additional information that we might be missing. And then we also give the 30-day protest period. And so, people have an opportunity to certainly come forward and dispute whatever they disagree with. But quick fix, I just don't see it within the limited amount of time out there right now.
And so if we can't remedy this in these next 30 days of the legislature, whatever is left of it, then Ms. Vahil, we can work through the Association of Counties, through the assessor's affiliate, and of course the NMAC board, who will hopefully support something like this.
Yes. I agree with you. I think you've got some great avenues in which we can certainly, I'm sure these avenues will be very helpful in coming up with some resolution.
Thank you.
And I do want to say, the removal of ag doesn't have to be permanent. If a person can somehow go back and, there are options. Do I try to figure out a way to do this? Please keep in mind that that law was intended to help the farmers, the subsistence farmers. So.
And as far as the bills that are before the legislature now, you don't feel that they're going to help much at this point?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, excuse me. I don't believe the first bill out there is I don't believe is going to remedy anything. I think it's going to allow those that have been receiving ag to continue to receive ag, even if they don't qualify. I don't think that's helpful in any way. The second one just mirrors, like I said, it's not going to fix what's already happening out there, because it doesn't address the drought, and that's the big issue.
So in talking to, for example, Representative Gonzalez, you've spoken to him?
I have had an opportunity I did reach out to both Representative Gonzalez and Senator Cisneros. The bills had been proposed before, we spoke. I didn't know of them until it was brought forth, and I appreciate the county manager bringing me a copy. I certainly expressed to them that my door's open, and I would have hoped that they could have reached out and so that we could have come up with possibly some other solutions, but those bills had already been proposed, and so now we are communicating and trying to see whether, we're giving our input as to whether or not this is going to work.
Okay, thank you. We do have in the audience Mr. David Fernandez, if you want to come forward.
Thank you, Chairman Romero, members of the Commission. I'm David Fernandez of Taos, Fernandez at Taos. Like a lot of us, I think we were really taken aback when this one particular issue of the Taos News came out. Wow. And some of our very close and dear friends, Ted Mondragon and Candido and the Trujillos, and those are really only just a very minute few of so many other people that are affected in that way, elderly and people who use the pastoral lands or the agricultural lands. And yeah, probably was some misinformation in there, but the true value of it, as the story, as you suggested, Mr. Chairman, is that it's like an alarm clock, an awakening for everybody here. In Taos County, part of northern New Mexico, where these pastoral lands we have been using for hundreds of years, suddenly it's clear that all of these lands and our traditional ways, cultural ways as well, are literally under the tax gun, so to speak. And so that story served a good purpose for all of us. I know it immediately galvanized people like me, a number of people all over the place to want to do something about it. People like Toby Martinez and just, there's a lot of people around here who immediately figuring out a way to address this. We did immediately speak with our fine representatives of the state, Senator Carlos Cisneros and Representative Gonzalez, and there are two bills that have been introduced so far: Senate Bill 248 by Senator Cisneros and House Bill 301 by Representative Gonzalez. Senate Bill 248, I believe, has already been determined to not be germane to the session, so I don't think it's going to be considered anymore. House Bill 301 by Gonzalez is moving forward. It'll be heard by the House Agricultural Committee very soon now, the next few days or something like that. And people are invited to go and sit in on those bills and testify. One of the things that we also did was we sponsored and held an initial public forum for Taos County, which was last night at Kit Carson Co-op, as Darlene and Nick are saying. And we had a good turnout from people from basically all over the county with very pointed concerns. And Darlene highlighted two of them, the elderly and, of course, the long-term drought, which need to be part of addressing to rectify the situation. One of the gentlemen last evening, elderly, 91 years old or so, a lot of experience around here from the Ranchos area, made a comment that I think expressed a lot of the frustration that the people here feel. He said, well, I've been at this business for, I'm 91 years old, and I have this, and I've been done doing that and everything. And we have this law. He said, I think that law is bull, and I think that law should be repealed. And that really, struck a chord, I think, with a lot of people. It's not necessarily that the law itself should be repealed, but what it points to is the fact that we as people and our representatives are the ones that make the laws. We're the ones that make the laws. We are not here to be slaves to the law, especially in something as important as our cultural and traditional way of life here in the North. We're not here to be slaves to a law like that, but we can modify and we can address those concerns in the law that look like they would make life so hard for so many people. And that needs to be done, no question about it. One of the things we did at the meeting last night was to, one of the goals in organizing the meeting last night was to establish the beginnings of a community committee from Taos County that will work closely with the assessor's office and also interface and advocate at the state legislature for changes, needed changes in the law. And this is what we in fact are wanting to do, to realize needed changes in the law, especially when it comes to things like long-term drought and so forth. And it's good that it was brought up that one of the reasons for the law is to kind of weed out people who have been abusing the agricultural exemption, kind of like wash them out. But again, the whole thing is, the question is, when we wash them out, are we also throwing out with that same water the people who in fact do and need and do use the agricultural exemption here in town? It's you can't just throw everything out at one time. So we need to be selective. We need to analyze this carefully. Above all, we need to work together on this. We're glad that there was some representation from the county last night. One person from the county, Rick Bellis, was there. He came back and he spoke. And we want to thank again Assessor Darlene and Appraiser Nick for being there. Compliment them and everybody who was there last night, mostly for being polite with one another and open to discussion, and yet bringing forth these points of concern. And we're putting them all down. I know in my own work as a writer, as a newspaper columnist, in my radio programs, I'm going to be following through on all these things. I'm also going to be working with this committee. But it's not just a few of us who are involved. There's a growing number of people involved right now. Community meetings need to be held around. And it just needs to become a Taos County-wide community effort on behalf of our traditions, of our culture, of our values here, and our relationship to the land. And so we're eager and looking forward to all of this and working together. And thank you, Commissioner Romero, members of the Commission, for your own consideration. Also want to give thanks to the one kind of a constant and good media outlet here in the community. One of the radio stations, which is well, KXMT, a lot of people listen to that. Some of the other radio stations didn't really even seem to be that interested in the question. So again, a lot of credit goes to that. Mostly credit goes to our commitment as como ciudadanos del Condado de Taos, de trabajar juntos políticamente, that is to say, in a polite way, in a wise way, para trabajar y resolver esta cuestión. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. I can certainly appreciate your words, and we do need to move forward as a community on this issue.
If I could just share a story which will demonstrate what I believe this community is made of, which is individuals that really care about each other and really want to help each other. I know that Mr. Mondragon certainly is going to feel, the effects of the removal of ag. Well, there was an individual that stepped up and thought, I've got livestock, I'm going to go place my livestock on his property so he can qualify. And he shared this story last night, and this is Floyd Archuleta, who felt, he could help in some way. Well, he indicated last night he went and visited with Mr. Mondragon and walked the ground. He says, there's no way. He says, my livestock will survive on this property. There's nothing. So, first of all, it demonstrated that caring that we have, the hearts of the community and trying to reach out and assist. But he also recognized that, you know, he saw what we saw. There's nothing, and we didn't, you know, so I have to say that, you know, long after I'm gone, I will live in this community. This is my desire to live here forever. And so certainly it's not my desire to hurt the people of Taos. It's my desire is to do what I was elected to do the job. And sometimes it does affect people, but that's when we come together and come up with answers, hopefully. Okay, so I just wanted to share that story.
Okay, there's a gentleman in the back, if you can come forward, and then Ms. Julia will listen to you after.
You can state your name for the record.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, and Madam Assessor. My name is Nelson Lopez. I'm from Penasco. And I just have a couple of questions for clarification. If looking at the handout, page 1, paragraph B, it outlines what agriculture use means. Assuming that this document is to continue being the document of enforcement, the items that are listed there, or the examples of listed productions, plants, crops, etc., is that under the new proposal going to be changed, or is this going to continue to be the areas that exemptions can take place?
Mr. Chairman, hi, Mr. Lopez. I don't believe that will be changing. Certainly that was not addressed in the proposed bill, so I believe that will remain.
Okay, assuming that, then the other class of the other areas that I heard was the irrigated lands as one classification, orchards, and then the fish farms are the other classifications. On the irrigated land, am I assuming that if a person continues to use item B and or paragraph B and continue to manage their farms or land under that assumption, then there is no change to the classification for those purposes?
I'm not sure I understood what the question was.
Could you please ask?
If the landowners continue to use their land as outlined in paragraph B, does that mean that the taxes for those individuals continue to be the same as they are now?
That is correct. That is correct. If individuals out there are in fact doing any of these things that are noted in B, and I think we just have some extra copies that have been brought in, so we'll share with individuals that are interested. Yes, they will continue to receive the classification.
Bona fide.
It has to be a bona fide, and Nick, you know, that's a good point. You want to explain real quick what, he'll give you the definition. He certainly,
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, there's in that packet that I gave you, there's case law there as well. And one of them, in the statute and in case law, the main point that is brought forward, that it is a bona fide agricultural use, that is not incidental, that it is a primary use of the land. And if the gentleman's question is if we have a bona fide agricultural use in place, will it continue? Yes, it will.
Thank you.
A couple of other questions I have, Mr. Chairman, if I may. Am I to understand that if a person does not use their properties or their lands adequately, that they're vacated and they're not used from, say, year to year for several years, the classification of those properties will change?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, there is a resting period allotment in the statute that states if you, for example, for the drought, or if you just wanted to rest your land, but you have used the property for one of the past 3 years, it maintains its agricultural classification.
And one last question. There was a term that is being used on other communities that people are afraid that their if their classification changes, it will go from irrigated land to a commercial classification? Is that a reality, or is that just myth going around the communities?
That is incorrect. Actually, the way it works is we have residential property and non-residential property. Agricultural classification falls under non-residential already. And so I think what's confusing is that there are tax rates there's a residential tax rate and a non-residential tax rate. Commercial lands we do apply a tax rate, which is different than a per acre value or anything else. But that tax rate also is applied to commercial properties. So the removal of agricultural is going to leave you in the same classification, non-residential, which is what we use a tax rate of non-residential. If that makes any sense.
So, did I answer your question? Okay.
And one last question. I don't know what the legislative bills are about in the legislature, but I've heard that if things don't change within 30 days, is there something that will, in the legislature, that is being addressed at this time that will change these classifications that are in agriculture use? Are they going to be different? What changes in the bills in the legislature?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and sir, no, there is nothing right now that's going to change what's happening.
That we know of.
Yeah, that we know of. I mean, certainly, we don't know if there's anything else being proposed, but currently, no.
Thank you for your time.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just follow up a quick question to Darlene that relates to a question the gentleman asked. We're going through the land use regulations process, and then there's going to be some lands that are going to be designated as commercial. That doesn't mean that they can't still be used as residential, but there will be certain commercial permitted uses within that area. And so how will the assessor's office deal with that? Vacant land that now has a commercial designation, whereby if somebody purchases the land and presents an application for a commercial use, then they'll go through a different process within the planning department. I guess the question is, would that land automatically receive the higher rate?
No. You have to keep in mind that in the assessor's office, we interpret the market. We interpret how people react to changes within the county, the community. And so it's not an automatic, we're going to go in and certainly say, oh, it's now commercial. First of all, do we have data that even tells us what that value would be? We have to let the market react, and then we react. So what we do is interpret the market.
That's right, I just wanted to clear that up. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Armstrong?
My name is Julia Armstrong. I live in Taos Canyon. And I sat at one point on the board of the Taos Land Trust. And I'm wondering, as I hear these discussions, whether or not the concept of an agricultural easement ought to be included in the mix of discussion. For those of you who are not familiar with how this works, it involves dedication of a piece of property to agricultural use in perpetuity by means of a grant of an easement on that property to the Taos Land Trust or a similar land trust somewhere else. The result of doing this is that you obtain a federal income tax credit, which is marketable. People who live on farms often don't have much income to pay taxes on, but other people do. And the last I knew, the agricultural and also conservation easements were the tax breaks were going for about 85 cents on a dollar. It's often occurred to me that one of the ways to resolve the concerns of generations in this area to preserve way of life and to preserve the land itself and keep it out of the hands of people who don't necessarily have the same respect for it, is through the use of these conservation easements. What I don't know is whether or not a piece of property which is now in a position where it can only be used for agriculture, can't be used for anything else, would be taxed as agricultural land. And before I get the answer to that question, I also want to make it clear that when you grant such a conservation easement on a piece of property, you don't lose title to it. It remains yours. But its value for, as in the market is immediately lowered. And the tax credits that you receive as a result of that are based on the change in value of the property. But can somebody tell me whether or not an agricultural easement, a land with an agricultural conservation easement on it, would qualify as agriculturally exempt?
First of all, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I would like to let you all know that I'm eminently qualified to answer this question because when I worked for the state, I was actually, when the new law was changed in 2008, they dropped it in my lap, and you are now in charge of all review of conservation easement appraisals in the state of New Mexico. No conservation easement can be put into place unless it passes your desk. So I know the ins and outs of this statute. The question is, and if I misstate it, please let me know. The question is, if a conservation easement is placed on a property and it is only an agricultural use, that would it be automatically granted agricultural special method evaluation? It has to be used in that manner prior to being able to actually be granted. It would have to be applied for, and then it would have to be used in an agricultural manner. So if it was grazing land, obviously there would have to be animals on there for it to qualify. Now there was also the statement that you maintain the ownership of the property. You maintain the ownership of some of the rights that are tied to the property, and you relinquish some of the other rights. And for example, you relinquish development rights on the property. And the way that the value of a conservation easement is determined is whether there is an appraisal done on the property prior to the conveyance of a conservation easement by deed to a conservancy group, which would then supervise that conservation easement. Then there is an appraisal completed on the entire property with the conservation easement in place, and there is a diminution in value determined by the rights that are given up, how much money is lost, and then there is a tax break up to $250,000 per owner of that property as a tax credit. And then the property remains under that conservation easement into perpetuity. It will never change. I wanted to clear that up so people understand what a conservation easement is and how it works. But to answer the question, if it is to, let me step back one thing. Now the appraisal will tell you the value of the property, and it may be more than what an agricultural special method evaluation would be. So if this property owner wants to have the agricultural special method evaluation, he must use it in an agricultural manner.
May I ask a follow-up question?
I'm done.
Okay, would not, Mr. Sanchez, would not the diminution in the value, though, of the property result in a reduction of the tax, even if it was taxed as non-residential general open land? What I'm trying to do is figure out whether or not this would be a means of helping to resolve the problem, especially of older families that have had the same land for generations and are looking at having to sell it because they can't pay the taxes anymore.
The diminution in value, sorry, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the diminution in value is just that. It is a reduction in the value of the property. They can bring forward their appraisal, and a property that, say, had a value of $1 million may only be worth half that now because of the diminution in value. Property, whether or not it has a conservation easement on it, whether some of the rights have been severed, still has value, and arroyo has value. It's a drainage, it has value. I hope I'm get all of her question answered. So when a person does have this diminishing in value in place, they can bring forward their conservation easement, and it will be an in-depth analysis of the loss and the loss in value, and it will determine what the value of the property is now. That will certainly be less than what the property would have been if it had not lost any of the rights that are tied to it. So yes, there will be a reduction in value, which will also be a reduction when the mill rates are applied against the taxable value, and there will be a reduction in taxes. They've already received a tax break, and they will also now receive a reduction in taxes. On that end, if they get agriculture, if they use it agriculturally, they will also get another reduction in tax. So it is a tax break all the way down to the bottom.
With regards to kind of on another subject, but very much related, the PILT funding. For example, the big chunk of land that on the Miranda Canyon that was recently sold by the Gusdorf or the Weimer Cunningham families to the federal government, and it now becomes Forest Service land, and that comes off of the tax rolls. I'm sure you know what dollar amount that represents, but is that particular property then reported for hopefully some reimbursement as PILT funding is concerned?
Well, it does change the status of that property. It will become tax exempt. I don't remember the dollar amount, truthfully. I'd have to go back and look at it. Now, as far as how, do we receive monies, and I think that's your question. And I do not have an answer. I'm not sure if that was included. I don't know enough about the PILT money. Certainly I would refer to.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Romero, actually we're in the second phase for the Canyon and what's going on up there. Taos County is actually writing a letter of support today because it hasn't been pushed through at the federal level, and so there needs to be some funding into that. But once that then becomes a true title of the federal government, then we will instrumentally put that forward for PILT funding. Yes, sir.
Very good. Okay. Any other questions or comments, sir, if you want to move forward? By the window. Go ahead. Either one. Mr. Martinez?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I'm one of those old timers that have witnessed agriculture for a long time and even know the history. There's an 1860 agricultural census, which was impressive by community, by individuals' names, how many sheep, bulls, cows, whatever they had. Interesting if you want to look at it. And from that perspective, Dr. Clyde Eastman was a rural sociologist at New Mexico State University that did a study of a small community known as El Cerrito in San Miguel County, and he did a report for us in the Taos area as well. That gives you the value of agricultural land and the culture and system within a community. I would urge the commission to maybe try to see that. I've been I've been involved with the Taos adjudication at the Aveta Arellano since the beginning, 1969. We formed the Taos Valley Association in 1987. I became president and I'm still president. I wish it would be over, but the adjudication keeps on going. Anyway, just now, we received the listing of all of these sub-files of all of the water rights in the Taos Valley. That means that's lands that have irrigated land. And to me, if they have irrigated land, it's an agricultural land because it comes out of the acequia or that type of thing. You're welcome to see that, and we're going to share that with with all the commissioners that need to be aware of what's in that. 1959, New Mexico legislature passed a regulation relating to water that said you either use it or lose it. I'm sure you've heard the word use it or lose it. That created an uproar similar to what happened here. But anyway, it took 5 years. 1965, the legislature modified that, and they added provided the state engineer sends you a 1-year notice that that's the case, so you have an opportunity to use it and not lose it. And they haven't sent a single letter yet. Seems to me that that might be a tool that could be used in this case. If somebody changes, they ought to be notified, I'm sorry, and be given a notice to use it. I don't think we want anybody to use that. In fact, from the Taos Valley State Association, we're also concerned with something else. There are abandoned lands, and we're concerned with that. We don't want those water rights to be lost. So the land and the water thing, sorry, kind of go together. I'm pleased to hear that there's an open door to try to resolve the issue. And I think maybe having a committee countywide to look at all the issues, the history, the background, the opportunities. Management, I think, maybe provides some opportunities. If you take advantage of the, for example, programs under the Farm Service Agency, crop insurance, NAP, several things that they have, that helps protect agricultural land. And the statute says that you can use some of those. I recall an attorney sent me a listing of something that they called tolling, which meant categories of lands that were exempt. For example, if somebody gets drafted into the military, that would be exempt because they had an excuse for that. There are about 5 categories. I can't remember what they are at this point, but those need to be revisited, I think. So I don't want to belabor this thing, but I had several calls. Absentee landowners, by the way, there are a lot of them in the Taos area, related to all of us, I guess. I have some of those, so forth. They were concerned with the whole thing. So I think we need to work on this thing, and if it cannot be resolved at this legislative session, we probably ought to shoot for the other one. But maybe something can be done in the interim. But I like the concept of maybe use it or lose it. We don't want to lose it. So that 1-year notice to me makes a big difference. I didn't know what was taking place here. I've been in farming, ranching forever. I think this past summer sometime somebody from the assessor's office called me wondering whether we lease certain lands off certain road, and of course we do. I say we do. On the livestock assessment, I brought copies of the lease. We have a partnership and what have you. I think there's some management tools that we can use, and I think we ought to strive to do that and not see anybody lose the agricultural exemption. So, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, at this time, we'll go ahead and move on to the next item, number 6, the minutes, discussion, consideration, decisions regarding the following. We have 2 sets of minutes that need to be hopefully approved today. First one is the minutes of January 7th, 2014, regular meeting.
So I move to approve, Mr. Chair.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Yes.
Vice Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Duran.
Yes.
Commissioner Browning.
Yes.
Chairman Romero.
Yes. Okay, we'll move on to item B, January 21st, 2014, regular meeting.
So I move to approve, Mr. Chair.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Duran, seconded by Commissioner Sanchez. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Yes.
Vice Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Duran.
Yes.
Commissioner Browning.
Yes.
Chairman Romero.
Yes. Okay,
Mr. Chairman, someone take a 5-minute break.
okay, there's a motion for a 5-minute break.
Second.
Is there a second? Okay. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Yes.
Vice Chair Sanchez.
Yeah.
Commissioner Duran.
Yes.
Commissioner Browning.
Yes.
Chairman Romero.
Yes. Okay, this time, motion to come back into session.
So moved, sir.
Second.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Vice Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
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 Yes. At this time, we'll move on to item 7. This is presentations, discussions, consideration, decisions regarding the following. I'd like to welcome our Town of Taos officials, Ms. Abigail Adame, our Assistant City Manager, our Mayor Cordova, our Oscar Rodriguez, our Town Manager, Councilman Fred Peralta, and Councilman Gonzalez. Welcome, and if you want to come forward.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, thank you for allowing us this opportunity to speak with you. We sent over a letter in response to your letter. Do you have a copy of that? If not, I have a copy too.
Our staff has received that, Mr. Archuleta.
Yes, we do. Well, we have a copy of that letter.
Okay, just wanted to appear in person, Mr. Chairman, since the letter was directed to me, and my response was directed to you as chairman of the commission as well. The council considered your letter and your offer, and it was determined that there wasn't enough information on the new center's cost and operations to allow an informed decision at that time. And there's a portion of the letter that I want to read out just so that you have a pulse of what the council is feeling, and that reads as follows. The council respectfully requests that you provide a detailed short and long-term cost information and operational plan for the transition to county control. Along with multi-year budget pro forma, please also provide your proposal for moving the dispatchers who are currently town employees into the county personnel structure. The logic behind your cost-sharing proposal should be also disclosed. Also, I just want to let the commission, Mr. Chairman and commissioners know that we're still open to continuing to move forward in this partnership that we currently have in the attempt to provide the best 911 service for our constituents. The concern that was raised also at the council meeting is the proposal initially has basically a structure of a contract for services, which deviates from what I think all the parties wanted initially as far as what I've heard, and that is through a joint powers agreement. And I hear now that that's that a joint powers agreement basically spelling out what this proposal has may be forthcoming. That's what I have heard. So also in speaking with DFA, the repercussions in the event that we deconsolidate, that means that our constituents would lose that 51 cents that they pay as a tax on their cell phone bills. That both parties would lose that in the event that we deconsolidate. DFA has offered the town of Taos, and I understand to the members of the commission that went to a meeting, binding arbitration. And the council direction at that meeting also is that the town of Taos would agree to binding arbitration that would be set forth by the Department of Finance and Administration. So in short, members of the commission, that's what the town's response is, and we look forward to continuing the dialogue and in hopes to come to consensus on this.
Okay, Mr. Archuleta.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Mayor Cordova, thank you today. Basically, I'd like to defer to Mr. Malone about binding arbitration. He was there when we were talking with DFA. I think there was some confusion along with Mr. Sowell over at DFA, and that was cleared up during that meeting. And so I'll defer to Mr. Malone on that aspect, and then I have a couple of other comments.
Mr. Chairman, my comments at the meeting with DFA, and they really weren't responded to by DFA, were that arbitration is designed, and it's a very good tool for resolving legal disputes. This is not principally a legal dispute, it's a policy dispute. And so I asked them how would they envision binding arbitration to resolve a policy dispute. It would be two government bodies giving up their policy-making powers to some third party, and it's just not what binding arbitration is typically used for. Now, perhaps they misunderstood that this was a legal dispute, but it's not principally a legal dispute. It may have some legal ramifications and elements, but it's principally a policy dispute.
And we certainly understand that, and that's why the council realizes that binding arbitration, we're giving up on this one issue, our policy authority, if you will, through this binding arbitration, because it's obvious that throughout the years we haven't been able to come to consensus on this issue, and I think it behooves both parties to come to consensus, and the answer, I don't feel, is to deconsolidate. There's just too many repercussions. We also received a letter from Cuesta in their desire to move to Red River, and as a neighboring municipality, we certainly respect Cuesta's desire to do so, and we are preparing a response to that, that they want to get out of the current JPA and enter into a JPA with Cuesta, with Red River, and we certainly respect their desire to determine what's in the best interest of their municipality. So the town's position, which I will represent to the council, it'll be my initial recommendation that we support Cuesta in offering our services as a backup. as a backup plan to their desire to move to Red River. So in a nutshell, just, I know that there's a lot of complexities to this. You guys are moving forward, I understand, but that's just the town's position on this issue.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, also to respond to a couple of the questions that the mayor put up. Basically, at that meeting that happened last Tuesday, there was actually a budget that was presented. At that budget, it was basically presented. Ms. Abigail was here, and basically what we explained is that under the county's budget, basically the town and the county would both be saving $30,000 off the current year budget that's out there, okay? In addition, we would also be saving $33,000 on the rent of the building and approximately $50,000 on the utility bills, again, that the town is currently paying. So just in a nutshell, basically, you're over about $120,000 in savings on that. You are correct, Mayor, in the aspect of if Taos County builds an E911 dispatch and flips the switch, that at that point, both the county and the city would basically lose the 52 cents that is currently charged to every county constituent in Taos County that has a landline or a cell phone line. We understand that, and it really goes out to the expense of about $70,000 for lines coming in, $358,000 every 3 years as far as telephony equipment, and an additional $100,000 or $150,000 for training purposes. And for that reason, we want to move forward with a consolidated E911. The commission has been very clear in the aspect of that we want the E911 in a county or city-owned building, not in a different building. And so Taos County is moving forward with that infrastructure and with the $1.4 million of improvements to the system that we can put in there, which would take us out into 10, 15 years into the future. So that's definitely out there. That's something that we'd consider. We had been speaking with the town, and the attorneys had actually referenced the transfer of employees. It is our understanding that the town wasn't willing to come over to the county, and so until that moves forward and the town gives us a more definite answer in that aspect, then we can look at actually moving those employees over and the process for doing that. We have a couple ideas on that. Today in front of the commission, there's going to be a JPA that's going to be proposed to the commission in the draft format. If the commission accepts that JPA today, then what we'll be doing is sending that in a draft format to the town of Taos and to Taos Pueblo, Taos Valley, and to Cuesta in that aspect. I did meet with the counselors yesterday from Cuesta, and they informed me that they are just looking at this point to going to Red River and trying to get the numbers from Red River. And so I met with them, explained to them my numbers, and also told them that it would be forthcoming today as far as a JPA if the commission approves that.
Mr. Chairman, since we're mentioning the budget, Oscar, do you have any information on the budget amount numbers that you preliminarily looked at?
Yes, sir. The information we got on the proposal is woefully lacking information from being able to make a determination as to whether or not there are savings there or not. Glad to meet with you and see if we can't get better detail on that. Obviously, we want to know, and likewise, everybody wants to know the long term, what it's going to be next year, et cetera. And obviously, to the cost or the logic behind what everybody pays is something, well, we just don't know what the logic is there, and that's one of the questions that we have. Glad to meet with you offline and hash that out.
Mr. Chairman, one of the concerns that we do have also is the decision to now relocate the Sheriff's Department. When this judicial complex was built, one of the concerns that we heard from our direct constituency around the judicial complex was the fact that a jail was being proposed in their backyard. And the way that concern was mitigated was the fact that the chief law enforcement agency was going to be on top of the jail. So our concern is what happens to the Sheriff's Department, where are they located, what plan to protect the 911 from the jail. We certainly will look at any plan, but right now we haven't seen any study that determines conclusively that this is the best. The town of Taos and the county, and I think all the parties to the current JPA worked on this since 2001. Numerous studies determining that conclusively that the location where we're located now, which will be an town-owned building. Right now we have a lease purchase with Kit Carson Electric. determined conclusively that this building was in fact the right place to go. So we certainly would embrace any idea that would have some type of information that shows conclusively that the decision that the county commission is going is in the best for not only county residents, but town residents as well, who are also county constituents.
Mr. Archuleta, if you want to respond to the location and where the Sheriff's Department is in fact going.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I've read the report that the town has actually on Kit Carson Electric, and I've read some of the issues that there are at that facility currently. Any of those issues we are trying to mitigate over at the Sheriff's Department. I'm not sure, I wasn't here when the decision was made to build the detention center, but as we've stated and we've talked to staff about, there was some vision by the commission basically to put a an E911 dispatch up in that area. And in fact, as we've gone through and we've toured and we've sent people through, the commission's gone through, DFA's gone through, and everybody's looked at that. We've had nothing but raving reports. In fact, we even had Mr. Martinez from Santa Fe, who has the Santa Fe detention E911 facility down there, also said that it was a good facility. I know Councilman Peralta has also looked at that facility up there. And so in the foresight of the commission, they actually had looked at actually putting the E911 dispatch at some point up there if the town was ever to give up that E911 dispatch. And so because of that, all the circuitry was in there. If you look at the aspects of the walls, the ceilings, all those are cemented. There's also rebar through that whole process. So some of the myths that are out there that there's a possibility inmates could climb through the walls, get up into the dispatch, and have that as a security breach is just not possible, based on that you can't get a person in between the rebar of what's in there and through the cement walls that are in through there. So that's, that's the reality of what we're dealing with. Part of the concerns that Taos County has had, and we've explained, and Mr. Malone can touch a little bit more on this if you like to, is that there's issues with the lease over at Kit Carson. Part of the issues is that in order for a municipality or a county under DFA regulations to get involved in a lease purchase, basically you should have a dedicated source of GRTs or revenue dedicated to that. At this point, we don't know what those are. If Taos County was going to take over those leases, we're not, all our revenue and dedicated GRTs are basically at this building at this point. We're well aware of that. And so that's a huge issue and a huge obstacle that needs to be passed. There's also another issue about possibly anti-donation when you go into a 501, I think they're a 50112, or I forgot what Kit Carson is in that aspect, that doesn't meet the anti-donation clause. And so we've raised those issues and said we'd like some answers to that as to how that works and why, we as a county have to meet those requirements, but yet those requirements weren't met on the other side of the house. And so because of that, we have some concerns on that. The other thing is that your report also states that the antenna should be located with the facility. There's some issues about the federal requirements on the NCIC checks and how there should be a ceiling and also a barrier in order for there not to be able to hear any of the NCIC information. Again, that report was in your report that's out there, and those issues and items haven't been addressed. So, I mean, I guess, Mr. Commissioners, we can stay here and point fingers either way. I think the direction of staff has been that, or direction from the commission is that we're building this, we're moving forward with it. Taos County is in a position to invest $1.4 million of new equipment, which it also states in your report, Mr. Mayor, that you guys need to upgrade your equipment, and I'm not sure where that money's going to come from and how that's going to go. We would love for you guys to partner with us. I think that if we put this together, again, Taos County could even move forward with the CAD system in that process and put an additional $400,000 if we need to on the table. But that partnership has to come, and we have to figure out where that's going to go. So that's pretty much where the commission has directed staff to move forward with.
Thank you, Mr. Archuleta. Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mayor, thank you for coming today, and I'm really pleased that
You've taken our offer, the council has taken our offer and come up with a response to it so that we have this continuing dialogue. As far as the budget goes, you know, obviously staff will be able to fill you in on all the details, but, you know, it's not that complicated. It starts with the 371 that town has painstakingly worked out itself. You know, you guys know the operation. You've been in charge of it for about 20 years. So it starts with that 371, and then you can just take the rent off it, you can take the electricity off it, you can take the fact that we would have to employ less operators off it, and there's clearly going to be savings there, and we've estimated initially that they'd be $40,000 for each entity. And then as you bring up that 51 cents and all of those other DFA payments that come to the singular PSAP, that's like $200,000 a year when you add it all up, and Taos County is going to lose that if we go our separate ways. So I'm really glad that we're continuing the dialogue. When you add up the cost savings of approximately 80 grand and the 200, it really starts to add up on an annual basis. And I sat in with that DFA meeting where Mr. Sowell mentioned the arbitration, but as our attorney stated, it's a policy decision, and so this commission cannot give up the right to choose the location, especially since the location is right here on our campus, owned by the community as opposed to a nonprofit. It's a modern building. Initially, there was design intentions for dispatch to be up there. It would save both the town and the county a lot of money in both rent and electrical costs. So the binding arbitration really is not a viable alternative. As manager stated, the anti-donation issue remains one that DFA is considering itself because even as a 501c12, it's not a public entity that is exempted from the anti-donation clause of the Constitution. And so there's some serious issues there that, frankly, this commission doesn't want to have to deal with, and we don't have to deal with if we choose this location. So those are just some of the issues that have come to us, and I'm sure that Mr. Rodriguez could get together with Stephen, Mr. Archuleta, and Leandro Cordova and hammer out all of those details, and it'll be really obvious, I think, that there's going to be operational savings for both the town and the county if we coalesce, if we join in. And that, of course, doesn't even take into account the $200,000 a year from DFA. So we're just going to have to make this work. And again, I appreciate you coming by today.
Thank you, Commissioner Blankenhorn. And with that, so that the entire public knows exactly why the decision that we have decided to move forward. Well, you know, we spent a whole year arguing left and right about this. And it really was time to move forward. But I'd like to ask Mr. Leandro Cordova to be able to explain the budget and the numbers so that everybody hears.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Basically, the budget detail I used to create the budget that was presented to the town was from information provided from the town. I took the budgets that they had prepared for the last few years, actually looked at the actuals. To me, a budget is just the working doc to get you to the final actual numbers. We looked at the actuals, we looked at their budget for this year. And the methodology for the cost sharing came from the JPA, the current JPA that was in place. We took the last agreed upon budget, we increased it by the 7% as was allowed within the JPA if there wasn't an agreement between the two parties. So that's where we got our cost sharing. As far as the expense detail, we took basically the town's budget for this year. We trusted in them that they knew what they were talking about when they prepared their personnel side. So our personnel side's almost identical to theirs. On the operating side, the only thing we did take out, as mentioned, was the $33,000 in rent that we wouldn't have to pay. We took out the fiscal agent fee, which had never been charged to the parties prior to this budget. I think that was about $24,000 range. And we also worked out some of the utilities as mentioned. And then we figured that we would work within the 671 budget. we honestly feel that we can find efficiencies within that as well, that those efficiencies, any savings would just be passed back down to all the parties within the JPA to try and reestablish a fund balance that seemed to have been depleted somewhere toward the end of the last budget year. And there's also, I mean, it may have been woefully lacking in detail, but I feel like I also didn't receive enough detail in order to build anything more. And so the detail that I got came from the town, and I did what I could with what I had. And it's true that we've never run an E911 center before, so we did rely heavily on what the town has done in the past and how they've built their budgets. And then we looked at the actuals. So the budget versus the actuals is where we feel that there's a lot of savings potential. Hope that answers your question.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I can respond. First of all, I was on the committee that built this judicial complex as the media that was going to try to sell this initiative to the community, which we did successfully. And all the concerns in every meeting that we had, there was never a conversation about the desire to have 911 in this building. However, I did bring it up as a counselor. Then I was a counselor, and it was shot down. And I believe those that were on the commission was Commissioner Baroni, Commissioner Romero, Commissioner Gonzalez, about the idea, why build a new building, because that was the conversations, why not house it on the judicial complex? That never went anywhere. That's what I recall.
Mr. Mayor, I beg to differ. In fact, the county commission issued out a letter to the town of Taos at the time to create the 911 center in the new complex, and the mayor and the council at the time refused the invitation.
I would like to see that letter, because I don't recall that letter whatsoever. I remember in the discussion, just let's end the discussion about the Kit Carson facility and let's move it to the judicial complex. So that's what I remember, and in that meeting, it never went anywhere. That's what I recall.
It was an invitation, but the town refused.
And I would love to see that letter.
And not only in the invitation was it for the E911, but the invitation was also to move the police department in here also, as well.
There was conversations, I remember, about that, but I remember it getting shot down. That's what I recall. But I'd like to see that letter, because I wasn't the mayor at that time, of course. But I just want to bring up for the record, we are in total compliance when it comes to Homeland Security on the way we're operating. Despite any innuendos that are out there about the tower being remotely located, we are completely in compliance on that. As far as the anti-donation, we are in total compliance with DFA. There has been some inquiries, some accusations perhaps, but we are in total compliance unless we hear otherwise. I just would, I think it's unfortunate that the town has painted a picture that we're violating the Anti-Donation Act just because someone in the audience says that. We have had numerous attorneys. The previous DFA director did determine that it wasn't compliance. Now, because there's inquiries, this current DFA director is looking into that. We're confident that it's the same result will come out of that. As far as the budget, there is some disagreement, if you will, as to what the numbers mean. We've been running the 911 since well before I was mayor, and we've, for many years, didn't even raise the amount, the cost of living or per the what the JPA required. So we've been under budget for quite some time, not funding it to its fullest what it needs to be funded. Even this year, there's a dispute. We determined that the budget was going to have to be $371 for each party. The county has still kept their budget at $288. Just because it's said that we can run it lower, I need to assure my constituents that if we're lowering the budget, where are we cutting? Because right now we feel that we need to have more dispatchers and have them paid better. And the current proposal just doesn't add up when we're told that we could run it for less from a budget standpoint. We certainly understand the $33,000, but you're spending $1.4 million to save the $33,000 per year. So that's concerning to us as taxpayers as well. So, we still remain open. We believe that these talks have been not going on for over a year. As you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, they've been going on since 2001. And I think to the credit of the commission and this council, we decided to, let's try to hammer this out. I think many previously just put it on the shelves and not dealt with it, perhaps for this very reason, because the complexity and coming to consensus with it. But, this has been going on for quite some time. We believe that we do have to have a JPA, a Joint Powers Agreement, with the cost sharing. What does that mean to town residents right now? The current proposal would mean that based on population, that a county resident would pay approximately $10 per year for the access to 911, whereas a town resident who pays a higher mill levy to begin with would pay about $70 per year. So we feel that there's a disparity in that. So I would encourage that the managers continue working together to see and come out with a budget. What would it take? The town is certainly willing. We're not attached to any building other than the reports that we've gotten, the studies that we've done that determined this is the best building. When the state funded this very building that we're in, when the federal government, Pete Domenici, gave a $500,000 grant for this very building, we did it based on the studies that we've gotten. And if there's a study that you have that's a comprehensive study that says this is the better building, well, we're certainly at the table to discuss that.
Did you want to add anything additional, Mr. Archuleta?
Mr. Chairman, I guess I just want to respond in the aspect of saying the numbers that we took were actually your actuals, and so that's why we took those actuals. We added a 7% increase, which is what's in the current JPA currently in there, and then we took that number. If you have other numbers to show us that saying that you're under budgeted and that you're not paying, we'd be more than happy to look at that. But our finance director has sat with your people to talk about these numbers. We asked for all the backup and supporting documentation, and as Mr. Cordova stated, it's basically the numbers that were given to us from you guys as to the number of personnel. We didn't even change that. It's all straight across the board. It's the exact same thing that you guys have in your budget and what you put out there. The study from Homeland Security I have not seen. If you have a study of that, we would like to see it. I think that the commission would be very interested in seeing the Homeland Security study. The only one that I have is the one that was done by Los Alamos, and that's the study that you did on the building at Kit Carson, or I'm sorry, at the Storff place where the current E911, and that's the study that I'm referring to that states that there's those issues with the building. So those are highlighted in that study. It's not our study, it's your study. But if you have a Homeland Security study that you'd like us to look at, if you'd make that available to the commission, we'd be more than happy to look at that.
Mr. Gonzalez, Councilor Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. Mr. Archuleta, it was something that was brought up with Commissioner Blankenhorn a couple weeks ago when him and I had coffee with regards to a Department of Homeland Security study. As most of you guys know, I attended the ICS 4 and 500 training in November, which is the Incident Command Strategies. And it's one of the last final phases in Department of Homeland Security's overall phasing of this issue. It was an issue that I carry very dearly. It was an issue that I took to heart when I brought it up to the Department of Homeland Security with regards to both locations. Now, it was an offer that was brought to Commissioner Blankenhorn, and hopefully it was discussed with you all, was that the Deputy Director from the Southwestern Hemisphere for Department of Homeland Security is willing to come to Taos and talk to both facilities, but it needs joint collaboration. I mean, he won't come and just talk to either one entity, but yet it's something that we have, yet to bring up. I propose that it happens within the next 3 or 4 weeks. I've been in contact with him because he keeps asking me, has the issue been resolved? And again, when I was at the ICS Incident Command Systems training in Orlando, I brought up the fact of where your all's building would sit, which is upstairs, second story, and the number one thing that said, in the event of an emergency crisis, where would you guys stage anything if it's not your incident command center? So again, lack of water, they bring in water. Do we have the capability to house water and distribute accurately there? I don't feel that's something that's been discussed. In the event that there is something that happens where, there is a breach in security, you still have incident command systems directors that need to be coming in and out of this building. So what's the safety aspect of them coming in and out of what's considered or deemed a public building? Same thing, at the same time, you still have inmates that need to be transported in and out. So I don't think that all the aspects have 100% been looked at. And again, I've mentioned this before, and I've said it in public, that I'm not attached to any building. My concern is that, are we prepared enough, and are we looking at the right issues, or are we harping on a building? So again, my concern is that the Department of Homeland Security director is willing to come here, look at both facilities, and give us that analysis, along with some briefing with regards to stuff that I don't think either one of this council or commission has even bothered to consider on behalf of its constituents. So again, that offer is there if you guys are willing to sit down at the table with us as another joint collaboration with the Department of Homeland Security director, and actually hear it from an unbiased and somebody that's got a stake in the race.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, if I could respond a little bit.
Go ahead.
Mr. Gonzalez, have you been up to our 911 proposed center?
I haven't, and
Okay.
I'll tell you why, Mr. Archuleta. Because for me, I feel that without an accurate, detailed report on behalf of which the city has taken upon itself, when I got elected, that was the #1 thing, and I'm sure you all knew that this was a heated issue in the last election. We were asked as candidates to sign a letter that said we would not move into the emergency dispatch facility on Gusdorf Road. Councilmember Peralta and myself were the only 2 candidates that did not sign that letter. Councilmember Peralta and myself were the only ones that were elected to this body, so I felt that my constituents had placed enough trust in me to make that decision without having or letting somebody else speak on my behalf.
Councilman, I guess that's part of my concern, is that you're saying that you represented it to the Chief of Homeland Security about our building, and you haven't even been in our building, so how could you even properly represent our building? We would be more than happy to answer any of the questions that the Department of Homeland Security has, reference water, reference electricity, reference inmates. Our inmates don't even go in through that side of the building that is totally secluded off the other side. We have more security, more cameras within this facility, but we can get into those details if we know what the questions are, but those questions have never been proposed to the county. And yet you're saying that you talked about the both locations, and you've never even been to our facility. So I could see where he wouldn't want to even consider our facility, since he hasn't had an opportunity to really look at that.
Mr. Manager,
so we would be more than happy to look at that.
With all due, real quick, Gabe, the only reason, Mr. Archuleta, that building was briefly mentioned was because at that time you guys hadn't committed to going to the planning department at the time that I went through ICS. So it was a thought process that was out there. It wasn't anything that was actual concrete at that point.
Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you,
I still want to be the first one that extends that proverbial olive branch out to the town of Taos. You're welcome to join us. The county is going to move forward with this project. We spent a well-thought year on it. We have the most adequate, ideal staff that has advised us on how to operate the new 911 building and system for us, and that's where we're going to go. I don't know if the rest of the commission has anything else to say, but with regards to 911, that's what we're going to do.
And Chairman, I just want to respond a little bit. You know that we had the Forest Service view our building. They have people that are certified in ICS, 400, 500, top level. Our gentleman here in the audience, Mr. Sanchez, is I believe registered or certified in those fields also. And they asked the same questions that you're asking. And apparently they had answers to them in that particular meeting and that they had. Is that correct, Mr. Sanchez?
Chairman, Commissioners, a lot of the questions that were brought from the federal agencies that have toured the facility looked at what if we had an actual emergency and had to actually implement a lot of the campus. So a lot of the questions were brought up as to where we could stage equipment, where we could check in personnel, meals that could be provided, work areas. I mean, it was just the full gambit of what they would need to actually run an event out of this location.
And how did that turn out? I mean, can you just fill us in on that? The questions were posed, how were they answered?
Oh, in actuality, it was very positive. I mean, it was positive to the point where other areas of the facility that are currently being used were even proposed as, in the event, could we even maybe look at leasing those? We didn't want to answer any of those because we didn't want to displace people that are already in some of those areas. In fact, it even went to the long-term goal of if any expansion to the complex could be made, where it would be made, and then what uses it could be made of. We didn't give a definite answer on that either because we knew that a decision to, as far as that kind of cost, would have to come in front of the commission to make that determination.
So in other words, representatives from the Forest Service that are familiar with all of the ICS recommendation or requirements were satisfied that they were being met here at this location.
Yes, in fact, like I was mentioning, the long-term goal with the IDOB, and that's a big contentious thing with the Forest Service right now, that their study of bringing different forests together for their dispatch. That was why it went to the conversation of if we wanted extra space 5-10 years down the road, what options are there at that point? And that was one of the options that we said, that the facility was designed for expansion, but we couldn't make the determination of what that would cost and where that funding would come from because we knew it would have to come in front of the commission.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Commissioner Blankenhorn, if I could also add to that, part of the other things that were discussed with them was that actually Taos County runs a 24/7 hospital downstairs, so we would have medical available not only to the people that are in the facility, but also to anybody who's up in dispatch if we're running a 24/7 operation because of a disaster. We also have a full kitchen that is also staffed and has cooks with nutritious meals that have been certified by the state of New Mexico. That's also available in the case of a disaster. Again, they would have backup generators and everything to run all of that right out of this facility. In fact, this room right here has actually been set up, and part of the reasons that we have so many TVs up in the area is because this is supposed to be the incident command center that the commission has actually moved forward with in the case of a natural disaster. As you know, the county basically is in times of crisis basically where the incident command center would be at, and that's why this room is set up in that aspect. Finance was also a big issue because this room, finance is also on backup generator that we could generate checks, we could make payments, we could do anything that we need to do in that aspect. All of those things which are not available at the other facility.
I appreciate that these ICS questions have been vetted, and I also appreciate Councilman Gonzalez's concern with them because they're absolutely pertinent concerns. But it would be good if you brought some of those questions to staff. I'm sure that they could answer all of those ICS concerns that you have so that you can make a better decision on behalf of your constituents.
And I'm sure staff would also be willing to give you a tour of the facility. Yeah, I believe former Mayor Peralta has done that already. I don't know if anyone else from the town, actually Ms. Adame as well.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner.
You said it real well. We're moving up to our own 911. The invitation is there for the town, and I think we'll spend enough time dealing with this item for over a year, 2 years, and the invitation is there for the town. If they want to come aboard with us, fine, and if they don't, fine. No, and I think that's the end of this discussion. It ain't
Mr.
getting us
Chairman.
nowhere.
I don't have an olive branch, but there's plenty of pinon trees outside.
Sure. And Mr. Chairman, I just hope the commission understands the position the town is in. 4 weeks ago or 5 weeks ago, perhaps, I know we've mentioned now that moving to the upstairs has always been the desire, or this building was built for that. But for over a year, prior to that, only 4 weeks ago, this whole commission was sold on moving to the planning department. So we're getting a lot of mixed messages, and that the planning department was the be-all and end-all, and it's a better building, and so we're getting those mixed messages as well as, and our question is, has this been carefully thought out? And that's, I leave that up to your wisdom, but we also have that concern on our end as well, and we just want to make sure, Commissioner Duran said just we'll take it or leave it. But we have our constituents and your constituents through our fire department. We serve everywhere from Pilar all the way to Tres Piedras. Many of the good majority of those constituents are not town of Taos residents, but county residents. Who is the fire department going to call? And what is that going to do when there's two dispatches? I think there's a lot that needs to be thought out. In the event that we do separate and we go our separate ways, there has to be a plan where we collaborate still and back up each other up.
I know Commissioner Barone has some remarks, but in an effort to answer your question, Mr. Sanchez and Mr. Archuleta, if you can answer that response.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Taos County has just recently, we have a full-time operating fire department in Carson. We have a full-time operating fire department in Tres Perlas. We are in the process of bringing on a full-time operating fire department in San Cristobal, and we're already in the process of the works of having a full-time fire department in Llano Quemado. So those areas that you're talking about are basically being served. The only one not being at this point is Llano Quemado.
So do they have operating fire departments at this point, or?
Carson does, that's correct. Tres Perlas does, yes. And like I said, San Cristobal has planning and design money. We have land at this point, and we're in the process of working with the Llano Quemado Association. Is that correct, Ellen? If you have any other additions to that?
Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Mayor, in a lot of these areas, like Carson has been recognized by the state since August. San Cristobal has just been where they're going through their probationary period, so they should be up right after the first of next year. And with Llano Quemado, one of the aspects that we're looking at was actually merging EMS, the county EMS, with county fire, and having staffing and actually relocating some of our EMS equipment so it's better suited as far as response and coverage areas go. So that's going to be the proposal, and that's what we're looking at for doing for the Llano Quemado area. I've already met with Richard Sanchez. We've already actually toured some fire stations to start looking at costs and getting a footprint of how that's going to lay on that property in Llano Quemado. So we are moving forward with yet another phased fire department going into that location.
Okay, Commissioner Barone.
And Chairman, we know that this is one of the most critical portions of our really taking care of our people, making health, safety, and welfare of our constituents. And Mayor, you talked about the outlying areas. And a lot of the commissioners here sit here, and they're in Cerro, they're in Llano de la Guagua, and the different areas like that. And the repeater stations that you guys were managing through the JPA, basically what staff told us, or what your staff told us, and it doesn't benefit you guys, but it was part of the JPA. We then took them repeaters back away from you. We took them on and we brought them back to life so that we would have service in those outlying areas what are important. There's no amount of money in our budget that could count for a life that we'd save. So, I think that's the stand that the Commission has taken because of some of these instances that have come in front of us.
Okay.
Commissioner Barone, I'm certainly glad that the county did pull back those repeaters that serve Cerro Amalia, because certainly town of Taos constituents aren't responsible. This is your constituency, and although the JPA may say that, but certainly I think it was ambiguous as to whose directly the responsibility was, because these are our repeater was working, and I'm not going to sit here and dispute that, but our repeater that has communication to those towers is working. And I think that's a concern that Cuesta has, and that's the reason why they're thinking of going to Red River. And what does that mean for Cerro? What does that mean for Amalia? Who's going to take care of those constituents? Certainly the county has to have a plan in place to get those repeaters coming back to Taos. The repeater system consists of the dispatcher, the tower that receives the calls, and the two-way radios of the cars. If you're saying that the literal interpretation of the JPA means that we take care of all the whole communications repeater system, that would mean that the town of Taos would be responsible for sheriff's department cars as well. There are radios in there. And that's not the case. That's, of course, the responsibility of the county. We take care of our radios in our police department and our repeaters that receive the signal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes, Chairman, Commissioners, Mayor, you know, they did fail. I lost a primo because of that. You know, do we have to lose any more folks out there in my area? I mean, that's pretty sad, Mayor. And now you're coming before us saying it was working. Well, it wasn't. My primo's no longer with us. If this would have been up and going, he'd be here with us today. Thank you.
Archuleta.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, and for the viewing audience, I guess I just want to respond to that by saying, Mayor, when the town of Taos accepted the PSAP, that PSAP is not accepted for Taos, for the town of Taos. It's accepted for the whole community. It's not just accepted for dispatch within the town of Taos. It's accepted for the whole community. And when you guys signed the dotted line and accepted the PSAP, and when you had constituents and you had bodies like Taos County paying into your PSAP, yes, you did have the responsibility to maintain all those repeaters across the state, across Taos County, in order to provide that service to the Sheriff's Department, to the EMS Department, to the fire departments, whether they live in Amalia, Peñasco, anywhere in Taos County, because you accepted that PSAP on the behalf of Taos County, the residents of this community, and that's what the service is for. Now, with our payment, there was money set aside for those towers basically to be serviced. They weren't done. And in reality of that, Taos County has gone through, put out more money because the commission gave us more money, did a whole assessment of all of those things, and are now fixing all of those things that have been neglected for 10 years. We did not have control of those towers. We did not accept the PSAP. We were not the dispatching agency for Taos County. The town of Taos was. And I know that you say that Taos residents shouldn't be responsible for Cuesta or Amalia or Costilla. But when you accepted that responsibility of dispatch, you also accepted that responsibility. If that was not the case, then why did you agree to an MOU with us for us to take it over if it wasn't your responsibility for the last 10 to 15 years?
Mr. Mayor, we need to move on.
The PSAP works. It's the repeater that didn't, and we didn't sign on for the repeater. It's the PSAP that was working fully. And Commissioner Sanchez, I certainly, my condolences to your family member, but the PSAP itself was operational. It's the repeater system that were in the county that weren't working.
Mr. Cordova, Arsenio.
I guess this question, my name is Arsenio Cordova, is for you, Mayor. You know, you keep telling at your meetings that DFA has informed you that they would not work with the county on this particular thing, that they were taking your side, and that it would be useless for the county to do this because you were gonna take over they were gonna go along with you. Is there any truth to that, or is it something that you made up during those meetings that I've attended, where you've said that DFA will not accept a proposal from the county?
Mr. Chairman, I think this is offline to answer this type of question. This is completely false. This was not said over there. I think Mr. Arsenio Cordova, with all due respect, is downright out lying, and this was not mentioned at our meeting whatsoever.
Okay, on the next issue, Mr. Cordova.
Mr. Chairman, on the issue that I think all of us can agree on, that we want to sit and help our hospital, the town of Taos stands prepared to support the commission. I've spoken to the governor as to what we can do to help our hospital and assist our hospital in the financial straits that they are in. We've thrown ideas, what if, the plan B, you know, is there a plan B? There's two points to this. One, I think the hospital needs to let us know also what is their true shortfall, what is it that is needed, and how can we help. Of course, the commission is the lead agency on this, and we stand prepared to support the commission as to what will make this hospital viable. The option of the hospital closing is not an option that will kill our economy. People, when they move here, they ask two questions: how is your educational system, and how is your hospital? I think we're on the right track when the hospital's long-term plans. However, given a lot of things that fall into this, the Affordable Health Care Act, the reimbursement rates from Medicaid has, I believe, put the hospital in this situation. And speaking to the governor, she's hoping that the Association of Counties will give up that 1/8 that the constituents pay specifically for that. Of course, the Association of Counties is in a compromise, is doing 1/16. They're hoping to get the 1/8 so that that reimbursement can come to the hospitals that is needed. At the time, Senator Cisneros didn't have these bills that were drafted here, so we don't know which bills we're supposed to support. Ultimately, we want to support the bill that's going to yield the best return for our community. And what is that compromise? So I just wanted to let you know that that's the town's position. If we need to do a joint resolution or a resolution together, I know that this commission also is a member of the Association of Counties, and but I believe that there is a little bit of a tug of war going on with the governor's office and the Association of Counties. I did speak to the chief of staff, and they're making some headway and closer to that 1/8 tax that will yield us 3 times in return if it's matched by the state and federal government.
Does anyone from staff want to comment on that? Everybody's fine? Okay. Okay.
And in closing, also, I have received tons of calls also on the land issue. Given that the agricultural, I think that I'm going to be speaking with the assessor as well to see what we can do as a community. I think it's unfortunate that the statute doesn't account for people getting older and not being able to use the acequias. Commissioner Romero, I know that we remember going to ask for Los Aguas and Llano Quemado, and now it's just not a reality, and some of these irrigated lands are no longer, you're able to use them for agriculture. So I think there should be some exemptions and considering the drought conditions. So we're certainly prepared to support a joint resolution on that as well.
Thank you, Mayor Cordova.
Thank you.
And thank you to the council for being here as well.
And Chairman, there's one more item on the agenda there, is Camino de Medio.
On the hot seat here. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, as you know, we had a joint meeting, and I think we were looking at ways on how we can collaborate on some of the roads that pass through county road boundaries and municipal boundaries. As you know, the town of Taos has been very successful on CDBG grant funding. We do have several areas within our municipality that qualify for CDBG, but I think it's always been my desire and the council's desire to what project yields the best benefit for all of our constituents. And one of those that I think one of our council members was talking to you, Mr. Chairman, and that is Camino del Medio. I think that's been a road that's been on our radar for quite some time as well. And as you know, it does pass by 2 areas of 240, State Road 240, so I believe that there's some state collaboration and state funds that can be joined in with that. We believe that it's a good project. We believe that instead of the town of Taos or the county getting one CDBG project or not the other entity not getting, as we've seen in the past, we believe that if we have a comprehensive joint application, and what I mean by joint is we're fixing the same road, but parallel applications for the county to fix the roads that are in their boundaries, the town of Taos to fix the road, that same road within our boundaries. We feel that we can do a 4 or 5 year out project phased out that we can eventually fix this road. As you know, CDBG funding, we believe that this area, given its residency, meets the low to moderate income criteria that CDBG requires. We've done a scoping report for your consideration. I believe our Public Works Director has given it to your Public Works Director and staff. These are just the initial scoping report. It's 3.27 miles, and the estimated cost by our staff is about $4 million, which would be about probably a 6 phase. And what I'm thinking is if we go jointly to the CDBG in parallel fronts for this same road, instead of the town getting $500,000 or the county getting $500,000 and perhaps one project or the other not meeting the criteria, we believe that we can yield $1 million a year. Once they believe in the first phase, I think it's a go for the rest of the phases. So we would highly encourage the commission to give your staff direction to work with our staff to come up with good applications that meet the criteria for CDBG to ultimately benefit both constituencies.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and you know, we've all kind of discussed it, and of course, it's something that we have looked at for many years, but I really feel that it's time to address it at this point, and nothing better than for the town and the county to be able to work on this jointly. The fact that I'm the commissioner for District 3, which is directly on the other side of Camino del Medio, and it encompasses the Tom Holder Road, as well as that whole area there that is up on the Cuchilla Hill that's growing quite a bit, along with Los Cordobas. And of course, you have State Road 240 that is quite dangerous to traverse through. I really feel that all of this has to be looked at in various phases. And so I would welcome the idea of being able to work with the town of Taos on making sure that we, in the very near future, can start working and being able to create a better road facility that will take into mind the fact also that this could also ease a lot of the traffic that now comes out of UNM and Los Cordobas and the Cuchilla Hill, Llano Quemado, ease a lot of that traffic going through the Ranchos de Taos, and be able to circulate it a lot more evenly, even for emergency vehicles that need to access those areas. They would now be able to get a quicker route through Paseo del Cañón on to the hospital.
And Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I think the immediate need and direction is the engineering and environmental. I know that CDBG always looks at the applications favorable when the communities has taken care of themselves and has the engineering studies ready to go, shovel ready. But in some cases, given the magnitude of the project, they have also funded the engineering preliminarily, but we lose points on the application. So I guess staff recommendation is to partner up on the $284,000 approximate figure on the engineering and go out to an RFP. I think that should be done jointly since it encompasses the whole road, and then we break it up on our respective phases on the engineer.
Okay. On another road issue now that we're talking about roads, as you're aware, there were two accidents that occurred on Paseo Sur, and was wondering if the town has addressed the issue at all with those turning lanes with the State Highway Department. Are they the direct responsibility of the town, or are they the highway? I really feel that it's also something that the county could work on jointly with the town and the state, possibly creating some center islands that would kind of break up the road so that maybe trees and landscaping could be in place. I would welcome some more discussion with that.
And that's one thing that our Public Works Director, I think we looked at that a while back as to the beautification coming in, since the road is so wide, especially as you go down south. Putting some islands, I think that's a request we've made to the state. I don't know how far that's gotten there, but in my conversation with the Chief of Staff, I did mention to him that I wanted to talk to the Department of Transportation to provide better lighting along, because both of these accidents occurred when it was dark. And especially, in some of the areas, it's pretty dark out there. So it's something that we are working on. And on this scoping report, many of the intersections that are there include making sure that they're properly, the turning lanes and stuff like that.
Okay.
And Chairman, and I thank you for that opportunity. I am District 1 in that portion of road, Camino de Medio, and this is a project that we have been pursuing for the last several years, and we've asked for the collaboration with the town, and it's great to see that the town is now willing to move forward on it. Steve, I know we have an engineer on staff.
That's correct.
And is it possible that we could use his services to help with this process?
I'd have to look and see the specific expertise. I just wanted to mention to the commission that I just actually emailed him because I haven't received the scope of work. I'd love to see the copy of that, but he hasn't either. So if you guys could provide that to us, and then maybe after we see that, Mayor, we can get an answer to you to see if his service can be useful in this aspect of the plan and design phase.
And I will make sure that our staff also emails you a copy as well, so you'll have.
Thank you, Mayor.
Download.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We do, I know commissioners want to break for lunch for a while, but we still have a very, very important item, and that's the presentation of the Employee of the Month certificates. And if we could do that at this time before we break to lunch.
Chairman.
Mr. Commissioner
Chairman, could
Sanchez?
we also add Mr. Martinez? I know he's been waiting all morning.
Okay.
That one shouldn't take us that long, I'm sure.
Maybe we can finish all of items, all the items in 7, the front page? Okay, we'll do that. We'll go ahead and continue. We'll move on with a presentation of Employee of the Month certificates for the month of January 2014, and this is to Luella Roberts with the Solid Waste Department and Maria Dimas with the Assessor's Office. And Mr. Mike Trujillo, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. If you can please stand here by the doorway. Okay, okay. So I'll do Maria. Move those chairs. You want to move those chairs? Yeah, you're fine.
Sorry about that.
Mr. Chairman, no, that's fine. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, today we have Maria Dimas, who was selected by your peers as Employee of the Month for January, and Taos, and she works for the Assessor's Department. Taos County congratulates Maria on her achievement of winning the Employee of the Month award for January 2014. Maria is being recognized for her outstanding efforts and dedication to her position as Appraiser 3. She began working for Taos County 8 years ago. Maria is a valuable asset to her department and is very experienced. She has trained employees on verifying sales, affidavits, and the affidavit process. She worked 230 of the 608 protests received for the 2013 tax year and represented Taos County through the valuation protest hearings, and she learned this very quickly as she was asked to assist for the first time this year. Maria performs all job duties with professionalism, cheerfulness, and she is near completing requirements to be certified as an Appraiser 3 by the New Mexico Taxation and Revenue Department. Congratulations, Maria, and thank you for all your hard work. You're greatly appreciated. And we do have a certificate that will be presented to Maria, and she also gets a day off for Employee of the Month. A paid day off. So Maria, if you can stand over there and take your certificate so I can take a picture with you and the commissioners, I'd appreciate it. And the assessor. Oh, you got it? Okay. Let me fix it for you. There you go. Okay, and we also have, no, but Edward will accept that.
You don't want him to come to the next commission meeting?
Okay, okay.
So we're going to save the next one for the next commission meeting just because he wasn't able to be here today. Okay.
Well, she wasn't able, right? Luella? Luella, yeah. So, cool. That was easy. Fair enough. Speed.
Oh, that's all the other one. Hey, 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 no,
Mike. Okay.
Next.
We'll move on to item 7C, the presentation regarding the an automotive swap meet. And Mr. Martinez, you've been very patient. I thank you very much. I hope it's been some good education for you. And this is with regards to an automotive swap meet that is you're hoping to have on April 19th of this year. And you are requesting the approval of the use of the Taos County parking lot?
Yes,
Okay. Go ahead.
My name is Larry Martinez, in case any of you don't know me, and
I'm representing the Taos Auto Enthusiasts, and we would like to do an automotive swap meet and use your parking lot here on the west side. Would be April 19th, and approximately from about 7 in the morning to 4 o'clock. And as I've kind of laid out really succinctly in this, we'd be able to, our responsibilities, we'd set up, do the advertising, supervising, trash cans, clean up, and anything else that you would require of us. And like I say, it's pretty simple and straightforward.
For the public's benefit, if you can describe what a automotive swap meet is going to be.
Well, in very simply is what we'd, kind of an avenue for people who have an affinity and an interest in collectible cars and parts and memorabilia of any of that sort. We'd all get together and bring what we have and just exchange, and that's as simple as possible.
Is that a benefit?
No, it's not a benefit. It's just kind of something where we could get together and get out in the spring, kind of to bring forth the summer and get out of the winter doldrums and kind of get together. And in the fall, we do a car show in September. And so it'd just be another venue to kind of get together.
Very good. And this is going to be open to the public?
Open to everyone, yes.
Very good. Commissioner Duran? Okay. Commissioner Sanchez, then Baroni.
Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Martinez, just talking to you earlier, that's right up my alley. I love that. I'm sure Commissioner Duran will bring out that Nova.
Not yet.
And then Commissioner Baroni, and then I'll bring out my 68, which I just purchased here about 2 weeks ago. So let me ask you, Mr. Martinez, I'm seeing where you can get some scholarships for the kids.
Right.
Would this include the Cuesta schools also?
Pardon me?
Would this include the Cuesta schools on scholarships from the funds raised?
You know what? All we'd need from you is we'd have to probably just get together with you and speak about that. I'm sure we can work that, yeah.
Okay. With that, I make a motion to approve, and if there's discussion.
Okay.
I'll second for discussion, and I know Mr. Malone has, but before Mr. Malone goes, I just want, the automotive enthusiast club, they do a lot for the community. You don't want to take this time to brag a little bit about, I think it's, it's a good program. You guys do a lot of the community. You guys give out scholarships. I know you've given a list to us, but some people don't know what you guys do.
Well, if you'd like, I'd read from the mission statement, and perhaps
Sure.
that would we'd get together everything. The Auto Enthusiasts started in '84 by members who enjoy classic and antique cars. Over a cup of coffee, we agreed to start the organization with its goal to assist the youth of the county, and we continued that goal with the proceeds from the annual car show in the month of August. In order to help the youth of Taos and the surrounding communities, below is a partial list programs that we helped. Scholarships for graduating seniors from Taos, Cuesta, and Peñasco, approximately $100,000 within the last 20 years. Taos Youth and Family Center, $12,000. Bridges Project, we've helped. Taos High School, we donated an auto hoist, was about $2,000. And the Taos High School Culinary Department, Little League, the Boxing Club, Arroyos del Norte School, Taos High School Art Fund, Fiesta Queen. And during all of this, we've had individuals that have asked for, and organizations that have asked for help, and we've contributed to them also. So there's quite a list of it. We don't have it all listed, but they've helped out a lot of people.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Malone?
Mr. Chairman, just very quickly, I'd ask if you would include in whatever motion there is that we enter into a user agreement so that we set out what the responsibilities are, as Mr. Martinez discussed. And then I just have to ask the Commission a question. In discussions with NMAC, who's our insurance carrier, they strongly recommend, it's not required, but they strongly recommend that when we allow county facilities to be used, that we require short-term insurance from the user. And that's available through NMAC. It varies with the event, but it would probably be a few $100s.
Well, like I listed out, we'd be agreeable to whatever you need.
Okay, good.
Very good.
Thank
You want to include that in your motion?
Amendment. A motion, correct.
Okay, so a motion has been made by Mr. Sanchez, seconded by Commissioner Barone. A little bit more discussion, Mr. Archuleta?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just to let you know, the auto enthusiasts have actually asked us also if they could possibly have the car show here this year. It's something that we're going to bring back in front of the commission. I was hoping to bring it back during the, for the autumn run. I had a conversation with Ms. Cindy Perez, who approached the county on that. But we're also going to try to look and see if there's somehow we can help with funding on that from Taos County, and we'll talk more about that during the budget season. But I just wanted to put it out there that, you know, that's something that we're also talking about for the future, and that would be the August car show.
Okay.
And it would be Friday night registration, I believe, is what you guys do.
Usually Friday and Saturday,
Yeah.
you know.
Okay. Very good. Any other discussion? Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes. Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you all. I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
We'll move on to item 7D. This is a presentation to the Taos County Board of Commissioners for consideration regarding the Rio Fernando watershed concerns. Mr. Jerry Yergin, I would have hoped that Mayor Cordova would have stayed for this presentation because the Rio Fernando does go through the town of Taos, but nonetheless, go ahead.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me, Chairman Romero. I've been talking with all of you commissioners, as you know, off and on over the last year or so about the problems up there. And really, we were hanging fire because after I talked to Attorney Bob Malone here last year, he really needed some firmer ground for the commissioners to consider taking action on, because there's a question of federal preemption on and whether or not livestock control regulations can be enacted by the county on that would affect federal land. So Julia Armstrong has been waiting all morning for a chance to discuss this. She's evidently done some extensive research, and she says that it can be done, but it has to be done carefully to avoid that preemption problem. So I'm talking to you as a private citizen. I live up in Upper Taos Canyon in the area that's been impacted by the livestock. Brian Shields is also here. He's going to kind of come and back up the idea of doing something up there to mitigate the problems. And then hopefully Julia will be back shortly to talk. Chairman Romero asked to see some photos, so Carlos is trying to get set up so that we can show you those photos as well. So I'll give you a brief statement if I could, then we'll hear from Brian, and then if it suits the commissioners, we'll look at the about 15 photos fairly quickly, and then hopefully Ms. Armstrong will be back to talk about the legal issues, and this day is kind of dragged out, so we're all going to try to be brief with your time. I personally think the basic problem for the Rio Fernando and other streams around Taos is the 4-inch stubble rule for all stream banks in the Carson Forest. You may not be aware of this, but the guideline for the Carson Forest grazing on riparian zones is that the grazing permittees are instructed to graze down to 4-inch stubble in all riparian zones. That's all stream banks in the Carson Forest and on all federal land in the West. And that's been going on for decades. By the way, I invited the Forest Service people to come over today, and apparently they're not here. That 4-inch stubble rule is actually a much more intensive level of grazing than the guideline for rangelands, believe it or not. You'd think you'd kind of lean back from the riparian zones and keep the cattle on the rangeland, but they've been operating just backwards to that. On national forest land, instead of herding the cattle out on the range, the herds spend a lot of their time right on and in the streams, getting the stream banks down to that 4-inch stubble. And of course, in a lot of cases, it gets shorter than that. There's even plenty of areas on stream banks that are right down to the dirt. After decades of this policy, the impacts from intensive riparian grazing have caused a lot of damage to the wetlands on the headwaters. I believe grazing should continue on most allotments in the Carson Forest. I'm not trying to end grazing by any means. But in the future, the cattle should be kept off of the stream banks by using riparian protection fences and by herding the cattle away from the streams and back onto the rangelands. There are ways to allow the cattle to get water without allowing them to graze the stream banks. That particular feature is called a water gap, and it's a place where the fence bends in to allow cattle access to the water and then bends back. And so that fence protects the stream bank in general, but it allows the cattle on the adjacent rangelands to get to the water. There is a picture of the water gap that we can probably show you here in a few minutes. The New Mexico Environment Department listed the Rio Fernando as impaired by E. coli, as bacteria, of course, and they listed the probable source of that impairment as rangeland grazing. Well, the only rangeland grazing going on the upper Rio Fernando is on the federal land. So when the NMED lists it as impaired for bacteria and rangeland grazing is the cause, probable cause, you're talking about federal grazing. Those E. coli exceedances have actually been documented by the NMED since 2005, and that's when Amigos Bravos got really involved. And we started leaning on the Forest Service and the NMED to make some changes. There haven't been too many changes. Despite the E. coli impairment, the Forest Service has continued to schedule intensive riparian grazing on the Rio Fernando. Now, you all are from all over the county, so you may not be familiar, but in Upper Taos Canyon, just before you go over to Angel Fire, there's that sharp hairpin turn at the bottom of the hill. Well, to the left of that is La Jara Canyon, about 2.5 miles of the very uppermost headwaters of the Rio Fernando. That La Jara pasture was actually listed by the Forest Service hydrologists as endangered in the 2009 environmental assessment, but they haven't changed the grazing schedule at all on that. They continue to graze it, like I say, down to 4-inch stubble for almost a month every year. There's also about 4 more miles of the Rio Fernando below La Jara Canyon on the right as you come towards the hairpin turn that have also continue to be grazed, even though NMED is listed as impaired. I believe the commissioners have a right to make them stop that if they continue to plan this year on intensive riparian grazing of the impaired Rio Fernando. And incidentally, we're talking about the Rio Fernando because that's what I know about and that's what Amigos Bravos has been working on for all these years. But the fact is there's probably half a dozen streams on the Carson Forest that are listed as impaired by E. coli with rangeland grazing listed as a probable cause. So if you commissioners decide after your legal research is done and a proposed ordinance has been drafted, if you decide that this is a problem that needs and deserves action, one consideration might be an ordinance that applies to all impaired streams on the Carson Forest where the probable cause is listed as rangeland grazing.
Of course, the Rio Fernando, it ends at the on the Rio Grande, but it goes through the town of Taos.
That's right. It's underground through a lot of the town. It dives under there at the Smith's parking lot and comes up a little farther west. I know it's back on the surface over at the Fred Baca Park. And of course, there's a number of acequias too that depend on this water. And the Rio Fernando is actually one of the main sources for recharging the wells that the town of Taos depends on. So this is a critical problem, and I haven't been able, and Amigos Bravos hasn't been able to get the Forest Service to make any reduction in the riparian grazing. There's 6,400 acres, about 10 square miles of on the Flechado allotment that this man has. He's in Herman Manzanares of IBQ, and he has 10 square miles to graze on. But because the Forest Service instructs him to graze the all riparian zones down to 4-inch stubble, that's where the cattle are spending most of their time. It would be a very simple matter for the Forest Service to simply give him different instructions: keep your cattle out of the riparian zones, graze them on the rangeland, and the problem would have been solved, and it could have been solved long years ago. I mean, as I say, this first took notice in 2005, and in 9 years they've refused to make those changes. I presume because it would have impacts on their grazing guidelines for all the permittees in the state and in the other national forests. They probably are afraid of setting a precedent. If they don't let this man graze in this riparian zone, whether or not it's impaired, then there are going to be many others that maybe have to wind back their use of the riparian zones. I gave this lady over here. Oh, okay, so you guys at this point have a map of the Flechado allotment, and you have the first page of the term permit, and I've underscored the lines in that term permit that indicate that they would have to abide by local regulations for livestock control to protect water and other environmental values. So hopefully Julia will get back today after Brian speaks and we look at these photos, and we'll be able to give you the legal background. But whether, and she is under the gun with some of her own work. But if she doesn't make it back here in time, I'm sure she will be consulting with Bob Malone, and we will come back at the next commission meeting, and so you guys can hear the legal justification for the county to take action on this if you so choose. Yes, questions?
Is this whole allotment in Taos County, or is it part of it in
Colfax?
Actually, part of it is just over the county line in Angel Fire. I would say about 20% or less of the grazing allotment is in the Simmental pasture over in Angel Fire.
There are some pictures, Mr. Jurgen, that
Yes.
you want to share.
Could we maybe ask Brian to come up and speak and then look at those photos?
Commissioner Sanchez?
Mr. Jurgen.
Yes.
Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Jurgen, who would be responsible for the fencing, putting up the fencing?
Actually, Commissioner Sanchez, the fence is already there. That's a complication of this thing that's hard to accept. There was a 2 or 3 mile long riparian exclosure fence set up from Apache Canyon up to that hairpin turn to protect the Rio Fernando. It was apparently built in 1988. And there wasn't documentation on how or when the change was made, but at some point in the following years after that fence was built in 1988, the Forest Service designated that whole enclosure, that whole protected area along the Rio Fernando as a riparian pasture. And it's been scheduled for this intensive grazing down to 4-inch stubble ever since then. So there is a fence that could be used to keep cattle out of the Rio Fernando. It's just a matter of the Forest Service deciding to use it that way instead of continuing to use it to keep cattle pinned up directly on the river for that whole 2 or 3 mile
So
stretch.
then that fence, maybe it was put up by them, maybe, Forest Service?
It was put up by a consortium of that included the Forest Service and the Cattlemen's Association and people like the Audubon Society. There's a sign at that riparian protection area that we'll see when we put up the photos. But a number of people got together to finance that fence and put it up, and it was then later converted to intensive riparian grazing.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Shields?
Yes. Thank you, Commission. Thank you, Chairman and Commission, for inviting me to come. My name is Brian Shields. I'm the Executive Director of Amigos Bravos. And we've been protecting and restoring New Mexico's waters for 26 years now. Our specialty is the Clean Water Act and trying to make sure that communities have clean water. I think Taos County is in a very, very special position. There's probably more water produced by Taos County than any other county here in the state. And most of the people in the state live downstream. So we have a real responsibility in Taos County, really, to be able to deliver water, clean water downstream to all of the citizens of New Mexico. And so this is an issue, obviously, that's been festering for a long time, and I know Jerry has asked me to really help with bringing attention to this issue. And I lived up there in Taos Canyon for 13 years. I know the area well. I lived on Baca Canyon. So I'm very familiar with that area and what happened there. But that's just one place in the county, really. As Chairman Romero said, you know, that river does come straight down through the town, feeds the town. Amigos Bravos has been doing water quality monitoring on that stream, as well as on the Rio Rancho, as well as on the Rio Hondo. And we've been doing water quality monitoring on an ongoing basis for, well, since at least 2008. And that data that we've been collecting has been accepted by the New Mexico Environment Department and by EPA as valid, because we follow the protocols necessary to collect that information. And those streams have now been listed as being impaired for E. coli. Eventually, at some point, the Environment Department will require what they call a total maximum daily load study to be done on those rivers to make sure that the county basically has a good restoration plan in place for restoring those streams. Amigos Bravos did a restoration plan for the Rio Pueblo de Taos. And our plan, once we get financing from the state, is to do a restoration plan for the Rio Fernando. But we've already started looking at issues on the Rio Fernando, and the E. coli issue is a huge, huge issue. So if there's some way that we can protect the upper headwaters, the upper meadows especially, it's going to have huge benefits for Taos County in the long run. Right now, the upper meadows are being pretty much, they're being overused. They're becoming hard surfaces. It's becoming so that there's so much off-road vehicle use being up there, both in terms of recreation as well as from other activities, that whenever there's a big storm event, it runs off and it just picks up everything and just runs off the surface, because the soils have been so trampled down that it's like a parking lot almost. You know, the water just runs off. And with that, it picks up all the E. coli as well as everything else that's around. And without buffers on the rivers to protect the river from all that siltation and that runoff from manure and other factors, we really don't have a way to protect the river. So I guess my recommendation is for the county to really look at creating buffers around rivers, so that I have spoken with the planning department, and we have talked about the land use plan, and we put forth some recommendations that you'll probably hear about this afternoon in terms of how big the buffers should be around rivers. And it's going to depend, obviously, on the activity that's going on in that area. I mean, it's going to be very different, for instance, for a buffer from a site that's recycling automobiles than it is going to be for, obviously, a site that's dealing with agriculture. But there still needs to be a buffer, and that buffer will then protect the run-on from the storm events. And that's where you're really getting most of that E. coli problem. I mean, you do have the problem of cattle actually in the river, but I would say that controlling the stormwater is huge. And obviously, we don't want to put fences around all of our rivers, but there must be a way of being able to control or at least move cattle around enough so that they're not in the river at any, for an extended period of time. So anyway, those are some thoughts. I think in terms of creating buffers, we'd be happy to work with the county in coming up with some language for that. And we, as I say, we have already talked with the land use people. And so if you have any questions, happy to try and answer them.
Mr. Malone, in terms of an ordinance, certainly we can include the language in the land use regs, but would it be better for Taos County to develop a standalone ordinance with regards to this matter? And how does that work, being the fact that the Forest Service, it's the entity of the Forest Service and not Taos County?
Mr. Chairman, I first learned this morning that Ms. Armstrong thought she had some route by which this could happen. I've not seen her research, and I'd be remiss in saying anything other than what I already know. When this issue first came up, with Mr. Juergen talked to me, it seems like it was about a year ago. I did some research, and there was an issue of federal preemption, that we don't have jurisdiction over federal lands. And so I would have to be convinced by Ms. Armstrong that we were on solid ground. Not that it was a close call, because if it's just a close call, we're going to buy ourselves a bunch of litigation, and I don't think you want to do that. I think that trying to craft something like this and graft it onto the land use code that's so close to getting in front of you, I don't think that's a good idea just from a drafting standpoint. This is going to be a very technical, if we decide that we have the legal power to go forward, this is going to be a very technical exercise that we would need the help of Amigos Bravos and that sort of thing. Another two quick observations, just so the folks that would like to see this happen, maybe Ms. Armstrong can address these issues. Number one, if we're talking about fencing out cattle, it seems to me that we've got to treat people equally. We can't just focus on the federal lands. We got to ask ourselves the question, are we willing to impose those same kinds of restrictions on all of the people that have cattle running adjacent to these rivers, and who's going to pay for those fences? And finally, I didn't quite get the point, Mr. Shields, on you were making a distinction between the issue of cattle and the issue of runoff. And I assume that when you're talking about runoff, you're talking about some sort of physical barriers to prevent runoff from entering the rivers. And again, we have the issue of are we willing to impose that kind of financial burden on everybody that has property bordering one of the rivers?
If I may answer that, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission, we're not proposing a structure to stop the run-on to the rivers. What we're proposing is really a buffer, a vegetation buffer. It's where you can have your the willows and the grasses grow, and that'll slow down the run-on from the storm events. And just having that buffer of 85 feet is what is being recommended by EPA, will stop the E. coli from coming onto the river from off.
And that's a perfect example of why something like this shouldn't be rushed into. If you're going to require an 85-foot buffer, we've got lots of properties that may only be 85 feet wide that border on the river. So again, this is a worthwhile concern to protect the waters, but I don't think we should try to cram it in the next 30 days as part of the land use code.
As far as an ordinance that would affect federal properties and not private properties, I think that would be very appropriate, and that we will see the legal grounds for that. I'm not certainly proposing that we try and detract from anybody's property rights. Federal land, on the other hand, is owned by the public. So I think it's two different categories, and I'm hoping and I believe that the legal grounds will be shown to Mr. Malone and you commissioners that would allow you to enact an ordinance that would only apply to federal land. If we start talking about private land, we can forget it. That would be politically unfeasible and bad for landowners all over the county. But the federal land belongs to all of us. And if it's being improperly managed, and I think that's shown by the NMED listing of impairments and the probable source being rangeland grazing, then I think that that could be approached separately, and we could have, hopefully, an ordinance that would affect only the federal land. The main thing with, Brian's talking about buffer zones. I'm talking about riparian zones. The Forest Service distinguishes between riparian zones that they have one management guideline for and all the rangelands that are away from the streams and stream banks that they manage separately. So what I'm asking have been asking the Forest Service to do is to manage those riparian zones for less intensive or no grazing where they need to recover. And if they were allowed to recover where you didn't have cattle trampling and compacting the ground every year, as Brian says, that vegetation would grow back. It would act as a green sponge that would trap this water and hold it and release it slowly so that hopefully we could get back to year-round. As far as I know, last year was the first year that the Rio Fernando did not run all year. So if we can get the headwaters and the wetlands up in the upper Rio Fernando to be restored with plenty of vegetation instead of 4-inch stubble, they'll start to trap and hold more water. The Rio Fernando will start to run on a more regular basis to recharge the wells in Taos and to supply the acequias.
I think it's a very important matter. It's an issue, especially when it involves water that humans drink. And like you said, it eventually comes into the Taos Valley, the aquifer, and that's what we all live off of. And so I would hope that Ms. Armstrong will, maybe if this commission is willing, listen to her later on in the day. Right now, I believe we're going to break for lunch.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Okay. Commissioner Blankenhorn?
Well, Jerry, Brian, thanks so much for staying on this. It really is a big issue. The whole riparian zone issue and protecting our rivers is so important. Is there any point where the E. coli gets to such a level that the NMED or the EPA would get involved and help us out here?
Yeah, as I say, it is a problem now where they're going to have to get involved because they've listed the river, and so they're going to have to come up with a restoration plan. It becomes a very bureaucratic process, and it becomes, they develop a plan that requires reduction of E. coli going into the river. But in terms of, the only thing that they can really do is to give warnings to people who depend on that water for their domestic use. So they put out a boil, do boil sign. But the fact is that right now, if you go down to, on any summer day, weekend, you go down to the Rio Hondo, where it reaches the Rio Grande, and it's a hot day. There are people out there swimming, playing around in that stream, and they've got their watermelons cooling in the water, and that water is got E. coli in it. And it's, it's not cool. But the Environment Department isn't going to step in there. They're not going to say anything. It's really, up to the community to protect itself.
So there would never be a point where either of those organizations would make a direction to the Forest Service about their grazing requirements?
Dave Franklin at the Watershed Coordinator started in 2005 documenting the bacteria exceedances. And he communicated with the Forest Service verbally and with letters on a number of occasions expressing his concern. In 2006, the NMED issued report on the problems on the forest. Extensive sampling that was done by Amigos Bravos and the Forest Service and the UNM-Taos. The Forest Service just rolls soft like water off a duck's back. They have refused to admit there was a problem until recently, and since they've admitted there's a problem, they still have not agreed to reduce the riparian grazing.
Maybe there's some way that staff, together with NMED and the EPA and the Forest Service, and have a discussion about this. Since everybody's in agreement that this is not a good practice, maybe we could exert some influence in that way.
I think, Commissioner Blankenhorn, I appreciate that, and I think that would be an excellent move. And I think that ideally that would take place over the next several months before the grazing season starts. And if you still see no action, as we've seen for the last 9 years, then maybe it's time to make legal changes that would enforce a better management regime up there.
Good suggestion, Commissioner Blankenhorn. Commissioner Barone.
Thank you, Chairman and Jerry and Brian. How does the SWIP play into this? You know, there's stormwater prevention plans that are required by, I know, businesses. Are they not required by anybody else, you know, that lives on or around where water actually would run off of your property into the stream?
The SWIP program is really, it covers 1 acre of disturbed land. So as far as I know, it never has really applied to agricultural lands. It's only applied to, you know, developments in towns and places like that. A little fun fact is that at one point there was a lawsuit put together by a public law firm against saying that cows were actually a point discharge, and that brought in the NPDES permit question that was litigated up in Montana, I think.
But really, the cattle and livestock are a 9-point source. Either one of us would be glad to answer any more questions too, and I know you guys are trying to break for lunch. We might take just another 3 or 4 minutes, if you like, we're on this subject, and go through these 15 photos that I have.
If you want to, but I know, okay, on another matter, I'm on the board of the Intergovernmental Council, the IGC, which is made up of the various entities, the municipalities, Cuesta, Taos Ski Valley, Red River, Angel Fire, Eagle Nest, town of Taos, the county. But one of the reports that was given by officials from Taos Ski Valley on that river, what is it, the Rio Hondo? River, the Rio Hondo, is it the Rio Hondo?
From the
Taos
Ski Valley?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yes.
And they now have the problem of the snot rock algae. I guess it's like an algae or something that has been discovered in the Taos Ski Valley River. Are you familiar with that?
You know, I'm not really that familiar with it. I've seen those reports too, but
Yeah.
I'm not really up on that.
And apparently this particular algae travels through boats, or even, say, for example, someone that was fishing in a lake that was contaminated, and that algae will latch onto their boots or fishing gear, whatever, and you know, they'll come to Taos Ski Valley or anywhere else and they'll spread it. And so that is something that has happened, and apparently what it does is it chokes out all vegetation, and it basically kills all of the fish in a river. And so that's kind of an issue that is something that needs to be addressed up at the Taos Ski Valley here pretty soon.
Doesn't that stuff also depend on excessive nutrients? I mean, it occurs in rivers where you have a problem with either over-fertilization or excessive manure being. Right. For instance, in this first picture that I have, I guess you guys have it on your screen? Yes. That's just one example of a cow patty that's right there beside the creek. And of course, that's all up and down the upper Rio Fernando because of this intensive grazing. And I'll just quickly go through these others if I could. Now here's cattle tracks right in the creek bed in upper Apache Canyon. That's the headwaters of Apache Creek there. And I took that particular photo because an ear tag happened to be laying in the creek that shows that it was from the permittees, that these tracks came from the permittees herd. More pictures, there's a dog in the background to give you a little sense of scale, but I think it's pretty clear that those are cattle tracks, not elk tracks. And there's another close-up of the same situation. And an empty cattle watering trough. It's never been maintained, and of course if the cattle don't have a watering trough for a source of water, they're going to go to the creek. And that's been going on for many, many years. This watering facility could have just been properly maintained, and that would have greatly reduced the impacts on the permittee. Could never be bothered to do that, and the Forest Service would never enforce it.
Was that a dog back there?
Yeah, that's my little dog. These are cattle out on the main stem of the Rio Fernando, right there beside Highway 64, and those bushes that you see in the background to the right are the willows along the river that would hopefully stabilize the river. I've often seen cattle actually eating those shrubs. They don't just eat the grass. If they're left in a riparian zone, they'll eat the shrubs and destabilize the bank. There's a big bull right by the creek, and a second, here he is disappearing right down the creek. He's walking right between the willows and walking right down through the creek. So you can see the kind of damage that would cause. Well, this needs to be rotated. Yeah, there we go. That's a broken down cut bank. You can see that the cattle have just trampled that and collapsed it. And I think Brian would probably, and Rachel would confirm this. Collapsing that sediment has actually choked the Rio Fernando and stopped some of the flow. And in 2006, the Forest Service went to the NMED and said, well, the flow's been interrupted up there, so it no longer deserves the highest water quality standard. It's not a perennial river anymore. The flow's been interrupted. So Amigos Bravos and I tried to point out to the Forest Service and the NMED that it was the cattle trampling that had choked the river and stopped the flow. And so after several years, the EPA stepped in and overruled the NMED and the Forest Service and returned the Rio Fernando to perennial status. But it's kind of ironic that the cattle are causing damages that would cause the river to be removed from perennial status, and the Forest Service just was glad of that. That solved their problems if they could have it removed from perennial status. Here's another just close-up of the trampled creek bed. Same deal. You can see that bank collapsing in the background from the cattle traffic. And that's just more of the same. That's the livestock on the Rio Fernando main stem. Here's the water gap that I was telling you all about before. This is what allows the cattle. You can see the riparian exclosure fence in the background. That's the one that was built in 1988. And then this water gap juts off of it down to the creek bed so that the cattle can come in from the adjacent rangelands and get their water. So I'm not trying to say that the cattle should be deprived of their water, just deprived of this intensive riparian grazing every year.
Real quick.
Yes, sir.
What if elk want to, or other wildlife?
They don't have any problems crossing that riparian protection fence. A 42-inch high fence is passable for wildlife and impassable for cattle. That's why it's the ideal height for fencing, especially for riparian protection. And this is the last picture, I guess. This is the sign that you may have seen if you're driving in upper Taos Canyon, the riparian enhancement project that paid for that riparian exclosure fence. And it's too small to see, but yeah, all the people are listed that joined in on that sign on the left, including Audubon and the Livestock Owners Association. So that's it. I just wanted you all to see those photos too, and then if the chairman. Any questions?
That is it.
Thank you very much.
Is there a second? I'll second. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Lunch, Mr. Malone.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and
Almost a
start.
lunch.
Motion to come into session.
So moved.
I was actually
I'll
doing
go
some
ahead and
work at
second.
home.
Madam
I had to
Clerk?
do-
Yes.
Go.
Yes.
Yes.
Present. And I believe Commissioner Duran is coming in a few minutes. We'll move on then. Thank you, Madam Clerk. With the agenda, we're on, I believe, item 8, contracts, agreements, MOUs. Oh, okay. Before we go on to that, we do have a return of Miss Armstrong, Julia Armstrong, who wanted to speak on behalf of item 7D. That's the presentation with regards to the consideration of the Rio Fernando watershed concerns. And if you want to come forward, and we'll listen to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'm Julia Armstrong, and the Rio Fernando flows through the land I live on. I'm one of Mr. Jurgen's neighbors and share his concerns about what's been going on with that body of water. And I understand that you've had a lot of information given to you before the lunch break concerning the nature and the severity of the problems there and their relation to grazing use in the upper Rio Fernando watershed. What I would like to do here is address how I think an ordinance that could be crafted to deal with that problem without running foul of the federal preemption doctrine, sovereignty clause, things like that. I'm a lawyer, and I've done some study over the last several months of what kinds of ordinances and state regulations are successful and which aren't, and why. So what I'm going to do is condense it down as best I can into non-legalese, but I will happily entertain longer discussions from Mr. Malone and Mr. Blankenhorn if they want to pepper me with questions. The last time I stood behind one of these was before an appellate panel, so I'm kind of in your honors mode here. Now, the principal issue that arises when states or state subdivisions attempt to regulate activities on federal lands is the idea of preemption. And that basically means that if the feds have legislated in an area, not a physical area, but an area of law, with an intent to keep the states and lower and subdivisions from entering it at all, then any attempt by a county or a state or a town or a township to enter that area and enact regulations of its own would be impossible. Those would be voidable, and they would be voided in short order. But that's not the case in most situations where the feds have done some kind of legislation in an area of law. It may be, for example, in nuclear containment, but in areas such as forestry and mining, it's not. And there was well, no, I won't go into old cases. The basic principle is that unless there is some expressed intent, in this case, it would be in the legislation and regulations governing the Forest Service, that they have it all and everybody else should stay out, then the question of preemption becomes a much easier one to deal with and much more idiosyncratic to each individual circumstance. There, the test is, does the local regulation impair the federal goals that are implemented by theirs? So, for example, if you have a federal regulation that says you can't dump your wash water into the local pond, and the county were to pass an ordinance saying, yes, you can, that would be a situation where those two goals conflict irreparably and they can't coexist. But if you have a federal regulation that says you can't dump your watch water into the pond, and the county comes along and says, that's right, and you can't dump your sewage in there either, then you have a common goal and you have common regulations that support one another, one being more stringent than the other, but the goal being the same, and that is to keep the water clean. That is, in my understanding, where we are in terms of grazing regulation on federal lands. There are regulations, of course, and there's a whole federal permitting system, but it doesn't preempt the local governments from coming in and enacting their own regulations. Now, the kicker is, what kind of regulation do you enact? If you read the various cases that have elaborated this principle, it's clear that if you go in and try to do land use regulation in the Forest Service lands, this is not going to be successful. But if you go in and regulate environmentally, you're worried about clean water, clean air, and you regulate strictly on those terms, and you do not preclude a particular use, then most of the time you'll get by. And in this case, for example, we would not be able to say you can't graze in the upper Rio Fernando watershed at all, ever. That would be, in effect, a land use regulation. But you could say you can graze if the feds give you a permit and if we give you a permit. And our permit could be then based on the condition of the watershed, and the willingness of the permittee to undertake conservation and protection activities, restoration activities there. So what I have in mind is the possibility of thinking about first tying the need for the permit to a decision that the Forest Service has already made, which is that watershed is impaired. So there, by doing that, we immediately link the goals of the local ordinance to those of the federal regulations and say, you said it was endangered, by golly, you're right. And we're going to step in here because you've got so much on your plate, and we're going to enact some regulations of our own. Those regulations could take a number of forms, as long as they don't effectively prevent grazing. One might be to say, you've got to come forward and demonstrate to us that what you're planning is not going to exacerbate the problems that we have and will, in fact, decrease the pressure on the watershed, decrease the siltation. The trouble with that is that it means you've got to have somebody there on your side who is a range scientist and be able to say, if you say no, that you have a good reason for saying no. Another way of doing it, on the other hand, would be to say, we will let you graze your cattle, but you must put in a little sweat equity. And that sweat equity could take the form of building or maintaining fences that keep the animals away from the immediate stream itself. It could also mean undertaking restoration effects or projects if the county had in place or the Forest Service had in place some kind of a remediation plan. We could ask the people who are going to be benefiting by preserving the grazing in that watershed to come forward and assist with that project. It could be done in lieu of a permit fee, for example, or if you had some land that was owned by somebody who lived in Albuquerque and just leased it out, or had a permit but let somebody else run their cattle, they could simply say, okay, I'll pay you the $1,000 or whatever it is. Or they might say, you know, this really isn't fun anymore. The difficulty with this kind of thing is balancing the needs of the local culture, which has always run cattle up in the forests, and the needs of the long term, which is, among other things, to keep that water clean for the downstream users. Where I drive over the Rio Fernando twice a day on my little rickety bridge, I see that in the last couple of years, the upstream portion has ponded under a bar of silt that's developed underneath my little bridge. And on the other side, downstream, it's just a tiny little skein of little silver threads. And that people used to fish there. In fact, I just found out the other day that back in the day, early on, there was enough water in the Rio Fernando to float logs, and people used it for that. You remember that? I think the way we do that is to try to explain and sell the goal as maintaining the ability to continue to use the land that way by not overusing it now. Now, I think this can be done in such a way as to have a really good chance to avoid a challenge by the Forest Service or by some large herd owner, perhaps, to come in and say, no, you don't have the authority to do that. There's always a chance that you could lose. The judiciary is like every other part of government. It consists of people, and people make mistakes, and people get their heads turned. But I think it'd be worth doing anyway. What are you going to lose? You're going to lose an opportunity to clean up this unique area. But if you fail, you fail. It's not going to be any worse off than it's going to be if you do nothing. And I strongly would suggest that you begin to study what form a successful ordinance might take and how it might work in this community. And I will volunteer my assistance to the extent that other people don't grab me first to help with the legal side of doing that. I'm pretty good at that kind of stuff, and I like reading law, so if you need some legal study done, I'd be happy to be on a committee or whatever. That's essentially what I have to say. I hope that you will consider it, and if you have any questions for me, please ask me now.
Jürgen?
Chairman, I just wanted to ask Mr. Malone's reaction to the comments by
Mr. Chairman, it doesn't really add to the conversation at this point. I mean, for a lawyer, the devil is in the details. I'd have to see the cases.
I was thinking you'd say that, and I'd be happy to send you some. I just went through and printed a bunch off, in fact.
And just to be helpful there, Julia, if there are specific local ordinances directed at federal land that you have in mind, that would be the most useful, because the general concept of preemption and what you described is accurate, but it's got to be overlaid on the fact that it's federal land.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I do have one question. Are you aware of the two state cases, New Mexico cases, that say that a local ordinance cannot be enforced against state land? And if that's true, I mean, there are at least two Supreme Court cases that say that. One involved a state building, the other involved an antenna on Department of Transportation land. It wasn't a matter of preemption analysis. It was simply you can't do it because it's state land and it's sovereign.
That's right.
And so why would federal land be any different?
Because the concept in federal sovereignty is constitutional, whereas the notion of whether or not a lesser subdivision of the state can control the state itself has to do with the way power emanates into those lower agencies. Power emanates into say a municipality or a county through state statutes which tell it what it can and can't do. There is no independent right to be a county. States, on the other hand, pre-existed the Constitution, and it's in concepts of federalism that determine that federal law is supreme. That's the basic idea behind supremacy, as opposed to the organic nature of the question when it concerns states and their subdivisions.
Yeah. So, Julia, the other thing that would be really helpful is, again, where it's actually federal land, and if we have something as specific as federal forest land. And I'd love I'll just let the commissioners know I know Julia well, and I'd be happy to work with her and keep an open mind on this.
There is a 1987 U.S. Supreme Court case, and I just checked it today to see if there's been any sudden reversals in the month or two since I last read it. It's called California Coastal Commission versus Granite Rock. It's a U.S. Supreme Court case concerning unpatented mining claims in federal land.
I'm
You're familiar with that one?
Yeah.
Okay. There's some others that spun off from there as well. That I'll try to put together a brief for you. I'd like it to be kind of a conversational thing, though, rather than an advocacy sort of thing, more of a problem-solving view.
Absolutely.
Suffice it to say that I feel that if there is a will on the Commission's part, there is more than enough legal talent in the room to help find a way to do it. And if it turns out that it can't be done, you'll be told that too, so you won't wind up with egg on your face. Anyone else?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, we'll move on to item 8A, Amendment 1 to Taos County Contract 2013-078, Advanced Tower Services Incorporated. Mr. Cordova?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I apologize, and I'm not sure why this didn't get submitted in your package, and I'd like to approach the bench to give you a copy of the amendment.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, what you have before you is an amendment for the installation of the tower that was already or approved at a different time by the commission. And basically, this amendment comes about because at the time that this was approved, it was approved for across the street at 599 Lovato Place. At that time, the contract was in the amount of $104,000. At this time, the contract is actually for $102,000, and it went down primarily because of the cabling needed to run the tower and get it installed. And if you require any additional clarification on that, I stand for questions, but that's the basic premise of this.
That's the meat of the change here.
You said the other contract was for how much?
$104,000.
104, and now it's for 94?
It was for, if you look
Chairman, I can help with that confusion.
Okay.
The number that Commissioner Duran is looking at, the $94,462.89, is a number in paragraph 2 compensation of the original contract. That's pre-gross receipts tax.
Oh,
Okay, because we have to state that pre-gross receipts tax, and it's roughly a $2,000 drop in the amount. The main reason for the amendment is the changed location, and the contract obviously has to reflect where it's going to be built.
Need approval on it?
Yes, I am seeking approval by the commission.
So move to approve.
Is there a second?
Motion?
Motion made by Commissioner Duran. I need a second. Seconded by Commissioner Sanchez. Any other questions or comments? Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Yes.
Vice Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Duran.
Yes.
Commissioner Barone.
Yes.
Chairman Romero.
Yes. Okay, we'll move on to item 9. Thank you, Mr. Cordova. Resolutions and ordinances, discussion, consideration, decisions regarding the following. Item A, Resolution 2014-8. Mr. Malone?
Yes. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this is a piece of the puzzle for transferring housing from Taos County to the Northern Regional Housing Authority. You passed a similar resolution last summer, and I learned about a week ago from MFA that they were requiring that the resolution be a little bit more broad. The resolution you passed last summer only discussed the assets, and they wanted to be sure that the resolution included the programs. And so that's essentially what you have in front of you. It's the same thing you already passed last summer, but with the programs of the housing included.
Mr. Malone, one of the questions that I had was with regards to the actual physical buildings, the homes. Are they going to remain under the ownership of the county, or they transfer over to the new board?
In order for the plan that is contemplated to take place for HUD to transfer responsibility from Taos County over to Northern Regional, the assets have to transfer as well, and that would include the properties that you've asked about.
Are there any vehicles involved, or?
You know, I don't know the answer to that, but I assume that there are vehicles that are allocated to the housing, and so I do know that there are other assets other than real property, computers and things of that nature.
And so say, for example, the sewer plant in Peñasco, which is at a distance from the project itself, isn't it? Or is it located nearby?
Nearby.
It's nearby. All of that goes.
All of that would have to transfer as well. And this resolution authorizes, if you pass the resolution, authorizes the county manager to send a letter to MFA and HUD confirming this fact.
Okay. And just for the benefit of the public, commissioners, if Mr. Archuleta could, in a nutshell, describe exactly what's going to happen with the transfer of ownership to the new Northern Regional Housing Authority, and also why it was important to keep it in Taos County.
Do you want to address that, or
Yeah, I think we'll just tag team on that. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, basically what's happened is that we've had several meetings with the North Regional Housing Authority. At this time, we're trying to make sure that all the legal documents are in place in order to move that forward. The North Regional Housing Authority has basically put an RFP out for a management company to come in and take over this, but there's also another aspect that we're helping with and moving forward, which is through the legislative session. It's House Bill 11, I believe, in order for that to fund the services that the North Regional Housing Authority will go. So we're going to transition this whole process. Some of the concerns that Taos County had initially in this transition process was that we're sort of left holding the bag, but we really don't have the authority once some of this transition starts taking place. At some point, and I think that the date for that would be about June 30th at the end of the fiscal year, that at that point it'll be a total transition. They'll take that over. But in that aspect, they need to have us still in place while they get the management company in place, while they get the funding for it, and all those issues that go with this transfer that happens for that. And so, Mr. Malone, I don't know if you need to add anything else, reference that. I think that's pretty much the transition portion for it. Finance has been working diligently on trying to correct the issues that were down there and also make sure that those issues are corrected for the future. Reference our audit. Because we've had it for 6 months out of this year, we're also going to be audited on that. And so what we're trying to do is make sure that we have a clean audit for the next year, because we've had to clean up a lot of those issues. And so Mr. Cordova has been working with their finance company to try to get all that in place.
I was going to ask about the audit portion of it as well. Commissioner Duran?
Mr. Archuleta, on the finances, we'll still take care of the finances up till June, and then after that?
Well, that's something to be negotiated. Once the management company comes in, I think they're going to determine what level of finances they're going to need. At that point, they could approach the county. We would come back to the commission to see if we want to help them, through a management fee, basically do the finances for them, or if they just want to take that out solely on their own and hire their own management company or bring in their own internal staff. This isn't going to incorporate the whole northern region of Taos County from Farmington to Raton, basically, and that whole northern communities that are involved in that. Our thought was, and Mr. Cordova might jump in on this, is that it's probably going to be a bigger project than we first anticipated, and because of that, they're probably going to hire their own finance management on there. But what we're trying to do is, before we turn it back over to them, that it's clean.
Let me, second question. Any complaints? Now they usually come to the commission, people that live there. So after June, when they take over, who deals with that?
The Northern Regional Housing Authority.
That's correct.
If I get a phone call from somebody living out there, you call North.
We'll put the number for the Northern Regional Housing Authority in your phone.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Duran, there's actually a board, and we have a representative from Taos County that will be on that board that will be representing the North Regional Housing Authority. So they, in turn, basically, that representative from Taos County will actually take on those calls and deal with those issues. But those will all go to the board once that transition's taken place.
Chairman, the only thing I would add to what Steve has said is that a part of this transition period, in other words, the full transfer, as Steve explained, won't happen until July 1st. As part of this transition period, the Northern Regional Housing Authority wants to provide us with a supervisor for the housing program during the transition period. Serves our interest in giving us extra personnel and their interest in becoming familiar with it rather than having to take it over just like that. And there was a meeting 2.5 weeks ago with HUD and MFA and us, and they asked us to provide them with a contract for this interim period, the supervisor, by this past Friday, which I did. I heard from MFA this morning that they would get back with me if they had any suggested changes, and and I'll probably bring that contract in front of you to the next meeting.
And I think, Chairman, thank you. I think it's, we don't want to keep sight that, as the federal government continues regionalization of services, as the Forest Service talks about their dispatch, and this is one of those regionalization of services that is going to benefit the community. It's one of those, I know it's going to bring additional jobs to the community not right away, but it will, because they'll be managing a bigger area, and I think it's going to be a win-win for everybody.
I agree. Very good. Okay, any other questions, commissioners, or comments? We need a motion, correct? Is there a motion?
So move to approve Resolution 2014-8.
Okay, I will go ahead and second. Any other questions or comments? If not, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay, we'll move on to item 10, Department Matters, discussion, consideration, decisions regarding the following. Would like to welcome Joaquin and Darlene, the ambulance staff, EMS department. Request for approval for actual reimbursement for 2 employees to attend an out-of-state training from March 22nd through the 26th, 2014 in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. I come before you to ask for approval to send 2 of my billing staff, full-time billing staff, Office Manager Darlene Torres and Leanne Etzel, over to Vegas to become certified ambulance coders, which is part of our billing system. We've never had this in our department before. We have a lot of changes that are coming up with our insurances. Medicare billing, ICD-9 codes are changing to ICD-10 codes. So I think this training for these 2 individuals will be very beneficial for our department in generating revenues.
Okay.
Joaquin, as the possibility, later on down the road, we want to keep, our employees, but is there going to be an opportunity for them to get trained to be able to train other people, or will they continue to go out and get trained? I just want to make sure that we have some depth in there, because I know with the new Health Care Act that this is something that we're really going to have to look at. That's the way we're going to get paid, is by those codes.
That's correct, Commissioner. A matter of fact, like I said before, the billing staff has never been certified in our department. It's always been hands-on or learning from one person to another. So sending Darlene and Leanne down to this training will definitely be a great asset for, Darlene as our office manager to train continuously and keeping updates. 2 days after the conference, after the class is a 2-day conference, so there's a lot of changes that are happening, so yes.
So move for approval, Chairman.
I'll go ahead and second. Any other discussion? If not, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
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 Thank you.
And Joaquin, I just have a question. It might not be relevant to what's on the agenda, but at one point you guys received some funding for, what are they called? The
AEDs?
Yeah, AEDs.
Yes.
Are they all placed somewhere, or?
I have one that's at the office that has not been placed at a location, and I think we were discussing one being placed here.
Okay, and is there going to be then, if it gets placed here, is there a possibility that maybe commissioners can be trained so that in the event we need to use it?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Baroni. I have Erica Paras, who is our CPR and our first aid trainer, and she will do the training for us.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I just want to commend Darlene and Joaquin for the good work that they've been doing with the EMS service. They just gone beyond and above and beyond. Even this during the Christmas holidays, they actually provided some food for some needy families within the community. The billing has been excellent, and Joaquin will come back and present to the commission here in the near future. But I just want to commend them for all their hard work and extra diligence in making sure that Taos County is moving forward in that aspect.
Much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joaquin.
Okay, we'll move on to item 10. We've done items A, B, and C. We'll move on to item D, Adult Detention Center. Ms. Jana Gonzalez. And I believe I've pronounced your first name right, Jana. This is discussion regarding an amendment to the contract between the Town of Taos and Taos County for the housing of detainees.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
We're reviewing the contract for inmate confinement for the Adult Detention Center for Taos, the Town of Taos. And in the contract, I went through and sort of made some minor changes, changing the inmate and prisoner names to a consistent detainees. Also, I have some recommended additions for pre-acceptance, when to accept a detainee into the detention facility and when the staff have the right to refuse them for a medical clearance, so that we don't have to take on any additional medical responsibility before they become our detainees in the detention center. We do this through the acceptance screen form. And again, under property inventory, if any illegal items are found or contraband, we want to be able to give that back to the Town of Taos and have them process that and charge the detainee, so that we're not holding on to any illegal items or contraband and being stuck with them and have to go through a process by having them discarded through the courts. And doing a cost analysis, we did a cost analysis for each detainee per day. There, I guess to back up just a little bit, our population is about 84. We have lately had an average of about 76 detainees in our population. About 22 of those detainees belong to the adult probation and parole for probation and parole violations. And we've been holding on an average about 17 detainees for the Town of Taos. That is a number of 39 detainees out of the 76. Therefore, 37 of those detainees belong to Taos County. So it's about 50%. 50% belong to Taos County and 50% belong to the Town of Taos and APPO combined. Let me see. We broke down some numbers. They're sort of ballpark because it was kind of hard to get an exact cost, what it would cost Taos County to hold a detainee per day with all the hidden costs and everything that we don't actually see and can't actually come up with a number on a daily basis. But with daily items and other items that we can't really put into a number because of the quantities that we use. And with personnel, it comes out to about $109 a day per detainee. And we're charging the Town of Taos right now $100. I know that they're wanting to go down to $75, but before the commission does make that determination, we just wanted you to know what the exact numbers and what it would cost per detainee on a daily basis. I do have a breakdown of each individual item, and we did as much as we could. If you guys would like to have a copy of that or see that, we can get that for you. But that's just basically what we have, because I was just asked to do a talk on the contract itself and have you guys determine what is going to cost the town.
Okay. Commissioner Brony.
Thank you, Chairman. Jana, the way I understand is if an inmate comes in on a Friday, don't charge the Town of Taos till Monday. And so there's 2 days that they're in our facility for free. has that been evaluated, and is that a true statement?
That is a true statement. In the contract on page 3 of 6, if a prisoner is booked into the adult detention center on or before 8 a.m. on a business day, that day shall be the first full business day. If a prisoner is booked into the adult detention center after 8 a.m. on a business day, the next business day shall be the first business day. And when they say business day, that excludes the holidays and weekends. So when they come in before 8 a.m., we are not able to charge them until Monday morning or Tuesday after the 8 a.m. or 8 p.m.
So in reviewing that, would there be then kind of a wash of that particular, the way that is written, if we write the contract to be able to charge the day they come in?
Commissioners, in your packet, actually, you have 2 attachments. One is the actual contract. The second one is the proposed contract. Mr. Malone and myself and Ms. Gonzalez have actually had several conversations of this, and it really boils back down to semantics. You know, as working within CYFD and working with detention centers for a long time, to me, a business day in a detention center is every day. It's not weekends. We don't shut down, set staff home, let prisoners free, and then tell them come back on Monday at 8 o'clock. We basically take care of them 24/7, 365 days a year. And so in the contract, as it states, now the town disagrees with us, and this is really up to the commission as to what your interpretation is of how this should be done. So as Ms. Gonzalez basically stated, the rate shall apply, well, billing, no, let me think. If a prisoner is booked at ADC before 8 a.m. on that business day, that day shall be the first full business day, if that's before 8. If it's after 8, then you go to the next day. Well, the next day to us is Saturday. The next day to the town is Monday. And because it says business day. So, you know,
Mr. Commissioner, if I wanted to go on a trip to New York, to Vegas, or somewhere, it would be great if it worked that way. I would go in check in on a Friday, but wouldn't have to start paying till Monday at the most expensive hotel.
Thank you, Commissioner.
But it doesn't work that way.
Well, and the reality of that is we still incur those costs. We still have to have guards there. We still have to have medical. We still have to have the director. We still have to have the lights on. We still have to feed them. I mean, none of those costs stop. None of those costs go away. And so the second attachment that you'll see in the presentation that's in front of you on your iPads is that we're going to go ahead and recommend take out business day because of the semantics of that as they state it, and just put next day. And, you know, and we'll just go from there. I also want to tell you at the beginning of the contract, item 3, there is a termination clause that basically says that within 30 days written notice to the appropriate agents identified in this contract, in this case, the termination of the contract, we could actually terminate the contract for 30, and within 30 days if they're going to stick to the semantics of that, and then redo a contract with them if we need to. But that's, you know, it's, you know, I was telling some of the commissioners as I was looking at this, I said, how could we have missed this? How could that have come aboard? And it's really semantics. It's really how you read next business day and what does that mean to the individual commission or to the individual council.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, so with that being said, Mr. Manager, you need a decision from us today, right?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Duran, yes, we need a decision today. I'm going to ask Ms. Gonzalez to go over. I also asked her if she could go through and look out at how many billing days we've had in specific months and how many billing days we've actually missed out of not being able to charge for those based on the semantics, and she'll go over those numbers, and then the commission hopefully will have a better idea of what that amount is.
Let me ask this question. By when do you have to, or how are we going to work this out? Let the town know that a business day here is 7/24. And if they refuse that, then what's our next step? We just write them a 30-day notice that we no longer are housing them for free?
Mr. Chairman, I think Commissioner Duran kind of summarized it correctly, that we could do this in steps, but if we want to make these changes we either have to wait until the term is up, which is not until September, or we have to terminate the contract. Because there's changes other than just the hours. And so those are our options. And it would require 30 days' notice.
A 30-day notice. But we would have to ask them, go in front, well, you people have to go in front of them and say, well, next business day is the next day, right? Or
Well, again,
we just terminate the contract.
we could do either. We could ask, but there are other changes here that Ms. Gonzalez wants as well. And so to effectuate those other changes, they can either be agreed to. You can always amend a contract by agreement of the parties. And if there is no agreement, then you can give the 30-day notice.
Okay. So recommendation of staff?
That's what I was looking for.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like Ms. Gonzalez to actually go over some of the numbers for you. She's done a lot of work on that, but I think it'll come to light as to what we're talking about here, reference billing days.
For example, we have a billing of the town of Taos where they had detainees, a number of detainees in our facility for 233 days in the month of July of 2013. And when it came down to billing, we were only able to bill for 99 of those days. Another example is for August 2013, we had detainees in our facility for a total of 244 days, and we were only able to bill for 4 of those days. The reason why they're in our detention center where it seems so long and only able to bill for about 4 days is because of the weekend clause, the business day clause, and in addition to that, there's municipal charges, there's magistrate charges, and there's district charges. If it's a straight municipal charge, then we can charge the town of Taos for those municipal charges, according to this contract, only on the next business day. So we may or may not be losing out on 17 detainees, 3 days on a municipal charge because they have not yet gone to court. If they have a magistrate charge or a district charge, according to what I've learned is those charges will trump the municipal charges. Therefore, they become either a district detainee or they become a Taos County detainee. So once that happens and they have both of those charges, we cannot any longer charge for that municipal charge. So there are other things other than just this contract clause that we are unable to bill the town of Taos for. But with 17 detainees for the weekend, that could be a chunk of change that we're actually missing out on, because 34. When they go to court and they're released, then we don't bill at all. Or if they are sentenced, then they pick them up and take them to San Miguel County, and they pay San Miguel County for housing those detainees.
Let me ask this question, Mr. Chairman. Who's going to make the determination whether it's a municipal charge or magistrate charge?
It would be law enforcement.
But see, law enforcement, the town of Taos is going to play the part that it is a magistrate, so we pick up the bill.
It's
I mean, how do we get away from that?
That's, we can't necessarily get away with that. It's actually up to the law enforcement officer whether or not they charge them with a municipal charge, or they change it, or they book them in for a magistrate charge. That the detention center doesn't have control over. But if it is a municipal charge, we would hope and expect that the town of Taos would charge them with a municipal charge and not make it a magistrate charge, to where we're holding these detainees in our detention center under a magistrate charge when it could have been a municipal. So it's a kind of, it's a sticky situation.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Duran, if I may, I think at some level we're going to have to do a little bit more investigation into that. It seems to me, and if a town of Taos police officer brings the individual in, then that's a town of Taos prisoner. If the sheriff's department brings in the individual, then it's a sheriff's prisoner. And we pay for the sheriff's prisoner, the town of Taos pays for the town of Taos. Now, there may be some legalities in there that we're not aware of based on the magistrate. I can tell you that Ms. Gonzalez has been talking to other communities and also actually talked to the training academy that's training these officers. And the officers are actually taught to go ahead and up the charge to, say, an aggravated domestic violence case rather than just an assault and battery, because then it becomes a magistrate court. The district attorney or the attorneys at that point can bring it back down if they want to, but by them doing that and not bringing it as a battery case, then it becomes a county. And so I don't know what the legalities are as far as, if you have a town of Taos police car drive up with a sally port with a prisoner, I think that's town of Taos. If it's a sheriff's department and state police, then that's ours, and we take that as is.
Donna, I just want to clarify one more time. So if the town of Taos Police Department brings in a prisoner at 8:10 in the morning on Friday afternoon, he stays there all day Friday, all day Saturday, and all day Sunday, and they pick him up Monday and haul him to Las Vegas, there's no charge for that inmate?
There's no charge according to the contract.
You hit it right on the nail, Commissioner.
Not even a bed and breakfast will do that.
I know where I'm going to start spending the weekends.
But the other facilities do charge, or other facilities do charge, right? I mean,
Yeah, like when these town of Taos detainees, when they're picked up after court or they're sentenced and they go to San Miguel, then San Miguel will bill the town of Taos, and the town of Taos will pay the bill to San Miguel County for
immediately
housing. Yes.
on Friday, they don't skip holidays or weekends? Or,
Well, they're not going to take them to San Miguel on a Friday. They're going to bring them here.
yeah.
And then afterwards, they're going to take them to San Miguel because that's where it's the cheapest.
Yeah.
But I think the question still is, on Friday in San Miguel County, do they stop billing from Friday to Sunday and then they pick up the billing again on Monday? And no, that's not the case. Basically, they charge them day for day at San Miguel County.
Commissioner Sanchez, Blankenhorn?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners. Yeah, so obviously we have to close this crazy loophole. It doesn't make any sense at all. But if we do so and then we drop the rate to 75, is it likely that they'll keep their prisoners here instead of going to San Miguel?
I think in the last commission meeting where the chief of police was here, he did agree to that. And I know Mr. Archuleta also said, it would be better for our community if we kept our detainees in Taos altogether, because we don't house any other detainees outside of Taos County, because that's, from what I understand, we were originally and continuing to do. So from what I remember in one of the commission meetings, a couple of commission meetings ago, I think the chief of police did agree to that, Mr. Archuleta.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, he said that he would take that in front of the council, but that he would support that if we lowered the price to the $75. So it would still need to go to council approval.
Well, we could actually write that into the contract also.
But Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Blankenhorn, she just stated that it costs us $109.
Exactly.
Why are we going to lower it to 75 and still pick up the bill?
Well,
You know what I mean?
because we'd be, well, that's a great question, but even if we did that, we would be better off financially than we are now.
The thing about it is, amend the contract, $109. They want it, they don't want it, well, fine. You know what I mean? We're not here as a community bank. You know?
What's our capacity at the jail? I'm sorry.
Our capacity is 84.
And we average 76?
We're averaging 76 now.
And you figured the 109 by taking average 76 times 365 and dividing it into the total budget, more or less?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's
and
what you did?
then some, yes.
Yeah.
So instead of receiving zero for that 3-day stay the scenario I did, we would be getting $225 under the new rate.
Okay?
No, for the 3-day stay.
Yes.
I got
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
See, we have all kinds of fixed costs, though. And so just by having one more bed occupied doesn't mean that it costs us an extra $109. That's the fallacy in that arithmetic.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, basically the $109 that was given to you in that aspect, and Ms. Gonzalez said that, and then some, the reality of that is that's real difficult, as we mentioned earlier, because you have individuals that come in with severe problems, severe medical issues, and then those costs go through the roof. Again, we had an individual there for almost 8 months that had a brain damage, and so we had to have an officer on that individual 24/7, couldn't see anybody else. So we could determine that cost, and it would be probably $1,000 a day when you start adding up all the medical and everything that individual does. So what we've done is taken the best scenario that we can, which is the lowest rate, and then we've taken the middle rate and tried to condense that as much as possible to get into the middle. You're right, there's fixed costs. The electricity doesn't cost any more if there's 2 more individuals in there. And actually, the way we've structured our meal plan, the more individuals we have, the less we pay for the meals. So we've tried to structure that the best we can. But, the commission has asked us to put our best foot forward as to what's our actual cost of that. And it's very comparable to Santa Fe and everybody else. Santa Fe, I believe, is $120 a day on theirs. And, I know San Miguel is at 65, but San Miguel is also trying to readjust their budget so that they can actually try to bring in some revenue. And we're not looking at this as a revenue-making business because the liability is just too harsh to do that. And so our best guess from day-to-day activities, we have to have medical personnel there. The same thing too is if we have 10 people in the detention center, it still costs us if we have 84 people in the detention center because we still have to pay the medical, we still have to pay the foods, we still have to pay the electricity. So our best guess is $109.
But the lower the population, the higher the per day cost you're going to come up with. That number is going to raise up if you have less detainees. And what I was surprised at was that it's nearly 50-50, that almost half of our population emanates from the town.
Well, let me clarify that. It's 50-50 if you look at it with the town and with adult probation and parole. I think at our numbers last week, as we were looking at, there was about 22 probation and parole, which are state adults that are there or with the probation and parole. We've met with them, Ms. Gonzalez has met with them, and we're trying to bring those numbers down by getting them out a little bit quicker. But, Espanola is knocking down our door saying, can we put our detainees over there? And we're saying, no, we don't want the liability. We don't want this to, to fill our, to capacity. We've been as high as 100, 102 at times, as far as inmates in there. And it's just a huge liability for Taos County. It's a huge liability for this commission and for our budget. And so we're trying to manage that the best way that we can. And, we don't want to be at the 84 beds if we don't have to be in that aspect. But for that reason, we're only taking care of Taos.
If we're at 35 beds, then it's going to end up costing us more money.
Then we need to start looking at bringing in other communities, yes, but...
So I guess I'll just wait for staff's recommendation.
Commissioner Barone?
That's what I was waiting for, is staff's recommendation.
Okay.
They'll never be at 35. There's people in there walk out of there Friday and they're back on Sunday. That'll never happen.
Recommendations from staff?
Basically, after discussion and looking at that, staff is recommending that we keep it at $100 a day and that we renegotiate the contract if they're not willing to do it, because we're just losing out too many hours, and we need to compensate our employees and also be able to manage the facility down there. And it's still a losing proposition, quite honestly. We're still putting money out of general fund to manage that detention center across the way here.
Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for adding that manager. That's what I was going to ask John now. If 75 go up 100, and you just said that, so I just need to go up, which I think we do.
Okay.
In the form of a motion, Commissioner?
Form motion.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Yeah, I got a question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the motion is that we will give them 30 days notice to terminate the contract, right? I mean, we definitely don't want to continue with a contract where we keep them for the weekend for free. if we want to keep the price at 100, we still should give them notice that we're terminating this contract because of the business day provision.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Blackenhorn, I think our first step in this process would be to ask them if they would consider going to that 100-day, well, it's $100 right now, but paying us for the weekends. If they say no, then we'll have to give 30-day notice. But we also, as Mr. Malone stated, we also have other things that we want to put in there because we're trying to also protect the county in other avenues. So if they, my guess is they're probably not going to agree to it. And at that point, we'll have to give a 30-day notice to them and then reissue another contract and see if they're amenable to take that.
And that's part of the motion?
If not for them, in fact, it'll cost a lot more because at that point, they'll be dealing with transportation issues and everything else that goes on with having to keep inmates elsewhere.
Correct.
It wouldn't be a wise decision for the town. Okay.
And I think Commissioner Duran, Commissioner Chairman, I think that's the process, or that's what happened to us before we built the facility, is we were spending almost, a couple of $1 million a year in other communities and then bringing them back and forth. And I think that really ate up
a big budget. Yeah. Okay, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk.
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay, thank you very much. Move on to item 10E. This is the Planning Department issues. Rick Bellis, Deputy County Manager, Mr. Nathan Sanchez, welcome. Water Advisory Committee, presentation of draft and calendar for the proposed amendment to Ordinance 2013-9 to clarify the number and the terms and method of appointment of committee members. Welcome, Mr. Sanchez. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, County Commissioners. In your handout, I submitted a schedule for Ordinance 2000. We haven't given it a number, and this ordinance would be to update our Ordinance 2013-9, which is the Water Advisory Committee appointments. This was on the request by Commissioner Sanchez. He wanted to see an update on where we were on updating that ordinance. Right now, what you have is the schedule and then a draft of what the ordinance would look like. Today is February 4th, and what we're doing is come before the board. Basically, what we'll probably need is permission to publish this ordinance. Definitely, we still need to present it to legal and have him go over it, make sure it has all the legal components. It would be published on February 13th, and we would also publish on that same day requesting letters of intent from the public. On March 4th, that's when the hearing would take place on the proposed ordinance. And then on March 13th, we would publish, actually we could publish those on the same day as February 13th. So on April 1st, we could submit the letters where you would appoint we would submit a resolution for appointing the actual committee members. And if the ordinance is adopted on March 4th, it would become effective on April 3rd, 2014. That's basically what the schedule is. It could change depending on legal's review of the document.
Okay, so Mr. Sanchez, basically the term of the this member of the Water Advisory Committee, that term runs with that of the commission that
Yes.
nominates or suggests the individual.
Mr. Chairman, yes, that's correct.
Chairman, Commissioners, Nathan, has this been done in the past? Gone through to this many months to do this, to appoint people to the committee, to the Water Advisory Committee?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Sanchez, there is a change. I believe it was presented at one of the last meetings that we want to change all the committee members to a 5-member board. This contains 9 members. So yeah, in order to make change it to a 5-member board, we have to change the ordinance.
Oh, okay, so then
that's why
you
it's
have to
taking
go
so long.
February, March, yeah, okay, all right, thank you, that's what I wanted to get clarification on. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Hello?
Mr. Chairman, I have not seen this until today, and there's a problem with the schedule in that it doesn't provide for a resolution ordering publication of the ordinance, and so everything's going to have to be shifted at least by a week. Let's see, our next meeting, well, by 2 weeks. Our next meeting is in 2 weeks. That would be the first time we could present a resolution to the commission to order the publication. So if Nathan can shift everything by those 2 weeks, on the 18th, we can have a resolution ordering publication, and then as soon as publication can happen after that, would be when publication could occur.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Malone. Any other questions or comments?
So no action is needed at this point, Chairman?
Not at this point, correct? Okay, thank you, Nathan. We'll move on then to another item from Planning Department. Revised Land Use Code, the draft and calendar for final work session, and the proposed amendment to the ordinance. Mr. Sanchez.
Mr. Chairman, County Commissioners, yeah, we are currently completing the next draft of the land use regulations. Basically, we've entered all the different submittals by the public. We believe that a lot of the information we got from the SECIA meetings, we were able to create a lot of new definitions so we could totally understand what we're trying to accomplish by regulating those SECIAs. We also have a lot of submitted materials from different entities in the community, and we found that their requests were easily accessible where we could entertain them in the ordinance. So this next draft will basically be, it'll basically be in place with all the corrections and all the, it should be close to a final product.
I wanted to say, Commissioners, staff, that I attended that last land use reg meeting with members concerned about the acequias and the language and all that good stuff. And it was a very worthwhile work study that we had that day. It was in the evening, and there was a lot of input, very valuable input, and a lot of ideas exchanged. And so I really want to say that I firmly believe that the process of inviting the public and getting people to express their ideas, their opinions is definitely something that we need to continue to the very end. And definitely we're able to gain a lot of input from that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I am meeting with the community of Penasco. I believe at the last work session, they wanted a meeting scheduled in their area, so I'll be meeting with them on Sunday at 2 p.m. and it'll be at the community center. I believe I'll be publishing a notice in the paper, and I'll be going out there tomorrow to put up flyers wherever I can.
And Nathan, is that in conjunction with the assessor's office? Because I know they were requesting a meeting with the assessor's office at that same time on Sunday or earlier today, and I just want to make sure that is it going to be both on these land use and the ag exemption.
Commissioner Barone, yes. What I'll do is I'll change the flyer that I have to make sure it states that the county assessor will be present at the meeting to answer questions. And I'm also throwing in a Firewise kind of update for that community.
A joint meeting then?
Yes.
Very good. Okay, Commissioner Sanchez?
Chairman, Commissioner, also, if I could ask this now, is this also, are you also going to appoint the Planning and Zoning Committee in the future?
Yes. We presently have one in place, but we're going to wait till the new land use regulations before we appoint members to the Planning Commission. So the members we have in place will continue to act on as Planning Commission members.
Thank you, Nathan.
And Mr. Chairman, the final product for this land use will be by when?
I'm going to try to finish up the changes tonight, and I will have it to you guys either by the end of today's meeting and or tomorrow morning, and I will post it on the web once it's complete. Okay. And I'll let everybody know in the public.
Let me ask this question. Are you going to have extra copies like to have put out in the post offices? This way people want to look at it, they can look at it, or?
For those without internet service?
Mr. Chairman, yes, and I will try to do it at all the libraries, community centers that are open all the time. Wherever we can, we'll make sure we have a copy. I will take copies to this meeting on Sunday to hand out of the new draft.
Very good idea. Okay, Commissioner Blankenhorn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sanchez?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is it going to be a redlined version?
Yes, but there will be no remote, this will just be changes to the document. There will be basically what's been added to the document. There will be no other strike-throughs at all. And we've reorganized it so everything flows according to the sections and reorganized it so it's clearly understood what.
Great. So all the additions will be in red, but there won't be any stricken words from provisions that are no longer being proposed?
Yes, correct.
And how about the calendar for the work session and the proposed meeting for the hearing?
I'm requesting on your behalf, if you guys want to create that date today, and then I could start the public information series on that meeting.
Any suggestions from staff? Mr. Malone, go ahead.
The only thing that I was going to say, Mr. Chairman, is that I think that the work study session, when we're calling it final, would be most productive if I had enough time. I have not gotten this yet. I mean, I can't do the legal review until they finish doing all their changes. So if we could make that 2 to 3 weeks down the road, I can at least complete the bulk. I may not be completely finished by that time, but at least if I've completed the bulk of it, I can have some intelligent input.
So, Mr. Sanchez, you will be posting sometime the end of today or tomorrow, and you're wanting at least another 3 weeks, Mr. Malone? So
that would be very good, Mr. Chairman.
So that puts us February 25th, the end of February. How much of that time do you require?
The 25th?
Mr. Chairman, and this, I believe you would, there's desire that it would be a night meeting.
Right. Thoughts of the commission?
Well, if Mr. Malone needs 3 weeks, then sometime in March, right?
Yeah. Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Nathan, you will be taking flyers up to Amalia, Costilla, up in those areas, correct?
Yeah.
Thank you, Nathan.
I'll place them all over the county.
So you're going to be going to Penasco
Sunday.
Sunday, and anywhere else?
No plans for any future meetings. This was a request at the last work session by citizens of Penasco, and I promised them I'd set up a meeting there.
Okay, so 3 weeks is the 25th fine?
Well, from when Nathan gets it to me so I can start reviewing it, I'm not sure exactly.
You'll have a copy tomorrow.
And that's fine. That
Okay,
works.
so we'll schedule for the 25th then, and that will be a nighttime meeting here at Commission Chambers? How much time will you require for that?
I believe the last one was 2 hours.
Is it going to be sufficient?
I believe because we've already gone through the document, I'll have to leave that to your discretion, actually.
Okay.
But I feel we could probably do it 2 to 3 hours.
Okay.
That's a work study?
That's the,
Yes, and it'll just be based on the document.
And it would come back to us maybe a week later for approval or disapproval of publication?
Yes, we'd have to create a resolution so you could start the publication process.
Have to have a public hearing after that
And
for
then-
adoption or?
I believe it's 14 days that we have to publish it. I have to refer to legal on the publication.
And I don't
part.
keep that on the top of my head, Renee.
But I
does all
believe
that
it's
for me.
14 days
Right.
for an ordinance because it is just an ordinance.
Well, that's what you have for the water amendment, so
Yeah,
2 weeks.
yeah,
Excellent. Thank you so much.
no problem. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
guys.
okay. Item 11, budget matters, discussion, consideration, decisions regarding the following. Item A, DFA resolution number 30. Leandro?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, DFA Resolution Number 30 is to establish the budget and to authorize transfers in for a Natural Resources Department grant for a thinning project. The total amount of the transfer in is $24,174. Actually, this first one is just the cash match. So this grant was approved last budget year. They established the budget, but they forgot to put the cash match in. So we're asking at this time for the $24,000 permanent transfer to do the cash match.
And this one is going to cover how many acres?
I believe it's 113.3 minimum.
And this is private land that is thinned out?
I do believe so. I don't know the details as well as Ms. Padilla, but it does say that
This
it's
is
at
in
least.
Taos Canyon,
Right.
Commissioner, and I
Right.
think there's 3 different areas that are being worked on.
And this is for fire prevention?
The total cost of, or the total amount of the grant was $255,000. So, our match will just supplement that.
Okay. What is the wishes of the commission?
I move to approve.
Second.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes, and Leandro, will there be future monies available for this same type of project elsewhere in the county?
I believe so, and I believe Ms. Padilla is working on obtaining that for us.
Any idea, more or less? Okay.
I don't at this time. I
Okay,
can
so
follow up.
maybe Mr. Archuleta, if at some point we can get a report from Ms. Padilla on where the intention is to go after this particular project is done.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to item B, DFA resolution number 31. Mr. Cordova?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this is the new grant that was received in December for the Latir Fire Department in order to purchase firefighting equipment. The entire amount of the grant was $15,750, and we're requesting a permanent cash transfer of $1,575 for the match. So.
Thank you.
Chairman, so moved.
Okay.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Sanchez, seconded by Commissioner Dudon. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes, okay, item C.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the budget adjustment before you is for our finance department. We're asking to take $1,000 out of the line item for professional services. It's a small amount of money that was left over after our audit, and we want to put it into other contractual services to meet the needs of our hardware and software provider, Triadic.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Leandro. Item 12, elected official reports. We have covered item A. And that was the discussion that we had this morning with our county assessor. We'll move on to item B, our treasurer's report. Ms. Susan Trujillo, welcome. Their deputy, Clara Cordova.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners.
Afternoon.
I went ahead and made some packets for you. I know that these graphs are a little small, even though you can enlarge them. And but I wanted the viewing audience to have some copies too. And are there some left? Okay. And if I may use that, I think I can probably show it to the viewing audience, or if everybody gets a copy, we can just do it in this manner. The report that I'm bringing before you is the mid-year, December 31st, which is the second quarter. And the first slide, I know you're going to see it in your tablets, is the graph that I usually prepare for you, and for December, it's the very, very top, and it's very hard to see because the other color is kind of hidden, because if you'll see in a few minutes, I'll show you that the number is just a very minute number below the dollar amount that was there last year. But you'll see the spike that it took all the way from October, and then November, and then December. So you're looking at, all the way from July, then you kind of go down, because we're running on PILT money and leftover cash balance, and we just kind of go down and we take a dive, and then we'll just go up in November and December when the taxes do come in. So the taxes are an integral part. And I want you to go to the slide with the numbers. And there you're going to see the actual numbers that represent the dollar amounts. And I took the difference between last year in December and this year, what the cash balance was. This year's cash balance in December was $7,016,847.08, and for a difference of negative $66,203.21. And I want you to note that at this time there were approximately $506,103 in transfers out from the general fund. And you'll see the 3/12 reserve, which is the $2,663,899. I subtract that from the cash balance, and you get a balance of $4,352 and $4,352,948.08. And then I'm taking the 4/12. So if we were to take a 4/12 reserve, it would be an additional 12, and that would be at $3,551,865, which would leaves us a balance of $3,464,982. So that tells you where our cash balance is, that we have met the 3/12s, our required reserve. We've even met our 4/12s required reserve. The next page that I want to call your attention to is the County of Taos detail of receipts, and this is the real property, which includes the mobile homes, personal property, and livestock. And I have them broken down again in 3 categories: the property tax current, property tax prior years, and property tax interest and penalties. And this time I broke it out a little further to include the first quarter, and then which is July through September. That's your first quarter. And as you notice, that there were no property taxes because we had not received any property taxes for the current year yet. So that total was $349,197.31. Then I went ahead and also put in the the monthly receipts for December 31st of 2013. And the property tax current is, for December is the $3,481,455.35. So let's just follow that across. And so the second quarter receipts, you will see that we received our property tax, and it was $5,862,106.57. And the budget for the year is $9,293,457. So the year-to-date is exactly the $5,862,106.57, which leaves a balance of $3,431,350 that we still have to receive. So in the analysis, if you look up at the top, it's the budgeted year-to-date should be at 50% because that is half of your fiscal year. So we're at 63% received. So we're 13% over, and we're hoping that we're going to get that $3.4 million. And so the second one is the property tax prior year. Again, at the first quarter was $281,154. The monthly was for the month of December was $129,377, and the quarter for October. The second quarter, which is October through December, is $266,086. The approved budget was $725,000. So our year-to-date receipts are $547,241, which leaves us $177,759, and we've received 75% of that budget. So that's looking really, really good. And then the property interest and penalties. The first quarter was $68,042. The monthly receipts is $34,120. Then the second quarter is $75,449,000. And so the budget, we budgeted $250,000. The receipts for the year-to-date receipts are $143,000. So if you analyze that against the budget, you have $106,507 to receive yet, and we're at 57%. So that's also over our budgeted amount. So overall, if you come and look at the bottom numbers, the totals, I went ahead and I took, let's go back to the monthly receipts in December. I took the monthly receipts of December of last year, which were $3,440,316, against what we've received in the month of December of this year, and we're plus $204,636. So that's good. And then in the year-to-date, last year in December the 31st, 2012, we received $6,368,572, and this year is the $6,552,839 for a difference of $184,267. So that is good also. Any questions on that?
Thank you very much, Susan.
I have then your gross receipts tax. And that's why I gave you, unless you turn your tablet around, this does not rotate. I found that out this morning.
Mr. Chairman, Commission, if I could just add to that, since Susan was presenting on that, we did get an email from Heinrich's office today, and the PILT funding was voted on at the Senate, and it did go through. So that 12% increase, or the 12% PILT money, will be coming to Taos County. It is a one-year funding under the farm bill, but it has come through, and we've just received notification of that.
Very good. Thank you.
We're very grateful to have that go through. And I went ahead and prepared the detail of the GRT receipts, and I have included your first quarter, and now, which was July through September, and now the second quarter, which is October through December. And instead of reading all the numbers, let's just look at the very end and look at the analysis, and that your budget, that amount, I mean, you should be at 50%. If you look at these, we're over on each one. So you can look at them closer. If you have any questions, you can call me. But I think this is a very clear picture. I went ahead and included the budget adjustment that was made by finance and moving the money from to cover the equalization intercept for the complex in Fund 420 and decreasing the it was in the where it had initially been budgeted in the in Fund 103. So that was an adjustment that was made. But we also have now that we're reporting the 2013 educational GRT bond. So we've got that included in here, and we're calculating the intercepts and the money that comes in through that initial GRT. So that is coming in at 67.6%. So that is good also. I went ahead and added, which are it isn't in your tablet, the Taos County revenues. I got this report from finance. It's a report that I wanted. I had prepared. I had tried to prepare for finance right before I left, and it's a wonderful tool, and it just readily gives you your actuals and against your budget at any given time. So here you will see all the revenues and the percentages, but this particular one gives you the remaining balance. And but if you look at the next page, you will see if you take into account your revenues. At the very bottom, they're highlighted in yellow. Your revenues, your total revenues for through December 31st is $7,185,629. Your transfers out are $2,006,397, and then you have your total expenditures of $4,603,788 for an ending balance of $7,016,847, which takes you back to your cash balance in the graph to reconcile that. And then on the next page, you will just see here an analysis that what they call an income statement. You have your revenues against your expenditures. So your total revenues, again, the $7,185,629, and your expenditures, $4,603,787.57. But what I went further on this is to prepare my own analysis that I have done, and that is this particular page, and it's end of the fiscal year cash analysis. But I have here and marked in green. In green here, you will see all the numbers that I have presented to you. And so if you look at the revenues of $7,185,629, you take the expenditures of $4,603,787, and then you minus also your transfers out of $2,006,397. You have a balance of $575,444.61. And the analysis that I prepared here for you was I took the budget and I divided it into, which is, if you look right before the green, is your budget. And the budgeted deficit was $2,221,356. And if you divide that in two, where we are at mid-year for 6 months, it's $1,110,678. So if I do the analysis, we are good as far as of December the 31st. And the 1,110,000 did not materialize because if you look at the revenues, we gained 892,140 in revenues. We did not expend 724,000 of the budget, and we did not transfer out $69,973. So that gives us a good place to be. So, and what I like to do, only because we take into account the Public Works cash balance, let's go back to the green portion. I went ahead and included the cash balance. I minused off the reserve, and which left $92,190. And then I have the detention center cash balance of $101 $1,576, and the EMS with a cash balance of $20,000. So we're at $799,794, plus the $500,000 that we have in monies loaned out to other funds. And I went ahead and...
About, Susan, loan to other funds, is those like grant?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And I stand for any questions.
Really appreciate all of the numbers and the charts, and in a nutshell, and Leandro would agree, and everybody else in finance will agree, we're doing well. We're holding up. Does everybody echo that? Yeah. That's good.
That's going for base course next year.
Gentlemen, any other questions?
Commissioner Blankenhorn?
Mr. Chairman, so, let's see, so we're at least $1 million ahead of where we were projected to be, right, at halfway through the year?
Yes, it appears to be that.
About $1 million ahead. And so if this keeps up, by the end of the year, we'll be a couple of million ahead of where we had projected ourselves to be.
Yes, we should finish and not be in a deficit, so we would be in the black. What you would say, we would be in the black.
Right, we should be about $1 million in the black if receipts continue along the same lines as opposed to a $2 million deficit that was budgeted. Could I ask you a couple of quick gross receipts tax questions? As long as we were talking about the hospital this morning, we do have if you go to the County of Taos detail of gross receipts tax, and you look 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 down is the indigent fund, and we have the second 1/8 gross receipts tax. Are you with me?
Mm-hmm. I have the indigent. Okay, that is the second, yes, correct.
Yeah, the indigent fund, the second 1/8 goes to indigent care, and it looks like our year-to-date is $539,000. Receipts on that halfway through the year.
Yes, approximately, yes. If you take the 475,000, the 34,000, and the 3,000, because that 188,000 is intercepted. The one that I have in like a orange.
No, okay, the one that you have in the orange is the 1/16th Medicaid.
That's intercepted, yes.
That's intercepted, and where does that go?
It goes to the state.
It goes to the state, and then do they triple that and send it to the hospital?
No. I'm not sure what I think that's to fund the Medicaid?
That's correct.
It's to fund the Medicaid.
That's correct. That's to fund the Medicaid, so 1/16th that's out there. That's the third 16th that you were talking about, Commissioner, that's out there.
Right.
That one's intercepted, goes to the fund the Medicaid. So basically what we have is a 1/8, which is generates about $750,000. That's intercepted and goes to the state. That does go to a 3-to-1 match. And then we have an additional 1/8 that comes to the county, that the county pledges to the hospital, that also goes through the 3-to-1 match.
And where is that first 1/8?
That first 1/8 is the general fund. That is the one that's intercepted to pay for the USDA loan.
Right, for the building.
Right, the first 1/8 tax is for the USDA loan. The second 1/8 tax
Is the indigent fund.
is the indigent fund, which we currently pay out to the hospital, and it's subject to the 3-to-1 match. But depending upon legislation, that's going to still go to the hospital, but it may take a different route. It won't be direct. And the 1/16th that is intercepted by the state, does the state give any of that to Holy Cross?
I don't think so. No.
That just pays for
For the Medicaid program that the state has.
I guess, Commissioner, indirectly it could, because people would qualify then for Medicaid that we're given from this community, and then they would actually bill that insurance. So indirectly, but it's not a direct payment that goes that aspect.
But it does fund their Medicaid fee formula, which ends up going to the hospital.
To your left, I have some notes here, and that is that What you see here is the second 1/8, and then that 1/16, this what goes to the Medicaid, and then there's the other 50% of the third 1/8 is also is equal to the 1/16.
So it looks like at the end of the fiscal year, how much will be in that second 1/8 account? Looks like it'll be about $1 million, right?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Well, the budget is for $1,015,000.
And we're just a little bit ahead of that, but not too much. So it looks like it'll still be in that $1 million range.
And then you have the GRT food that's continued to come in, even though it was done away with, and the medical, the GRT medical, so those are part of that too. So in total, you're looking at 54% in total, if you're going to include also that additional 1/16 that's part of that.
And Ms. Susan, if you could collaboratively with Steve and Leandro, talk a little bit about the complex fund, the GRT intercepts, and elaborate a little bit on those balances.
Okay. If you see there's the complex fund, that fund, well, let's talk about the USDA complex loan. That is all that first 1/8. You will see that note there, that first 1/8, GRT
Right.
first 1/8. And so it's been budgeted to receive $750,000. We've received to date $402,667. We're at 53%. And in there, there is an intercept that.
And that's done on an annual basis, or how often?
No, they do it on a monthly basis.
Okay.
And then the second is the.
So how much has been intercepted so far this?
It's recorded. It's recorded with the. Just a moment. No, this is. You know what? Let me see. Actually, it is right in within the cash receipts because it's recorded as an intercept.
Okay.
So the intercept is included with the GRTs.
Okay.
And then the second complex fund, which is 420, I've separated out the GRT intercepts here, which, that includes the 1/4 of the capital outlay, 1/16 of the correctional, 1/16 of the infrastructure, and all of that was budgeted at $1,970,400 in that we need to receive to make up the debt service, and so we've received to date $821,000, and that's basically in intercepts, and we still have $1,149,400 to bring in. And then you'll see the equalization intercept. It's already been intercepted, and in the tune of $101,870. That's what the budget was, and so that just clears itself out. That's 100%. That was already intercepted according to the intercept agreement of that loan.
Okay.
So
the loans on the construction of the building go for how long? How many more years is there?
I'm not sure the USDA loan, but go ahead.
The USDA loan is a 40-year loan, and the NMFA loans are 30-year loans. So the USDA loan is for the detention center, and that's the first increment.
And how much do we have left then? 35?
Yeah, I think we restructured the loans in 12, so we go to about 42.
I'll be old by then. Okay.
I'm already old, so.
Actually, over here on the side of the page, I have the analysis of how, the interest payments are prepared, and what we do on this side in the Treasurer's Office is post the interest and principal payments, and they're posted in November, well, mainly in December, and then in May again, and that's the principal and the interest. So we pay interest first, but the money is there in the trust.
Right.
We have a trust bank that takes care of all of that, and we, on this side, we just post everything that you see here.
Thank you, Susan. Much appreciate the report, and Clara as well.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask one more question?
Go ahead, Tom.
The complex fund, there's a balance of 1.149 million under the 420 complex fund.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Correct.
And that's where those are the funds that we're going to use to develop dispatch.
No.
Oh, okay. That's why I asked. I'm never sure about that one.
Strictly, the Fund 420 is strictly to pay the debt service on the loan. What you're looking at is Fund 103, the third from the top. That is the GRT Judicial Complex excess from Fund 420 is where I have that. So what there is in that fund year-to-date in receipts is 427,600 and, I can't even read that, 153.79. That's what has come in this year.
And that's all excess?
That's all excess.
That's a balance that we have available to us?
Yes. But that's not the cash balance of the fund, because you'd have to look at the fund itself, because this is just, I'm just tracking what has come in this fiscal year. So
okay.
there's other cash.
There's more in there from prior years. So this won't really give us that balance.
No, you'd have to look at the fund itself and the beginning cash and all these other monies that have come in.
Right.
And what has been expended.
Leandro's shown me that probably 10 times already, so I guess I'll.
Anyone else?
Thank you, Susan.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Susan.
Okay, we'll move on to item 13, County Manager's Report and Matters. Discussion, consideration, decisions regarding the following. Item A, the HUD transfer. Mr. Archuleta.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, a lot of this has already sort of been discussed throughout the day, and Mr. Malone actually had one of these presentations, and we talked about that. We're basically in the process of doing that HUD transfer. I mentioned earlier that there's a House Bill 11 that's going through the legislature right now in order to fund. It's about for $250,000 for the North Regional. There's an RFP that's been put out already for that, and so we're just working through the legal aspects of it then, and then we'll be doing the handoff between now and July 1st. I stand for any questions on the HUD transfer. I think everything else has pretty much been explained by the Finance Director and the Attorney.
Okay. Any other questions, Commissioners? Move forward, Mr. Steve.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I was getting ready to come in front of the Commission and start talking about some of the PILT funding and how we were going to start restructuring Taos County to make sure that we met that demand. It was 12% of our budget. We all sort of had a sigh of relief earlier this morning when that news or press release came out, because it's $1.4 million, which is not chump change, and it's 12% of our budget. So that is in there for this next year. It has been funded under the Farm Bill. I'd like to thank our congressional delegation along with our legislative delegation and all the phone calls that have been made by the commissioners and constituents to fund this as we moved forward. And so that was funded for 1 year. I have directed the Finance Department for next year not to put that into our regular general fund. That will look as an excess fund at the end of the year if it comes through. I just don't feel comfortable in, if it's not a recurring fund, to put that as part of our budget. And so we'll be doing that. It also is nice to hear Mr. Hill also talk about that. It looks like we're probably going to have an excess of about $1 million or maybe $1.5 million, $2 million, which would take care of that if the PILT funding comes through again, or they put it into the general fund at the federal level, which will be a recurring fund at that point. Then that's a $1.4 million approximately that Taos County would continue to receive on that. So stand for any questions on the PILT funding.
So this PILT money was already budgeted for this year, no?
Yes, sir. The PILT money has been budgeted every year within Taos County. It's 12% of our actual general fund.
Next year, when
we come back in front of this commission in March and start having our work studies and recommendations from staff, I'm advising the commission not to move forward with that as a recurring fund. We could look at that as excess if it comes in at the end of the year, but it's a lot easier to accept $1,400,000 than to try to cut that from the budget to make your budget year end meet.
Right.
Oh.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Steve, would it be a good idea to send the Washington delegation a letter of a big old thank you from Taos County? Because that did make our day, I guess.
Absolutely, I can prepare a letter and we can have the chairman sign that letter and send it to him. I think a lot of times we call them when we're in dire straits or when we see things like these being cut, so it's also good to send them and thank them for all their hard work and diligence in getting this through.
Maybe if the signature lines could include the entire commission, I think that would be best.
Will do, Mr. Chairman. Yes, sir.
And Mr. Chairman? And when we go to D.C., I imagine it will be a big topic of conversation to find out whether or not it's ever going to get back into the general budget and actually be a recurring fund.
Right. And that would be something that we should request from now on, every time that we visit or meet with our congressional folks and trying to get them to persuade the rest of Congress to be able to keep it on a continual basis instead of having to beg for it on a yearly basis. Mr. Archuleta, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the next one is Indigent Fund, Sole Community Provider. We've had a lot of discussion about that. I was this morning talking about Senate Bill 268. I'd like to just brief the commission on several points on that. I think Commissioner Blankenhorn did an excellent job in explaining all that and how it all works together. But in the reality of this, Senate Bill 268 strikes a balance among counties, hospitals, and state interest to amend the local option gross receipt tax statutes and amends and repealing the sections of the Indigent Hospital and Healthcare Act. Under SB 268, counties will dedicate the equivalent of a 1/16th, and that's where the discussion has actually been, is that the state was asking for a 1/8. The counties were saying that you're going to cut our services over at the Adult Detention Center, you're going to cut our services at the EMS, or that's going to have to come back out of our general fund if we cut that 1/8 to a 1/6, from a 1/16th to a 1/8, which would mean that it would intercept the whole second amount that Taos County is already paying. And so because of that, Senate Bill 268 was pushed forward by the Association of Counties, and we've been supporting that at the legislative session. We've been attending all the hearings. There's been 2 committee hearings that have already taken place. There's a 3rd one that's coming up this week that we will be at to support this. Senator Cisneros heard this at the Legislative Finance Council about a month ago, and I was sitting in the audience during that time frame. And really what happened at that meeting was that HSD had no other plan. They came to the Association of Counties, they came to the hospitals, they came in front of the Senate Finance Committee and basically said, we've got no other plan other than for us to intercept a 1/8. Senator Cisneros, along with Senator Rodriguez, who actually sponsored Senate Bill 268, basically told the state, you have to go back and look at this because you did all the negotiation, but now you're doing it on the back of counties, because the counties were really the only ones that were going to place into that. So because of that, the Association of Counties was directed by Senator Cisneros at that point to come up with our own plan that we could present in front of the legislative session, which related into Senate Bill 268. At the Association of Counties meeting, the manager's affiliate, which I belong to, unanimously passed that. The commissioners' affiliate, which all of the commissioners belong to, unanimously passed that, and Commissioner Romero, the executive board for NMAC, also passed that to move that forward. And so that's what's going through at this point. We don't know what the outcome of that's going to be. What it would generate is about $35 million from the counties and an additional about $29 million from the state. That money would then be taken to Washington or to the federal level for a 3-to-1 match, relating that back into our communities and our hospitals here in Taos County. Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and County Manager. Does the new legislation have any effect at all on the 1/16th Medicaid?
No.
That just stays exactly as is, because I noticed that one of the provisions of the Association of Counties bills talks about 2 different funds. One is uncompensated care, which of course is the indigent, and the other is the Medicaid fee schedule. And so you've seen that, and they've kind of used that now as their basis for funding.
Correct.
And since they use the word Medicaid, I thought maybe.
Well, in essence, it does, because that 1/16 that you're talking about is intercepted, as we mentioned earlier, and it goes to the state. Now, if the state's going to pledge that, I'm not sure how they're going to do that pledge and how that legislation had been worked out. This is an agreement that was actually done by the State of New Mexico Human Services Department and the federal government based on this whole process. The bad thing about this, and this is something that the Association of Counties, along with the managers, have contended, is that we were never involved in that process. We weren't told and we weren't asked to be involved in that. And so because of that, we're not sure what the intricate details of that are. We do know that they have the 1/8 intercept, they have the 1/16 intercept, and we have a 1/8 in our county, and now they're wanting to intercept also the 1/8 that's in the county.
Right, and the Association of Counties wants them to only intercept 1/16 so that counties still have funds remaining for the ambulance indigent payments. Do we have an estimate of how much that costs us every year for indigent?
On the ambulance, or?
All of our indigent costs here at the county that do not involve the hospital.
Well, a lot of that, Commissioner Blankenhorn, is actually coming out of our general fund. And so when Mr. Cordova stands up here and does a general fund transfer, you know, I can get you the specific breakdowns if you need. We don't have that off the top of my head, but we use whatever money is in that indigent care fund. It's approximately $350,000 from that. But as you know, our operating cost for the ambulance and for the detention center, because we also use it for some of the detention center inmate care that happens over there, is millions of dollars. I mean, and that comes out of the general fund.
Millions of dollars.
Yes, sir, to run both of those, yes.
Oh, to run the facility, but not just for the indigent medical care.
Correct. It's a portion of that, which is about $350,000.
The reason I ask is because any dollars that we have to expend here at the county from those gross receipts tax don't get the 3-to-1. They don't get the 3-to-1 multiplier.
Correct, but if we don't expend them here at the county, then they actually are going to come out of your general fund.
Right.
Now, in this legislation, as I also mentioned earlier, is that basically the county can choose where they want to bring that money out of. So if the county has an excess fund in another area that the commission would like to consider, then at that point, the county doesn't necessarily have to take it out of the indigent care fund. They could take it out of anything else, but
And even if the 1/16 passes, the county will still have the option of contributing more than 1/16.
That's correct. Under Senate Bill 268, under the HSD proposal, that's not correct, but under our proposal, yes.
Right, under the HSD, the entire 1/8 would be intercepted.
Correct.
And then the estimates for that would be $7 million to Holy Cross Hospital, is what I understand.
Correct. It's about $6.8 million, as you're correct, yes.
So we'll see what comes up, but if the 1/16 that we're advocating for does in fact pass, then we'll have some flexibility ourselves.
The commission.
And if Holy Cross we find that Holy Cross is in trouble, and we have another way to pay for our own indigent care, then that tax money could go for a 3-to-1 multiplier.
And that's correct. I just want to clarify that that's only under Senate Bill 268. Right. Under the HSD proposal, that's not correct. But under the HSD proposal, it'd be about $4,200,000 that would be coming, and there's no guarantee if you paid any money above that you would get any more back to your hospital because it's spread out countywide. And so what we're trying to do is leverage the money that comes out of Taos County, making sure that it comes back to our hospital. So that's why we're pushing Senate Bill 268.
Thank you.
Okay, Steve, go
Do you have any other questions? Gets a little complicated with all these numbers every once in a while, but yes. Yes.
Can I add, only because I don't think that that I pointed this out, is that if you look at your GRT again, that second line, there is Fund 102, that is the third 1/8. That is the 1/16. So that's 1/16 there, and the other 16th that's intercepted makes the third 1/8. Okay, so then it leaves your 220, which is your total second indigent. And the reason I have it in here because it's all indigent. The Medicaid is part of the indigent, but in reality, it's part of the 102. That 102, that 50% of third 1/8, that is what was used to give the hospital the last time that that they were given money. That's where the excess money came from. And to date, there is $201,000 that has been accumulated since the beginning of this fiscal year. We budgeted $359,500 to come in that fund.
So the second 1/16th of the third 1/8 is was the fund that we used for the hospital.
The third.
The third 1/8, right.
The third 1/8. The
Because-
1/16th of the third 1/8.
Right. The first 16th of the third 1/8 is actually intercepted for Medicaid.
The other 16th.
The other 16th.
The other 16th.
And the other 16th.
The other 16th is here in the county.
Here in the county, and we can use it for what?
Right now, it's designated for indigent purposes.
We dedicated that at this point to the hospital. That's exactly what we did.
So there is additional gross receipts tax funding potentially available, if need be.
Correct.
Beyond that second 1/8.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I was talking about with the 360.
And correct, I just want to be clear that
there's nothing
under
clear.
House Bill 268, we're saying we'll give that so that we can get that back for our hospital.
Right.
HSD proposal, again, is just to intercept that, and then it's $4,400,000 that comes back to the hospital. That's the difference.
Yeah, and the point is, there's a fair number of options here already within our gross receipts tax schedule in the event that Holy Cross Hospital is in dire need. And so kind of takes away some of that argument for the need for additional gross receipts taxes in my mind.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And Commissioner, I think it's also important to note that actually Holy Cross Hospital will make out good in this formula that's out there. There are San Juan and Doña Ana are the two hospitals that are the big losers in this. And on some level, they're taking a hit of about $6 to $7 million. Granted, their amount is a lot more than that. It's probably $37 million, but they're taking huge hits in that aspect. So the formula does work in our favor, reference the 1/16th in that aspect.
The question is there, I mean, just wanting to make sure that there's accountability on the hospital side with all these monies.
Well, and that's why the committee's in place, and that's what Commissioner Blankenhorn and Mr. Cordova have been doing with the town of Taos in that aspect. Mr. Chairman.
Okay, go ahead and continue, Steve.
Okay, take a breath here. So Commissioners, the next item on your agenda is the Ancianos program. Ms. Montoya is actually here from the Ancianos program. There's also a lot of constituents in the audience today on the transfer from Ancianos. We've been meeting with the North Region. We've been meeting with Jenny Martinez and Tim Armour. Ms. Montoya has been meeting with us. Mr. Cordova has gone with me and myself, and trying to look at the whole aspect of the Ancianos program and bringing that over to the county. The county has looked at the budgets that are available out there, and it looks like it's probably about an $800,000 program that would be coming over to Taos County. We're estimating 14 positions and then 4 casual positions that would also come over the program from the Ancianos program. We did hit a glitch with the para individuals who had retired. There's, I believe, 2 drivers that are actually already receiving para benefits and that actually work for the Ancianos program because they're not PERA a qualifying program. By them coming over to the county, they would be. So we have 2 individuals that work 24 hours a week. Is that him? 24 hours a week driving that would actually lose their jobs because of this, because they would either have to put their PRA benefits on hold or they would basically not be able or eligible to transfer over for that. And so we stand for questions from the commission. I think we've looked at every aspect of the Ancianos program. There is an audit that was supposed to take place. Ms. Montoya was actually working on an auditor to look at that. But we would like direction from the commission to move forward with bringing the Ancianos program as an entity of Taos County. And Ms. Montoya, could you tell me real quick where we are on the audit, or if you have that in place? I know there was a response that was needed by the 27th. Gonzalez? Okay. So Mr. Gonzalez, who is the Taos County's auditor, has been talking to the Ancianos program. That audit would be in place. Apparently all the documentation's been delivered to him. And so we want to get that aspect and take a look at that in order for us to come forward. One of the things that we're doing with Ancianos that we didn't do with housing, which we think is very important, is that Taos County would pick up if the commission decides to move forward and bringing the Ancianos program into Taos County as an entity, that from the date it's brought forward is the date that we actually start getting audited. And that what happened at housing is basically because of the situation that was going on over there, we stepped in and just took over. But unfortunately, we took over mid-year, which has been, it's hurt Taos County on our audit, and we're wanting to make sure that we protect Taos County in the future when it comes to that. So I stand for questions from the commission. Mr. Cordova's here to talk a little bit about the budget, if anybody wants to hear about that in more detail, and then we can move forward.
Commissioner Barone and then Commissioner Jordan.
And Steve and Mr. Cordova, I think the question I had is yes, we want to take it over, but the question I have, I think the Ancianos is very, very important in our community. But did the state agree then to additional funding because of the benefit packages that are now rolled into the county's budget, I guess?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, yes, they actually have been very, very open to all of options. They really want to see the commission step up and do this. So when we presented them with that additional cost, they basically said, okay, we can do that for you. We'll give you that extra money above what they're already giving to the Ancianos program. They're having a budget workshop in early March. We're going to send a couple of our staff from here at the county to go learn how they do their budgets, to learn how to set up our own for next fiscal year, and also to ask as many questions as possible at that time. And we'll know a lot more at that time about the clarity of our future and how we're going to transition. But the truth is, we feel that at the end of the day, we're going to create enough efficiency to also offset some of the benefit costs that we're going to have to take on. And that may be the best part about it for everybody involved.
Okay. And so the building that belonged to the town of Taos, has it been signed over to us, or how is that proceeding?
As I understand, we haven't accepted it as of yet because we were trying to work out all the logistics. Before we take over the building, we want to make sure that we are the recipients of the grant money and the money coming in, and that building is our responsibility, but we're also going to have some help with it. So as I understand it, we're ready to do that as soon as we take everything else on.
Okay, and the condition of the building, I guess that will be noted, or is there funding to take care of the?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Barone, basically, Mr. Sanchez has actually gone down to see the building. It's my understanding from Ms. Montoya also that there's actually some money available that's been appropriated there. Again, we have not taken control of that building. It still belongs to the town of Taos. They did want to give it back to us back in November. At that point, it wasn't presented in front of the commission yet to take it over. It was premature to actually take over that building. So if this commission directs staff to move forward with actually bringing that in, then we'll send a letter to the town of Taos and see if they're still willing to make that move in that aspect of us taking over that building.
Can we get a site visit as well?
Absolutely.
Sometime soon?
Absolutely. We'll schedule that. I'll have Renell schedule that with Ms. Montoya, and we can get that in. I don't know if, Richard, do you want to talk a little bit about your visit, or was it brief, or?
If we do a site visit, are we going to have to do that exercise class?
Yes, absolutely, because we need funding. Because we need funding for that, correct?
Excuse me, Chairman, Commissioners. I was asked by the director we're having some issues, and so I was asked to go over there and look at the building. They have severe roofing issues on about 3,000 square feet of the building, which is part of the dining area, some office area and whatnot. It's got a bry roof on it that has got several cracks in it. The leaking has been extensive for a while, and there's some mold in the north walls, which will have to be remediated and checked. It doesn't appear to have structural damage, but it definitely needs roofing on that section of the roof. new roof, and it looks like it's been roofed once, so it'll require a tear off. The rest of the building has TPO roofing on it, which is a good roofing product and a 20 to 40-year product. It may need some maintenance on it. The stucco's not too bad. Plumbing, from what I could tell, is so-so. There's a few ADA issues that will have to be addressed. Heating and air conditioning, part of their issue, I was told that they have a lot of, it's hot in the summertime. Turns out they have forced air heating and cooling on part of the building and swamp coolers on part of the other building. Swamp coolers require that you have ventilation, either doors or windows open. Refrigerated air requires that you keep everything closed. So basically you have the two systems fighting each other, and that's why it's not functioning. It either needs to be all swamp cooler or all refrigerated air. Rooftop units are probably in the neighborhood of $15,000 a piece. They probably need one or two to bring the rest of the building with refrigerated air and forced heat.
And this building is leased by Ancianos? Is it operated by Ancianos?
That's my understanding, that it belongs to the town of Taos.
Oh, it belongs.
And they lease it.
And so who is responsible for the maintenance?
My understanding was it was the town of Taos staff that was responsible for maintenance.
Okay, now, in talking to, what is her name, Miss Martinez, okay.
$1 of the year, responsible for all maintenance on the building.
Oh, okay. I see.
Thank you for that clarification.
Now, Ancianos, in talking to Ms. Martinez from North Central, are there additional monies to be able to put into the building? Would there be?
Ms. Montoya, did you say there was some grant money that had been available or capital outlay? Do you want to talk about that real quick, just in commission?
Chairman, Commissioner, we have 3 grants that are out there ready to be delivered, and one of them is for $62,000. I allocated $32,000 for the roof and ADA compliance, as he was mentioning, Richard, and also the AC and heating. So there is money.
$32,000 going to be sufficient?
No, not really.
Chairman, Commissioners, based on the square footage that's there, I don't have my notes with me, but if I remember correctly, it was approximately 3,000 square feet, which is about what we did at the planning building. That TPO roof was right at $30,000 a couple of years ago. The price is made consistent. So that would take care of the roofing, but the heating and air conditioning, that's a whole nother matter. Like I said, some of the ADA stuff is just minor stuff that I believe staff could probably be able to take care of with some. We do have a little bit of money in our ADA fund that we replace doorknobs and handles and whatnot throughout the older facilities.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to emphasize that mold can be an open-ended liability, and so we should get some kind of a report letting us know what the extent of the mold problem is.
Yes, sir.
I mean, we don't know until we get that what the cost of remediation would be, or whether it's the nasty mold or the not nasty mold, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I mean, that's something, and the bad part about it is there's obvious leakage into the walls. You can see on the paint. There is one area that's obviously got mold. You can see the mold on the walls on the drywall, but there's other areas that have leaked and are hidden by paint that you would have to expose, do air quality testing, and actually surface testing for the molds, and then you would get a remediation plan.
Miss, is there additional monies from the federal, the state, to be able to tap into this, for this?
My understanding, according to Abigail Adame, she's part of the board, she has mentioned that the town of Taos has money, that they had already allocated money for the roof.
Oh, okay.
We're talking about 30,000. So.
Miss Adame,
Madame Abigail, and I have notes and I have from the minutes that we've had,
Okay.
and I can.
Okay.
give a count
Welcome,
to that.
Abigail.
Actually, what I had stated is that it has been a capital request for next year's, but until the council hears that request in April or May, I believe, we won't know if that is funded.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And what is the amount? Any idea yet?
I don't recall off the top of my head. I think it's
Okay.
about 100,000 or 80 to 100,000, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Archuleta, when is this all going to happen?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Duran, my hope is that the commission will make a decision today to ask staff to move forward with the incorporation of the Ancianos program. We need to look at some of the legal aspects of, as far as the board goes, and actually giving, if we got to give notice to the board because they will no longer exist, or if they'll exist in an advisory capacity, and then that the commission will actually take over that. And so we'll just, you know, continue to move forward if that's the wish of the commission. But I think we've looked at every avenue that's out there. We've looked at all of it, and it's staff's recommendations that we do take over Ancianos. We bring it in as an intricate part of Taos County. It's a service that's too viable to our elderly people in our community, and we want to move forward with the program and doing that.
What kind of guidelines are we going to have on these vehicles that they have?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, those vehicles will actually fall under the same guidelines as Taos County has at this point. Now, of course, we may need to come back to the commission for an amendment to that, because it's my understanding that those services sometimes happen in the evening, services sometimes happen maybe out of state, those kind of things, but we're going to have to get all those details together. We're going to have to bring policy and procedures in front of the commission for adoption of that, and make sure that, you know, they're abiding by the Taos County rules and regulations as we have within our.
And in a discussion that I had with, what is her name?
Jenny
from
Martinez?
Jenny?
Yes.
I believe she had said, indicated that those vehicles belong to the county.
Those vehicles are licensed, and I guess I can let Bob talk a little bit more about this, but they are, because we're the fiscal agent as far as the purchase of those vehicles, but then they're given back to Ancianos. What Commissioner Duran's talking about is that those vehicles are seen at Walmart and Española and some of the other areas late in the evening, supposedly taking some of the elderly people to go do shopping or whatever they have. There are a lot of programs. Well,
let me quote that.
Okay.
Not elderly people, the workers.
Okay, well, and, you know, so we'll look at what programming is out there and the programming that needs to happen for the elderly, and, you know, ensure that the policy and procedures are in place for that.
Okay, Ms. Villalobos?
I would like to talk about the interior of Ancianos, which are the people. And I don't even see the mold, and as far as the vehicles, I think they take them wherever they need to go, a lot of wherever they need to go. But it's the people that are inside the building that are the most important. And grants can be gotten. Bill Whaley can write for grants, and it can come through here. But there can be grants, but it's the people that are inside. And yes, Mr. Blankenhorn, I want you to come to exercise. But it is the people that are the most important part of that building. And Mona has done a great job. And Mr. Sanchez, I went to Cuesta yesterday and met Melly and talked to them up there. And Ancianos is extremely important. They know how to do origami, they know how to sew, they know how to do everything. They know home remedies, pasting potatoes on your head to take your fever away. I mean, they can tell you everything. And that is what we need most of all. That is what we need.
I agree, very important.
So the roof is like, get the roof done. But the interior, the people that reside in the interior are the most important thing.
Thank you, Deborah. Very good. With that, is there a motion, Commissioner?
Yes, I
Barone?
make a motion to.
Let me, there's a motion. Go ahead and set the motion.
Set the motion to.
Then discussion.
Direct staff to move forward with the acceptance of the Ancianos as a county entity.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Sanchez. With discussion, Commissioner?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, also, you said there's 2 drivers that are going to lose their jobs here, Mona, correct? 2 of them, yes. I guess my concern is what's going to happen to my workers up in District 2? Will they continue to be employed? You know that, Mr. Archuleta? Anybody got an answer for that?
Commissioner Sanchez.
My concern, Mr. Archuleta, is that we just lost 2 drivers here in Taos for the Ancianos. Will this affect my district as far as the workers up in Cuesta and Amalia?
No. We're only talking about the 19 people or total 19 people here at the Ancianos program here in Taos.
I did meet with my driver up in Cuesta, and I complimented them on their job up there with the Ancianos, and it's a very important program, you know, and I'm glad we're taking over. We can support you folks. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I also want to yield to Leandro just for a minute because he wants to just explain on the state funding and the federal funding really quickly and how that process is going to take place in the future.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, yeah, that was something that did come up, and the area of the AAA has been working so closely with us. They brought in the person that administers the federal money because there are a couple pots of money. The state money is not a big issue. They can reassign those contracts to the county and we can continue the services. The federal money that's provided for foster grandparents and a couple other programs is what there was some concern that might be lost. So I believe what the federal government's going to do on that funding is they're going to go ahead and continue to fund Ancianos to the point of the new funding cycle. And then the Ancianos will have to request or basically write a letter letting the federal funding source know that they're not going to reapply, and then the county will at that time apply. So in terms of how long it's going to take, it'll be phased in over time because of the multiple sources of funding, but the state money will be the first step, which they can do relatively quickly, and the federal, they're working with us so that we don't lose any of it.
Very good. Commissioner Sanchez?
Chairman, Commissioners, one more question here, Mr. Archuleta. I know, Mona, we've got some problems with the buildings in Cuesta, and I'm sure the same in Amalia. Will we be sending Mark's crew out there to repair these, the doors, for example? You know,
We've actually been doing that already. I know that Mark was out in the Peñasco and Chamizal area working on some over there. So if we have any of those concerns, please let us know and we'll make sure we get the crew out there and work on that. Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Archuleta.
Well, this, I thought this was going to take longer to get done. Steve, I really appreciate the work that you and the staff, our finance, and everyone else has put into it, and the same with the folks from Anciano. And it's amazing when people can work together and staff and the commission can work together, how quickly things can get done. And it's a good thing, really a good day to be proud to be on this commission because we're doing what's right for our Ancianos. And so thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, we'll take a vote.
Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay, we'll move.
Chairman, just to let you know, I think the Ancianos are doing a big fundraiser. They take a lot of their, for their senior Olympics, and I think, I'm not sure what part of the state it is in this year. It's Roswell, I believe, and they're doing fundraisers, so I'm sure if anybody wants to donate or help out with that fundraiser, they'd be willing to accept that help.
Awesome. Very good. Do you want to come forward and talk a little bit about it?
Something about that?
You want to say anything about it?
Do you want to come forward that way you can get picked up on camera?
Go.
Don't be shy.
Chance to be on camera.
I come before thank you, commissioners, for that nice vote there. We're going to be sponsoring or having a fundraiser February the 15th here at the Ancianos from 1 to 4. It's a bingo, a raffle, concession stand, and donations are appreciated. And we're hoping to do very well so we can go represent the county up in Roswell, July the 16th through the 20th of this year.
Very good. Well, good luck. And those dates again, February the 15th?
Our fundraiser.
For the fundraiser, okay, very good. Right, very good, thank you. Okay, Steve?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for that. It's a good day in Taos County. E911 JPA matters. I'm going to have Richard Sanchez come up and Mr. Cordova to talk about the E911 JPA, but I want to give you a little background on the work that we've been doing on that. As you know, we're moving forward with the actual construction of that. The RFP is out. It was out last Friday, and it's on the internet. And that's for all the equipment, the telephony, everything that needs to go into the 911. The commission, again, this morning has already signed the contract for the tower. We had a modification to that. We actually were able to save a couple $1,000s in that aspect, and the tower should be getting ready to be erected and ready for to move forward with that. In our conversations with DFA, Taos County was looking at going out for a fee-for-service contract with all of the players that would be willing to come into the 911 regionalization effort with us. In our conversations with DFA, we were told that in order for us to position ourselves to be eligible for this money in the future, that we actually had to have a JPA. So staff has been working diligently on a JPA that we want to send out to the municipalities as our possible partners. I want to be very clear in saying to the commission that, first of all, legal will have to still review this. So we're asking permission to send it out as a draft. And the reason we want to send it out as a draft is because we want to also have the municipalities have the ability to make the changes that they feel constitute and are warranted for the municipalities that are out there. And so we have this JPA that the commission has in front of them today. We'll stand for questions on that. And then we're hoping that once legal reviews within the next week or so, that we can actually get that draft JPA out to our constituents. We'll then set up subsequent meetings during the stakeholders meetings to talk about some of those changes and eventually bring that back to the commission as in the form of a formal JPA that we would like to have signed.
Okay. Cordova? Mr. Malone, any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I have not seen this, but what I would tell the commission generally is that Mr. James and I made a great deal of progress on the non-controversial issues, and my hope would be to incorporate the improvements that Mr. James and I made that were not controversial, that he and I, probably 80 or 90% of the document. We all know what the controversial issues were, and so I'll be looking at this with the view in mind to incorporate some of those things as well. But I have not yet seen it. I understand that Conrad and Richard have been working on it even today.
So, Mr. Chairman, so this was written by you, Conrad, and Mr. Sanchez?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Duran, this is actually a reiteration of the JPA, which was originally drafted by Rick Bellis, and then it was massaged several times between the Taos County attorney and the town of Taos' attorney. And then when Richard and I went through and worked on this, we went back to the original version and modified it. So this doesn't have any of the changes that were incorporated by either side's attorney. And so this is starting from scratch again. And so most of this language is not new language. There are some things in here that I'd like to highlight that are things that Richard and I introduced into this. So I'm not sure if there's any questions to this point or if I clarified your question.
Commissioners?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I don't want to get into the weeds much until Council, Mr. Malone has a chance to look it over and incorporate all the many hours of work that he put into it. But I'm just curious, do you have a weighted voting provision in here?
This does not have a weighted voting provision. It uses a technical advisory committee, and those are actually, that's one of the highlights of the changes that we incorporated. The technical advisory committee makes recommendations to the director the authority director, the authority executive director to be precise, and then that director brings the changes or recommended changes to the Taos County Commission for approval.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that part.
So given that, I'm just going to go through briefly and highlight some of the things that we did introduce into this. We did bring the Taos Pueblo into this. They were not a member in the original party. If you go to section 2.1,
Right away.
that outlines what we just talked about, that the Technical Advisory Committee makes recommendations to the executive director, and those changes are approved by the Taos County Board of Commission. Section 2.2, we added the Pueblo in there.
Right now, the Pueblo is contracting with the town of Taos.
Yes, there is, and I believe their contribution is $5,400.
Okay.
The dates still remain the same when the Technical Advisory Committee meets, which is on the first Thursday of the month. Some of the real big changes were on section 4.5, which talk about the contributions, and we'll kind of go over this. I will let Richard Sanchez talk about that. He understands this a whole lot better than I do and can go through this without fumbling.
And referring to the authority, you're talking about, who is the authority?
The authority will be the executive director and the advisory board. Ultimately, the fiscal agent, which would be the county in this instance, is the final decision makers, but everybody is represented by public safety officials, fire and police, OEM, EMS, whether it's our EMS or the hospital's EMS. There's a whole list. It's 11 people altogether. On the
Mr.
What?
Sanchez, if you can hold, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, this is an example of one of the things that will require change on legal review. This document started out different format, but basically it was the template for this as the San Juan County JPA. They set up their own authority, a separate entity, not one of the participants being. So there's going to be some language that's going to have to change. There wouldn't be an authority.
Okay, and you will have a section for definitions as well. Would that be necessary in this document, or?
The version that San Juan County used and the version that Mr. James and I worked on did not have a definition section. We worked it out by using terminology that didn't require further definition. We'll see.
Like Mr. Cordova said, this is a basic principles document, not so much the legalese document. What we really tried to address was involvement of all the stakeholders, the proportions of the funding, the advisory committee, and I'll go to the funding part. That's where Conrad and I, what we did basically, as you can see in section 4.5, there's a section there that says, unless a dedicated source of revenue sufficient to independently fund the annual operating and capital fund budget of the authority is secured and approved by the parties of this agreement, the funding of the expenses of the authority shall be the exclusive responsibility of the parties to the agreement pursuant to section 720E-22 NMSA 1978. Financial contributions shall be determined as followed and be in effect through the end of fiscal year 2015-2016. We kind of base this also as a 2-year plan as a starting point for the whole project. Taos County's contribution will be 51%. Town of Taos' contribution will be 45%. Taos Ski Valley, 1.6% of the budget, not to exceed $11,000. Village of Cuesta, 1.6%, not to exceed $11,000. Taos Pueblo, 0.8%, not to exceed $5,400. We did this to assure the part of the stakeholders and to just build cooperations between everybody. These numbers are based on our director's estimated expenses and estimated revenues for 2014, 2015. And it's based actually on the mean of those two numbers. Mr. Cordova's estimated expenses for 2014, 2015 are $671,727. The estimated revenues were $699,128. The average of that is $685,427.50. So using that as our budget for the first 2 years, if the town of Taos contributes 45%, their part will be $308,442.75. So they'll realize a savings of $63,453.25 to start off with. The town of Taos will. Since our contribution goes up, we really don't receive any kind of savings. But that is a starting part of our budget. Also along that line, based on the information given to us by the town of Taos and their budget for 2013-2014 of $779,786, if all 5 parties agree to the JPA and the language and everything and the 685 starting budget, the total savings for the partners for the first fiscal year will be $94,359. From there, we recommended 4.6 budget increases may be recommended to the parties by the authority's executive director not to exceed 5% of the previous fiscal year's approved budget. Approval by the individual parties, governing boards, and adoption by the Taos County Board of County Commissioners 30 days prior to the authority's new fiscal year. Budget increases, since we're all governing bodies, they need to approve the budget increases. We can make the recommendation. Their bodies have to approve them, and then final approval would be by the Taos County. Like I said, this really goes more to the basics of the operations and equipment and function of the 911 center. There's nothing in here about the employees. We believe that that should be separate from the JPA. That's something that the two administrations can work out if, as terms come. Equipment is one of the big things. If we can stay consolidated, our thought would be, and in the provisions of the JPA, once this new center is up and operating, the other equipment that's there would become the equipment of the PSAP, of this new PSAP, and we would have to pay. That would be additional expenses, but the Cassidian is a good piece of equipment. The other consoles are good for emergencies or other kinds of dispatch. So we would have to remove those from the existing location. We couldn't leave them there. And then disposal would be by approval of the governing board and DFA regulations. Like I said, most of this is really based on the function of the PSAP. There's nothing to do with personnel right now. Part of the, there's a few questions that we have. Part of it is the operating reserve account. There's a clause in here, the authority shall establish within 6 months of the agreement and maintain an operating reserve account in the amount not less than 1/12 nor more than 3/12 of the authority's annual operating budget for the current fiscal year. That's something that we believe we probably should go before DFA and ask them what their requirements are depending on how their regulations. So one of the things we'd like to do is, as after council looks at it, we'd also like to send a copy of it to DFA to have their input as we send it out in draft form to all the other parties involved, all the other stakeholders.
At one point in time, will you look at advertising for that new director?
Town of Taos, my understanding, has advertised for a new director. They received applicants. They did interviews and have offered the position to somebody already. Is that correct? I don't know if they've accepted the position, but they did offer the position to somebody else.
But as far as R911?
like I said, this doesn't, okay.
I think, Commissioner, what we're saying is that kind of depends, because if the town of Taos does come in as our partners, then we have to establish that whole employment issue and look at the transferring in of those employments. So Mr. Jaramillo has worked actually on the job descriptions that Taos County has. We've also put them in our pay scale for Taos County. If Taos County is going to go forward with this by ourselves and no other partners in that aspect, well, then we'll have that available. We're looking at having them on board by April timeframe so that we can go live by June 30th, July 1st. We would like to have a couple of months of training for the individuals, and so that's our thought. But of course, if the town of Taos decides to become our partners and come in, then we're dealing with a different animal per se, because now we have to look at transition, staff, those things coming in. So the sooner we get to these decisions, the sooner we get to the draft JPA that everybody can agree to, the sooner we can move down the board and answer those questions. But
And with that, are you going to impose deadlines for response to this?
yes, once we have the JPA, we're hoping to have a response back within a 2-week time period
So, Mr. Malone,
with
on top of
recommendations.
LUR documents, you're also going to have to go through this
And what we'll talk about in executive session as well.
as well. Okay.
So our hope, and the deadline that I had given staff is July 1st, June 30th. It would be a clean break. It'd be a new fiscal year and we move forward. I mean, if we want to extend that out, again, please keep in mind, commissioners, that we also belong to a current JPA that's out there, as well as Cuesta, Taos Ski Valley, Town of Taos, and Taos Pueblo. I'm not going to go into the whole issue about giving notice, but the reality is we'd have to give notice into that aspect, so we have to take that into consideration also. I would rather we have an agreement by all the parties, everybody come together, and we move forward with that aspect, but that's yet to be determined.
Okay. Very good. Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Blankenhorn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in 7.4, the $250,000 capital equipment fund, how will that be funded?
Currently, Commissioner, Chairman, Conrad and I believe that it's a necessity. $250,000 is a number we picked arbitrarily. We're not sure how the funding source, but it's something that needs to be out there out front. Electronic equipment of this sophistication needs periodic maintenance and replacement. It's not a forever piece, and it's something that has to be thought of. Initially, there's obviously not going to be a $250,000 unless somebody in the community decides to donate $250,000 to E911 to ensure the safety of everybody who comes to visit us and our populace. But we felt that it was very important. It needs to be there because electronic equipment wears out and has to be replaced. Our security system, we have maintenance contracts. Pieces are expensive. It's something that needs to be there. The number was picked arbitrarily by ourselves, but it's a goal to shoot for. I mean,
right. But if there is a partnership in a JPA, then the DFA funding would take that up. The 51 cents would handle that.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Blankenhorn, one thing I'd like to address regarding that, though, is the $250,000 would be really there to address dispatch and dispatch's needs. The actual E911 portion, which is the custodian equipment, the incoming part, would always be taken care of by DFA. So this would be reserved there for the purchase of consoles or maintenance to the repeaters or maintenance to the dispatch equipment, which isn't covered by DFA. And we definitely would need that money there, because without it, there would be no way to get it repaired or even get any kind of maintenance done, whether it's preventative or corrective maintenance. And so we believe very strongly that we should have some reserve there to fix that equipment.
The DFA funding is for purchase of new equipment?
For purchase of the E911 equipment. That's the incoming, that's the telephony part, but not the dispatch part.
But that's included in the $1.4 million budget that we've already approved?
Yes.
And so additional maintenance or additional purchase of equipment would be funded by DFA if the community of Taos is able to, no.
No, very simply put,
It's the everything coming in to the 911 dispatch, everything going out, which is your dispatch center, is not covered by DFA. So the 358 or whatever they give every 3 years is your telephony, the equipment coming in. The 70,000 is the phone lines coming in. All of that money is basically the stuff that comes in. And then we still have to make sure that the radios are up to date. Of course, we're buying brand new radios in that aspect. They will have some warranty on them. But I mean, everything dispatched out is going to be basically the stakeholders as it is right now. I mean, it's no different with the town of Taos right now as to how that's operated and how that's funded.
I remember from that DFA meeting that one of the things that Mr. Sorrell, is that his name? Sorrell said was that if the town did, in fact, choose to leave Kit Carson and come in our building, that they would want the equipment that had already been purchased by DFA money to go with the town.
That's correct.
That's something that DFA would require, because otherwise there would be an additional anti-donation issue. So I don't know if you factored that in, but.
Is it compatible with what you're trying to
Well,
do?
we did factor that in the aspect of what we're talking about, extra councils, training councils. We could use them in the case of an emergency. If the council goes down, we could pull in the other council and use it. You know, we've also factored in the aspect of what it would take to take off the actual electronics coming in and the cost to that. But, you know, even though it would cost us some money, we would still have that as a spare and something that's available there. Commissioner Blankenhorn has been very eloquent in his statements in the past that if we make this agreement before we purchase everything, there's probably some savings that we could do by bringing all that equipment that has been installed over at Kit Carson here, and you know the partners would realize that savings if we could do that. But again, that requires that agreement.
Mr. Malone?
Mr. Archuleta covered what I was going to mention.
Any other questions? Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you, guys.
We need approval to send.
Okay, so with the commission, we need you to take a vote, actually giving us approval to first let legal view it. Once that's ready, then we'll send that out. And I just want to reiterate, we want to send this out in a draft format. We want people to use this as a living document, to put in their requirements, to put in whatever they think they need to put in, and then we'll have subsequent meetings in the future to iron out those differences. We're also going to send a copy of this in a draft format to DFA for an initial look at it. Of course, they'll also get a final look at it once we hope we have the final product before we have signatures by the entities in that aspect.
Let me ask this question, Mr. Chairman. Okay. Okay, say Mr. Malone reviews it within a week. Okay, goes out for 2 weeks, no? And then they come back is around again. How long are we gonna put up with that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Duran, that's actually up to the commission. I mean, the staff would definitely make a recommendation that we move forward in that aspect, but we should be getting an answer, you know, within the 2-week period as to what the initial changes are. Staff would then be meeting with the stakeholders in order to try to ensure that we incorporate those changes.
Okay.
I got to put it blunt, you know, because that's what's going to happen, you know?
I hear you, Commissioner. I'm sorry.
Okay, Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Chairman?
Yeah, so USFS isn't included in this, but.
No, because they're not a stakeholder.
They're not a stakeholder, but assuming that there was interest on their part, that would adjust the budget and the percentages. Oh, no, because they would have their own equipment.
And they'd be bringing in their own stuff, yes.
And they would bring in their own stuff, so it would not have any effect on the operating budget.
No.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other than if we collect rent from them, we could put it towards the operating budget.
A little bit of rent, possibly.
Yeah. Commissioner Durant, I think what you're asking is for the overall project. The project itself is not slowing down. Now that you've approved the deduct change order on the tower, I can issue a notice to proceed. They will have geotesting company come up and drill the soil to check it, start designing the foundations. They're ready to go as soon as we give them the notice to proceed, but we had been waiting on legal and this change up because of the location change. So the JPA is going to move along with the project for the 911. 911, the center is moving forward, and it's not being held up by the JPA drafting and agreements.
Just an opportunity, while I've got Richard here, so I don't have to run him down later. Remember the performance and payment bonds.
Okay.
The location has to be changed on those before you give him the
Yes, sir.
proceed order. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I need a motion then?
So move with, after our attorney looks at the draft before it goes out.
Okay, to the entities that we're inviting to be on the partnership.
I'll second that.
Okay. Any other discussion? Not, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes, very good. We'll move on to item 14 then, Commissioner reports, matters, discussion, consideration, decisions regarding item A, Mr. Leandro Cordova. This is a report from Holy Cross Hospital. Didn't we already cover this, huh?
Long time ago.
And Chairman, if I may, under this item, I just want to recognize the work that we have approved in the old county courthouse. It looks wonderful. They did mud plastering on one wall. They did diamond finish on another, on the rest of it. It is beautiful. I commend staff for the work that's been done up there. And then the other thing that I'd like to, because of everybody's unity and us working together, we've opened up that and allowed that mural room to be used. They're going to be hosting 12 angry jurors, I believe, here very shortly. And then there's going to be a local artist that's actually going to play in there also. I don't know the dates of them. Max Gomez, a local, yes, a local boy, be playing in there. And I think, it's because of your guys' hard work that, we're finally getting some
economic development.
Yeah, exactly.
Very good. That's great. Okay, Mr. Bellis.
Meeting with the Main Street organizations, and because of the work on the there was a presentation on it. The State Director of Tourism indicated that she would give $30,000 for marketing of the downtown.
Awesome. Very good.
Awesome.
Okay. Anything else under commission reports? That's it. We'll move on to item 15, legal matters, discussion, consideration, decisions regarding the following. This is Mr. Malone.
Mr. Chairman, this is a matter I think we should discuss in the executive session.
And it's with regards to the Acequia Madre del Rio Lucero versus the town of Taos, Board of Commissioners.
This is the annexation matter, Mr. Chairman.
Annexation matter, okay.
So move to go into executive session, Chairman.
Is there a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes, are we going to stay here?
Yes.
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 Okay, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We return back from executive session. Mr. Malone, if you can give a report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the Board of County Commissioners met in executive session pursuant to Section 1015-1H7, that is the exception to the Open Meetings Act for litigation, and discussed the annexation litigation. That was the only matter discussed. No action was taken, but it is my understanding that there may be a motion in the public session.
So move to accept the attorney's report.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay.
Chairman, and I would like a portion of that, I would like to make a motion that we, extend the same opportunity that we did to them early on, where we extended the opportunity to regionalize the airport and use the GRT that would be generated through the construction phase for that, I think, as part of the motion.
For them to match their
to help the match.
Mr. Commissioners, so Commissioner Baroni, your thoughts are in a spirit of trying to work with the town of Taos on the airport issue, and the fact that apparently their whole idea of this annexation is so that they can collect the GRT from the construction in an effort to pay their matching funding towards the construction of the airport. You are wanting the county to commit to a partnership, regionalization of the airport then?
Yes, so, especially, Chairman, we talk about, fiscal responsibility. We're talking about, we're spending a lot of time, effort, and money in legal fees that could be spent towards that regionalization, and especially towards the $1.2 million that is out there that they need for part of their match. And I think this is, again, an opportunity for the county to work with the town and mitigate the possibility of these continuing lawsuits.
Okay, and so your motion would be then to ask staff to draft a letter that would be signed by this commission asking for a partnership on the airport versus having to continue going into the appeals courts.
Correct.
Okay. I'll go ahead and second that motion. Any other discussion, commissioners? We're set? Okay.
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay, and Mr. Malone,
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a second motion in the event that the town doesn't accept our offer and that they do, in fact, appeal the decision of the district court. I'd like to move that we instruct staff and the legal department to vigorously defend our position in that lawsuit and hire appellate counsel if they deem it necessary and give them the authority to do that.
I'll go ahead and second that motion. Any other discussion, Mr. Malone?
Just one clarification, Commissioner Blankenhorn, on your motion. It is conceivable that we would be faced with an appeal and the need to start moving forward before we heard back. So I wouldn't put it in terms of only defending vigorously if they don't respond favorably, because we don't know how quickly they would respond.
Right. So I will amend my motion to give staff and legal department the authority to file whatever is necessary to defend our position.
A friendly second on that motion?
Yes.
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 Yes. Motion for adjournment? Anything else? That's it? Okay.
So moved.
There a second? Okay, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes, thank you.